Chapter 51, Jiangdu Port Martial Arts School, Qjngyun Sect. 1. In front of the two guards, Li Yueming directly broke Li Fuxian's legs. He didn't give her any face. It was enough to make the two martial saints furious. Although Li Yueming had also displayed extraordinary combat power in the battle just now, he was still a little weak. However, in their eyes, Li Yueming was not even 7 years old this year. No matter how monstrous he was, under the circumstances where he didn't have any sect as his teacher, their strength should not be their match no matter what. However, what happened next really refreshed their worldview. However, Li Yueming quickly reached out and grabbed the muscular man's calf. The muscles in his entire body swelled in the next second. Then, he actually withstood the huge explosive force of the strong man's feet. It forcefully broke his leg bones. Ah! The man's miserable cry resounded throughout the entire Li residence. He had thought that he would be able to win when he kicked just now. After all, he was just a little brat. With a kick, he would probably pee his pants immediately. However, he never expected that his leg would be fine when he kicked it, but when he retracted it, his leg could not return. Li Yueming broke his leg bones like a sugar cane. Only a layer of flesh was left. It looked very terrifying. Suffering such a heavy blow, the man instantly fell to the ground and hugged his broken calf, crying out in pain. He heard his incomparably miserable scream. Everyone in the Li residence could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. Many maids and servants who had not participated in this farce looked at the figure that looked like a god and a demon not far away. He couldn't help but tremble. So ruthless and cold. Was this still the mischievous and harmless fifth young master when he was young? It was simply unimaginable. At the side, the other short and fat man saw that his fellow disciple was defeated in the blink of an eye. An unprecedented fear instantly rose in his heart. One had to know that his level was not much different from his fellow disciple lying on the ground. The two of them sparred with each other and each had their own wins and losses. But now, his fellow disciple couldn't even withstand a single move from Li Yueming. This meant that his outcome would not be any better if he fought Li Yueming. He looked at his fellow disciple who was rolling on the ground in pain. Dense beads of sweat appeared on the fat man's forehead. Damn it! What kind of monster was this Li family's fifth young master? He was not even 7 years old, yet he had already cultivated such a terrifying body. What was the point of fighting? After finishing off one of the men, Li Yueming raised his head and looked at the short and fat man not far away. He was staring at her. The short and fat man subconsciously took 2 steps back. Li Yueming was no longer a 6-year-old child in front of him. Instead, it was a primeval beast. Li Yueming seemed to be ready to continue attacking. The short and fat man instantly cowered. He no longer dared to carry the arrogance of a martial artist. Li Yueming stopped in his tracks. He had heard of the Jiangdu Port Martial Arts School. It was a secular force under the command of a second-rate sect called the Qingyun sect. The Great Xia dynasty was respected for its martial arts. Now, it was a chaotic time, and the world was in turmoil. Therefore, he had no choice. Under such a situation where everyone was in danger, it was especially important to be able to learn martial arts. However, not everyone had the qualifications and talent to enter the sect to cultivate martial arts. He wanted to enter the sect. First of all, his martial arts talent was good. Secondly, the family conditions could not be too bad. The slightly more famous first-rate sects required their disciples' families to be at least at the level of an aristocratic family. After all, cultivating martial arts was both talented and wealthy. The humble class that relied on themselves to defy the heavens and change their fate were a minority. The conditions were so harsh. Naturally, there were very few descendants of aristocratic families who could satisfy both conditions. Therefore, he had no choice. In order to make a name for themselves, It was also for the sake of earning more money. They would choose to set up dojos in prosperous towns. Those who were not qualified to enter the sect could settle for the next best thing and choose to enter the dojo to study. Among them, the extremely talented disciples even had the opportunity to make an exception and enter the sect behind the dojo. After nearly 100 years of development, the Great Xia Empire was now filled with dojos of various sizes. It was not difficult to see through this. The Great Xia Empire had long been firmly controlled by the various sects and clans. The power of the government was rapidly declining. The two people in front of Li Yueming were the instructors of the Kingdom Port Martial Arts School. His aptitude and background were probably average. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been reduced to being a bodyguard for a businessman. He thought about it. Li Yueming stopped. Looking at the man in front of her who was covered in cold sweat, she asked, "How strong is your dojo?" Li Yueming stopped. The short and fat man finally heaved a sigh of relief. He hurriedly said, "Young Master Qing, the strength of the Hong Kong Martial Arts Dojo in Qingchuan County can be ranked in the top 3. The owner is a martial master, and his strength is not bad." After thinking for a while, the short and fat man couldn't help but carefully glance at Li Yueming and say, "If you're interested in taking a seat, I can introduce the owner to you. With your talent, you'll probably be able to pass the sex assessment and enter the Blue Cloud sect in a few years." Hearing this, Li Yueming suddenly became interested. To the current him, there was nothing new about the life of an ordinary person. He could take this opportunity to test the waters of this world's martial artists. It was as if she had seen through his intentions. The short and fat man hurriedly struck while the iron was hot and said, "Young Master, please forgive me. If you let me go, I can lead the way for you. In the future, I will follow your lead." The short and fat man was not only fat. He was also smart and tactful. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately raised their flags and surrendered. She turned around and even wanted to try hugging Li Yueming's thigh. Nonsense! The person in front of him was a 6-year-old high-level martial apprentice. If he could successfully grow up with such martial arts talent, in the future, he might be a giant thigh. If he could get close to her in advance, he might not have to think about problems for the rest of his life. As for Li Fuxian, who was that? I'm sorry. He didn't know. The relationship between the two parties was just an employment relationship. Moreover, this month's salary had not been paid yet. So what if Li Fuxian, that old bastard, was crippled? He looked at the earnest fatty in front of him. "What's your name?" Li Yueming asked. Now, he was only 6 years old. There were many things that were inconvenient for him to show his face. Taking in a clever underling could help him solve many troublesome problems. Therefore, Li Yueming had no reason to refuse. As for loyalty, Li Yueming never had to worry about his subordinates' loyalty. Hearing Li Yueming's words, the short and fat man was stunned, but he quickly came back to his senses. "I'm Wang Er Ma Zi. Young master, you can call me Wang Er or Ma Zi from now on." Wang Er Ma Zi. This name sounded like it had a lot of elements. Li Yueming glanced at him and pointed at the messy door. "Clean this place up. I don't want corpses everywhere in front of my house. Also, prepare a carriage for me as soon as possible. The horse and carriage must be the best." Wang Er Ma Zi immediately nodded and said, "Yes, sir. Give me some time. I guarantee that you will be satisfied." After giving instructions on these trivial matters, Li Yueming turned around and prepared to return to the side courtyard. But at this moment, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a few ladies not far away, whose faces had already turned pale. Daily tips, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Chapter 52, Heading to Green Harbor, 1. After explaining everything to Wang Er Ma Zi, Li Yueming turned around and prepared to return to the side hall to pack his things. After such a scene, it was obvious that he could not stay in the Li residence any longer. Fortunately, he was only 6 years old. However, his wings were already full. It was just the right time to leave this remote town and officially embark on a journey to defy the heavens and change fate. But at this moment, his gaze swept over the 4 ladies who were trembling with pale faces not far away. He thought about it. Li Yueming stopped. He then glanced at Li Fuxian, who was lying on the ground and peeing in his pants. He walked forward slowly and pointed at Li Fuxian. "Moms, you don't want to become like him, do you?" The 4 madams looked terrified. Obviously. At this moment, Li Yueming was like a demon from hell in their eyes. It could choose to devour someone at any time. He looked at Li Yueming's cold gaze. The 4 madams shook their heads in unison. First madam swallowed a mouthful of saliva in front of Li Yueming. She was afraid that she would provoke Li Yueming and said carefully, "Fifth brother, we have something to say, let's talk things out." Li Yueming didn't give her the chance to play the emotional card. He interrupted her and said coldly, "I'll give you 2 choices now. First, I will personally cripple your legs." The madams looked at Li Fuxian, who was still twitching not far away. He then looked at the servants who had suffered heavy casualties. He was instantly scared out of his wits and cried, "Fifth brother, you can't do this." Li Yueming's face was cold. He was not moved at all. "Second, kneel down and apologize to my mother. If you are sincere enough, I can consider sparing your lives." Hearing this, the madams didn't have the time to cry. Li Yueming's coldness had already scared them out of their wits. At this moment, as long as there was a glimmer of hope to save his life, therefore, he had no choice. The 4 of them did not hesitate. Hurriedly, he rushed to the entrance of the side hall and knelt down. "Xiao Kui, you're a big man who doesn't hold grudges against me. Please be kind and spare us." His mother had yet to come to her senses. He looked at the madams kneeling in a row. After a long silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. He raised his palm. Suddenly, he gave her a few big slaps. Lady Wang's face instantly turned red and swollen. As he fought, his mother cursed, "How dare you deduct our monthly rations every month? How dare you order your servants to send us the food that we have searched for?" Li Yueming took a glance. His cheap mother was really ruthless. Half of First Madam's face swelled up after 2 aggressive slaps. It was really well done. Li Yueming stopped Wang Ermeizi, who was busy cleaning up the blood. He pointed at his cheap mother not far away and said, "Watch out for me. If my mom is tired and still hasn't calmed down, it's your turn." Wang Ermeizi's face twitched. Good heavens! If he came, wouldn't he be sent to hell with 2 slaps? After instructing Wang Ermeizi to keep an eye on them, Li Yueming left without looking back. He had been raised by his cheap mother since he was young. There was no real relationship between him and the Li residents. Therefore, he had no choice in terms of kinship and bonds. To him, it was completely nonsense. The reason why he was so ruthless to Li Fuxian and the few madams, the biggest reason was that this family had ruined his mother's youth. After all, until now, the only person Li Yueming cared about in this world was his cheap mother. Therefore, he had no choice. As a son, after Li Yueming's wings were fully grown, he naturally had to vent his anger on his cheap mother. As for the fate of the madams, Li Yueming didn't care at all. It was obvious. The future of the reincarnators was destined to be limited to a small Gyulo town. To put it in a big way, even the central plains of Huaxia might not be able to accommodate a flood dragon like him. Under such circumstances, whether it was the Li family or the few madams, they were not even ants in Li. Why bother with a bunch of ants? Defying the heavens and changing fate successfully. When you were 6 years old, you trained your iron will and developed a super strong physique. You also successfully defeated all the servants of the Li residence and 2 personal guards of the martial apprentice realm. This time, the score of the reincarnation mark has increased slightly. Additional reward of 2000 reincarnation points. Not long after he left, the voice of the reincarnation mark sounded in Li Yueming's ears. Obviously, his actions today had completely overturned his tragic fate of being poisoned to death. The reward for the simulation mark was quite generous. It directly gave him 2000 reincarnation points. This was the first time Li Yueming had changed his fate. The reincarnations points awarded for subsequent life changes would only increase exponentially on this basis. Thinking of this, Li Yueming could not wait to stretch his wings and take a good look at this strange martial arts world. The next day, Li Yueming and his mother packed their luggage overnight. Wang Ermeizi also drove the carriage to the entrance of the folk prescription on time. He helped Li Yueming put his luggage into the back seat of the carriage. The 3 of them greeted the morning sun and quietly left this quiet town. This time, Li Yueming's destination was Qingde Port, which was more than 300 kilometers southeast of the town. On the way, Li Yueming was in a dilemma. His cheap mother stripped him of his clothes without any explanation. He then carefully gave a full-body checkup. After confirming that his son was unharmed, only then did his mother heave a sigh of relief. To be honest, everything that happened yesterday was more like a dream to her. However, regardless of whether Li Fuxian was crippled or not, or personally slap a few detestable ladies, everything was so real. As for her, as the person who should have understood Li Yueming the most, she had seen the side of her son that no one knew about. Swift and decisive, cold and ruthless. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. Fortunately, after a night of calm, now, his cheap mother had already accepted everything. After all, Li Yueming was a piece of meat that fell out of her stomach. Yesterday, he had even helped her vent her anger, allowing her to vent all the resentment and grievances that had been accumulated in her heart for many years. As for Li Yueming's other secrets, why would an uncultured woman like her pursue this matter? She only wanted to know that Li Yueming was her son. That was enough. He finally broke free from his mother's hand. Li Yueming blushed and put on his clothes. Fortunately, no one else saw this scene. Otherwise, his face as a reincarnator would probably be completely lost. Seeing this situation, his cheap mother smiled. "How old are you, a little kid? The earthworm is not even the size of a melon seed, and you already know how to be shy." Instantly, Li Yueming's face darkened. He was rubbing salt in the wound. Too much. Outside the carriage, in order to get closer to Li Yueming, Wang Ermeizi took the initiative to introduce the current situation of Qingde Port to him. According to his introduction, Li Yueming had gained a deeper understanding of the port. Qingde Port was not worth mentioning in the Great Xia dynasty. However, in Clear Spring County, it was undoubtedly the largest port. Because of its natural and favorable geographical conditions, it was even more prosperous than the ordinary big cities in the inland. That's why almost all the second-rate sects in Qingyun County had opened dojos in Qingde Harbor. This directly caused the presence of the government in Qingde Port to be extremely thin. In addition, there were often many foreign ships docked at the port. Not to mention the merchant ships. Many of them were pirate ships that did not dare to stop at the big port for supplies. It was not only filled with pirates. They were also carrying many stowaways from other countries. All in all, the various forces in Qingde Port were mixed together. There were all kinds of people. It was a famous chaotic place within a few hundred kilometers. Compared to being cultured and reasonable, in Qingde Port, only a hard fist could speak. Daily tips, recommendation tickets, monthly votes. Those who like to watch can stay, and those who don't like to watch can go out and turn left. I didn't beg anyone to watch the whole time, nor did I ask you to pay a single cent. Don't mess with my mentality, or else I'll blacklist you all. Chapter 53, The World is Unequal, The Cruel Li Yueming. 1. Along the way. With the help of Wang Ermei's information channel, Li Yueming learned a lot about Qingde Port. He drove the carriage and stopped all the way. Along the way, they also encountered many bandits who ran amok everywhere. However, after discovering that Wang Ermei was a martial artist, he was shocked. Most of the bandits gave up on the idea of attacking. After all, it was not a last resort. Bandits wouldn't go so far as to look for trouble and rob martial artists. The journey was filled with danger. About 2 days later, the three of them stopped outside a towering city wall. Li Yueming lifted the curtain of the carriage and glanced at the city wall. Where is this? Have we arrived at Qingde Harbor? In front. Young master, Wang Ermei explained with a smile, this place is called Li Gang City. After passing through Li Gang City, we are less than 30 kilometers away from Qingde Port. Under normal circumstances, martial artists would gather the latest information on Qingde Port before entering the city. This way, they would not get into trouble when entering Qingde Port. Hearing this, Li Yueming nodded. Wang Ermei understood Qingde Port. However, the last time he came here was half a year ago. Given the level of chaos in Qingde Port, half a year's time was more than enough for the forces of Qingde Port to wash their hands. Therefore, he had no choice. It was still very necessary to gather the latest information. Li Yueming didn't say anything else. He closed the curtain and closed his eyes. Then, he began to use his 2 top-grade talents, Infinite Deduction and Martial Deo Supreme. He was trying to create a more powerful body tempering technique. Now, the strength of his physique had already reached a threshold. Normal training could no longer increase his physical strength. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming had been thinking about how to forge a new body forging technique along the way. He would strive to polish every inch of his muscles to perfection. Outside the carriage, Wang Ermei skillfully drove the carriage to the outskirts of the city. The so-called city was only slightly larger than Gulo town, with an additional 10-meter-tall city wall and dozens of untrained patrolling guards. However, compared to Gulo town, the population of Port City was much higher. There were hundreds of merchants and farmers queuing up to enter the city. Wang Ermei was riding on a tall horse, and behind him was a magnificent carriage. It was obvious that he was not an easy person to deal with. In fact, he did have the right to be arrogant. There was a special passage for martial artists outside the queue for ordinary people. After showing the token, Wang Ermei drove the carriage smoothly. Although the surrounding crowd had been cut off in such a high-profile manner. However, none of them dared to say anything. He could only lower his head and pretend that he did not see it. On the city gate not far away, many soldiers also saw this scene. Someone whistled. There's a big family here. Do you want to go and take a look? The captain guarding the door was obviously tempted at first. However, when they saw Wang Ermei, who was driving the carriage, enter the martial artist passageway, his expression changed. It was obvious that he was familiar with Wang Ermei. He put on a warm smile. The captain of the city guard rushed up and held the reins for Wang Ermei. Second Master Wang, it's been a while since you've come to our port city. Wang Ermei glanced at the captain guarding the door. How is it? Have you made a fortune recently? The captain gave a knowing expression, but he complained, hey, it's hard to be in this line of work. How can you make a fortune? Brother Wang, you're still the most dashing one. The two of them exchanged a few pleasantries. Wang Ermei took out a few taels of silver from his pocket and said, give me some face and help this brother find an inn with a good reputation recently. The extra money will be used as tea money. The captain looked at the silver taels with a greedy expression. However, he shook his head like a rattle drum. He rejected with all his might. Brother Wang, you're treating me like an outsider. If there's anything you need my help with, just let me know. I wouldn't dare to take your money. Nonsense. Wang Ermeza was an outstanding martial apprentice. Although he wasn't doing particularly well. However, it was not someone the captain could afford to offend. In fact, if he wasn't wearing this armor, he probably didn't even have the right to call Wang Ermeza his brother. Naturally, he did not dare to accept Wang Ermeza's money. Wang Ermeza looked unhappy. If it was normal, he definitely wouldn't waste too much time with this guy. However, these 2 days were the trial period for him to run errands for Li Yueming. Therefore, everything is to seek stability for the above. He only wanted to leave the best first impression on Li Yueming. Therefore, he had no choice. Just as the two of them were still exchanging pleasantries. At the foot of the city wall, a little girl of 3 or 4 years old rushed over with a broken bowl. Wang Ermeza didn't notice. He mustered up his courage and knocked on the wooden skeleton on the side of the carriage. He heard a sound. Li Yueming woke up from his deduction. He frowned and lifted the curtain. He saw a short and thin little girl in tattered clothes looking at him pitifully. Li Yueming glanced around. Soon, he noticed a scar-faced man not far from the city looking at them. Seeing this scene, Li Yueming suddenly understood. "What are you doing?" he asked patiently. The little girl raised the broken bowl and whispered, "Brother, Roer's mother is dying soon. Can you send Roer some money to treat her mother?" Hearing this, Li Yueming was silent for a moment, but he did not refuse. "Wait a moment." He closed the curtain and took out a few taels of silver from his purse. He reached out and handed it to the little girl. "Take it." He did not give too much. It was probably enough to buy more than 10 sets of medicinal herbs. The little girl took the silver. Taking a few steps back, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the carriage. Then, she jogged back. He watched her leave. Then, he looked at the land that was filled with people. Li Yueming sighed. If things went as expected, that little girl was probably just an outpost sent by Scarface. It was to test the strength of their carriage. Therefore, he had no choice. From the moment Li Yueming lifted the curtain, it was very likely that they had already been targeted as fat sheep. After all, other than Li Yueming, a 6-year-old child, and a young woman, there were no other adult men in the carriage. It was obvious that they were pushovers. The world is not peaceful, and bandits are rampant everywhere. Even martial artists. If one was not careful, there would be a bloody disaster in the cities around Kingda Port. Other than this small episode, everything else went smoothly. Under Wang Ermeza's arrangements, Li Yueming and the other two checked into a reputable inn in the evening. Immediately after, Wang Ermeza began to arrange food for him. Basically, they did not care about the cost. She picked the best and most expensive ones in the inn and sent them to him. He looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes. Li Yueming reached out and called Wang Ermeza over. Regarding this, Wang Ermeza was a little nervous. Obviously, he was afraid that there would be any negligence or mistakes in his arrangements, and he was even more afraid that Li Yueming would expose his little idea of showing off. As a result, he lost the thigh that he had already hugged. Li Yueming could tell that he was nervous. She waved her hand to signal him to calm down. He picked up a piece of fresh and tender seafood and put it into his mouth. Although it was not particularly amazing in terms of taste. Fortunately, the fish meat itself was a top-notch ingredient shipped from Kingda Port. It was fresh and fragrant enough, and should be considered a very good delicacy in this world. They ate their food. Li Yueming asked unhurriedly, "Where is your hometown?" Wang Ermeza looked puzzled. Before Li Yueming opened his mouth, he had imagined 10,000 ways to ask. He also thought of many ways to answer the questions. However, he did not expect Li Yueming to ask where his hometown was. confused. Wang Ermeza could only tell the truth. Young master, my hometown is in Clear Spring Town. My family used to study. It was only in my generation that I switched to martial arts. Then do you think this world is fair? Li Yueming asked. Wang Ermeza was even more confused. He thought about it. He could only reply truthfully, it's naturally unfair. Li Yueming smiled and didn't reply. Wang Ermeza looked like a thief, but he was still somewhat knowledgeable. It was just that he was better at disguising himself. At this moment, Li Yueming seemed to sigh. Young master, what does this problem that the government hasn't solved have to do with us martial artists? There are too many sufferings in the world. We can't manage them at all. How could Li Yueming not know this logic? He could only think of the little girl who was begging for her money during the day. Then, he looked at the table full of sumptuous dishes in front of him. Li Yueming no longer had the appetite to continue eating. Fortunately, he threw down his chopsticks and stood up. Forget it, this meal is tasteless. Let's go out and kill a few people. Wang Ermeza was speechless. After lamenting that the world was unfair, he had to kill a few people to liven things up. What kind of logic was this? This was too brutal. Chapter 54, A Straight Leg Through the Intestines. Looking at the sumptuous dishes on the table, Li Yueming did not have much appetite. He threw his chopsticks aside and stood up. I'm not eating anymore. Let's go out and kill some people. He looked at the murderous Li Yueming in front of him. To be honest, Wang Ermeza felt numb. Big brother. Did he have to be so fierce? Wasn't it too irritable to kill someone without a word? But before he could react, Li Yueming had already stood up and pushed the door open. He couldn't stop it. Wang Ermeza could only brace himself and follow. When they passed by the inn's lobby, the waiter saw that the two of them were about to go out and specially instructed, "Sir, our port city is very chaotic at night. The officers don't even dare to interfere. If you must go out, you must be careful." Li Yueming nodded to indicate that he understood. After throwing a few silver coins to the waiter, he left with Wang Ermeza without looking back. The waiter sighed silently as he watched the two of them leave. Based on his experience in receiving guests all year round, he could tell that this was the case. The two people in front of him were obviously a master and a servant. This child was a down-and-out young master from some unknown place in the mainland. Did he think that Li Gang City was just a small piece of land in front of his house? From a certain perspective, the port was actually a transit station for all kinds of goods in Qingda Port. It was responsible for the docking of supplies between the inland and the port. This was the hub of goods, and it was also one of the gathering places of the various large dock gangs. The security was only slightly better than Qingda Port. During the day, there might be a few soldiers patrolling the streets. However, when night fell, the yeomen and the soldiers all closed their doors and disappeared. Therefore, he had no choice. Under normal circumstances, very few people would go out at night. However, as a shop owner, the waiter had already kindly reminded him. As for whether Li Yueming listened or not, it was not within his scope of interference. The moment he stepped out of the inn, Li Yueming instantly felt that there seemed to be someone looking at them from the building opposite the inn. As expected, during the day, those guys had targeted the widow and her son. They even sent a few scouts to watch their every move. The only question now was how patient these guys were. Would they attack him directly in the city? He ignored the hidden sentries opposite him. After all, killing this stalker would not do Li Yueming any good other than alerting him. The two of them walked out along the street in front of the inn. On the way, Wang Ermeza was extremely nervous. They had only walked less than 500 meters. He could already feel no less than 5 waves of gazes staring at the two of them. 3 of them were martial artists. However, it was a little strange to see the two of them walking around at night. In the end, he did not choose to attack. However, after strolling around like this, sooner or later, someone would not be able to hold back and make a move. This time, Wang Ermeize finally understood what it meant to be cruel. Wandering around in the middle of the night without sleeping. Was young master's fist already so hard? Wang Ermeize was extremely nervous. The two of them spent half an hour walking around the street. During this process, there were also a few ignorant hooligans who came out to cause trouble. However, Li Yueming didn't need to do anything. Wang Ermeize could easily deal with them. In the end, Li Yueming thought that those guys in the dark wouldn't attack him in the city. After all, there were many people in the city. Normally, it was not a good place to kill people and rob goods. However, when they passed by an alley, the fish that Li Yueming had been waiting for finally bit the hook. The scar-faced man who had been scouting outside the city during the day rushed into the alley with a few masked men in black. A group of men in black blocked Li Yueming and Wang Ermeize in the middle of the alley. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming smiled and said, "I thought I would have to spend more effort. It seems that I overestimated you." Hearing Li Yueming's words, Scarface's pupils contracted. He believed that there should not be any flaws in the process of scouting and tracking. But now, Li Yueming's calmness was a little strange. Scarface quickly looked around, afraid that he had fallen into Li Yueming's trance. However, there was no abnormal movement in the surroundings after being nervous for a long time. Scarface finally came back to his senses. Li Yueming was a newcomer. How could they have set up an ambush in the city? Thinking of this, Scarface pulled out his huge sword from his waist and said angrily, "Little bastard, you dare to trick your grandfather? It would be good to sell the ship to those foreigners later." According to his careful observation, Li Yueming was probably a descendant of a wealthy family who had escaped from the mainland. They must have done something wrong in the mainland, which was why the widow and the orphan had come to Kingdom Port in a carriage to hide. Such a thing was not rare in Kingdom Port. And these descendants all had a common characteristic. They were often very rich. Therefore, he had no choice. In the eyes of a local gang like Scarface, these big dogs from other places were like super fat sheep that were at the mercy of others. Li Yueming didn't respond. Scarface suppressed the anger in his heart and waved his hand. "Brothers, be careful later. Don't hurt this young master." After he finished speaking, the men in black blocking both ends of the alley quickly rushed up. However, it was obvious that no one took the 6-year-old Li Yueming seriously. Therefore, he had no choice. The targets of the men in black were all Wang Ermeize, who was a high-level martial apprentice not far away. After all, as long as they subdued Wang Ermeize, wouldn't Li Yueming, a pampered young master, be able to do whatever he wanted? However, just as Wang Ermeize was about to grit his teeth and receive the attack, Li Yueming suddenly raised his leg and took the opportunity to kick diagonally upward. He kicked a man in black who was passing by him. At this moment, the man in black was completely focused on Wang Ermeize. Naturally, he was not prepared for Li Yueming's attack. Then, in the next second, he paid a heavy price for it. Puchi! Li Yueming's kick landed squarely on the man in black's abdomen. The huge force from the tip of his foot directly broke several ribs in the black-clothed man's chest and abdomen. And this was not the most terrifying part. The most hair-raising thing was that Li Yueming's toes were like knives. It directly pierced through the black-clothed man's entire chest and abdomen. This sudden scene shocked everyone except Wang Ermeize. The men in black all stopped in their tracks. He turned around and looked at everything in a daze. At this moment, the alley was alight. Everything became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Li Yueming lightly shook his toes. The black-clothed man who was kicked knelt on the ground, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. But even so, his eyes were still filled with confusion. It was obvious that even when he was on the verge of death, the man in black still did not understand what had happened. He retracted his leg. He looked at the remaining dozen or so men in black. Li Yueming's face revealed a rare excitement. It was not challenging for him to fight against a group of ordinary people in the Li residence. Now, the weakest among the surrounding black-clothed men were martial apprentices. The leader, Scarface, was one of the best among the martial apprentices. He could use this opportunity to test the extent of his current combat strength. Thinking of this, Li Yueming licked his lips. Don't just stand there. If you don't want to die, hurry up and attack together. At this moment, only then did the group of men in black wake up. He looked at Li Yueming, who was like a fierce tiger not far away. The expressions of many men in black changed. F***ck. Where did this kid come from? Chapter 55, Outsiders Who Don't Care About Martial Arts. 1. In the alley. He looked at the blood on Li Yueming's toes. The members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood couldn't help but swallow. Obviously, it was hard for them to imagine how this child, who looked less than 10 years old, did it. A kick had actually pierced through the chest of one of their gang members. But now, no matter how stupid they were, he had already begun to feel that something was wrong. Although the child not far away was young, the aura emitted from his body was not small at all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Scarface's expression turned serious as he looked at the calm Li Yueming. There was a long silence. The rarely seen. Instead, he cupped his fists with his ring-shaped saber and said, "I didn't expect young hero to have such extraordinary skills at such a young age. May I ask where your master is?" "I am the leader of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, Ma Dongzi." Before he finished listening, Yu Mingming interrupted him. He waved his hand impatiently. "I don't have a master, and I don't have any background. Hurry up and continue fighting. If you continue to dawdle, don't blame me for being rude." The martial world was not about fighting and killing. The martial world was about the ways of the world. Of course, Li Yueming also understood this logic. However, as an outsider, Li Yueming was obviously not going to abide by this rule. Scarface was speechless. Damn it! This kid didn't play by the rules. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Scarface finally stopped being distracted. The vicious aura on his body was also stimulated. The countless days of licking blood on the blade were not in vain. He raised his broadsword and gave his brothers a look. Instantly, all the men in black drew their weapons. He suddenly pounced towards Li Yueming. Li Yueming lifted his leg. He grabbed the saber on the waist of the man in black on the ground. A black shadow pounced over. Li Yueming unsheathed his saber. In the next second, ding, 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 chiang. Sparks kept flashing. The sound of several weapons colliding could be heard. Li Yueming was blocked by 4 long blades. One side defended while the other attacked. Li Yueming supported himself with his arms to prevent the blades from falling. In contrast, the 4 men in black from the Iron Fist Brotherhood were also doing their best to slash down. It was a stalemate for a moment. The members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood were even more shocked. One had to know that the 4 of them were working together now. Li Yueming was just a person with a knife. But even so. However, he still managed to block the 4 of them's fatal attacks. Without a doubt, the opponent's physical fitness was so strong that he did not seem like an ordinary martial apprentice. This kind of power. Perhaps only martial masters who had condensed their inner chi could match him? The thought of the child in front of him being a 6-year-old prospective martial master. The members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood didn't even know whether they were crazy or the world was crazy. Of course. Even so, the few of them could tell that Ming Li couldn't hold on much longer. After all, no matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to withstand the full force attacks of 4 adult martial apprentices on his own. That was enough. One had to know that the Brotherhood Alliance had sent more than 4 people this time. As long as he could restrain Li Yueming. The following battle lost its suspense. As expected. The gang leader, Scarface, also rushed over. The ring-shaped broadsword drew an arc in the air. The cold blade light slashed fiercely towards Li Yueming. Scarface shouted as he exerted his strength, slash. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's expression finally turned serious. For his current 6-year-old body, it was indeed very difficult for him to withstand the attacks of an adult martial artist. But at this moment, as the battle gradually entered its state, Li Yueming had also released all his restraints. While fighting, Li Yueming began to use infinite deduction and his supreme martial arts talent to condense his moves and combat techniques. In the previous sequence 3 Wasteland World, Li Yueming spent most of his energy on deducing the breathing technique. In battle, he would also rely on his breathing technique and powerful physique to suppress them. He had never really honed his combat skills. And now, he wanted to achieve unparalleled achievements in this world of martial arts. Li Yueming had to strengthen every inch of his martial arts foundation. He took a deep breath. The breathing technique began to operate at full force. Every pore on Li Yueming's body was opened, and he was breathing in the oxygen in the air. He looked at the ring-shaped saber that was getting closer and closer to him. Li Yueming used his full strength to unleash his superclass. He suddenly sent the 4 sabers that were restraining him flying. He flicked the long saber in his hand. Instantly, the ring-shaped broadsword in Scarface's hand was pushed away by 2 inches, and he dodged the fatal attack by a hair's breadth. Scarface didn't have time to change his posture. Li Yueming was already prepared. The hilt of the saber suddenly knocked down. It struck the back of Scarface's hand at lightning speed. Under the pain, Scarface could only let go of the ring-shaped broadsword in his hand. Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony. He kicked him into the air. Then, he stomped his foot. Scarface, who had been hit by a second company, was smashed to the ground like a cannonball. Even if he didn't die, he probably wouldn't live for long. There were also a few members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood who charged towards Li Yueming. Li Yueming didn't even blink. He suddenly rushed out from where he was. The arc drawn by the long saber was elegant and gorgeous. The few Brotherhood members who met him were beheaded in the blink of an eye. His head fell to the ground. Blood started to spurt out crazily. The supreme martial artist talent could increase Li Yueming's comprehension speed of martial arts techniques and moves. In addition, he could also predict the enemy's attack method and direction of force at any time. It could be said that without the interference of a higher level of power, the situation would be different. Li Yueming was an undefeatable god of war in a battle of the same level. In the blink of an eye, the alleyway was dyed red. The members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood who thought that they were in a good situation were so scared that they wet their pants. Even if their heads were split open, they couldn't imagine how powerful Li Yueming was. Li Yueming walked past them with the scarred face's ring-shaped broadsword in hand. After taking a glance, he did not continue to kill. He went straight to the scar-faced man who had fallen to the ground and had yet to get up. She placed the bloody saber against his neck and said coldly, "Where's the little girl from this afternoon?" He looked at the long saber on his neck. Scarface struggled to get up. Li Yueming looked down at him. He did not stop them. Before he activated the breathing technique, Li Yueming could already kick someone's intestines. After activating the breathing technique, Li Yueming's bodily functions increased exponentially. Even if Scarface's physical condition was much stronger than that member's. However, there was definitely no way for him to resist it with his physical body. Li Yueming was already merciful enough that he didn't smash Scarface into pieces. Scarface naturally couldn't fight back. He tried a few times. After realizing that he could not get up no matter what, Scarface accepted his fate. Lying on the ground, he coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood. Pfft! You're a foreigner who doesn't care about martial arts. Sooner or later, you'll be attacked by a group of people. Obviously. Scarface knew that he would not survive. Therefore, he didn't give Li Yueming any face at all. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming immediately raised his hand and slashed down, giving him a quick death. Then, he turned around and looked at the remaining 4 members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. He did not speak. However, his murderous look still made people shudder. She looked at the long saber in his hand that was still emitting steam. The remaining few people could not help but swallow their saliva. They trembled and said, "Big, big, big, brother, if you have anything to ask, just ask. We'll tell you everything we know." I can't say enough. One had to know that this group of sect members were the ones who licked blood all year round. But now, she was scared by a child like Li Yueming. One could imagine how powerful Li Yueming was at this moment. Chapter 56, Massacring the Iron Fist Brotherhood. He looked at the trembling people in front of him. "Who are you?" Li Yueming asked. After hearing the question, "We're members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood's branch in the port city," one of them said hurriedly. "The scar-faced man just now is called Ma Dongzi. He's the leader of our port city branch." Hearing the word brotherhood, Li Yueming's face revealed a look of realization. In the afternoon, Li Yueming had also asked around for some information in the city. The Brotherhood of Departure was very famous in the towns and villages around the city. Transportation, going out to sea, burning, killing, and looting. All in all, the members of this gang would do whatever they could to earn money. He could be considered a model of bullying men and women. The government had once sent troops to wipe out a stronghold of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. The next day, the county magistrate's head was hung on the city wall. She didn't even let go of the pregnant rat at the door. One could imagine how arrogant they were. Of course, the other gangs around Kingdom Port had similar styles as the Iron Fist Brotherhood. There were only a few sects that were considered to be more ethical. In addition, according to Wang Ermeizi, it was as if there were various sects behind the dojos that opened everywhere. Behind the gang were the aristocratic families from all over China. It could be considered the white gloves used by those aristocratic families. At this point, Li Yueming was no longer interested in asking. "Where's the little girl you sent today?" he asked, changing the topic to the little girl from before. For some reason, Li Yueming was very concerned. To him, a reincarnator. Under normal circumstances, the only existence that could make him feel special was the native child of destiny of the reincarnation world. The so-called children of fate were creatures that were favored by the consciousness of the world. They could be humans, animals, or even items. It was born with a specific mission. Therefore, if one could bring the son of destiny to their side, the reincarnator could be infected with the characteristics of the son of destiny to a certain extent. Li Yueming's unlikable behavior in this world might not be so despised by the world's will. There were many benefits. Therefore, Li Yueming naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Hearing this question, a few Brotherhood members opened their mouths and hesitated. Regarding this, Li Yueming's response was simple. He raised his ring-shaped broadsword and swung it lightly. Immediately, another head fell to the ground. This time, their psychological defenses had completely collapsed. "That group of children has already been sent to Kingdom Port overnight today," he confessed. "They'll probably be sold to the Free State as slaves." Hearing this, Li Yueming's face instantly fell. When he lifted the curtain earlier, actually, he already felt that it was a little strange. He only came back to his senses when it was time to eat. He didn't expect that in just a few hours, the girl named Xiaoro would be sent to Kingdom Port. He thought about it. "Today?" Li Yueming asked. A few Brotherhood members had already collapsed at this moment. They did not resist at all and said, after those children are sent over, they will have to be appraised. The better ones will even be auctioned off, therefore, it shouldn't be so fast. A normal child would only be sold after 2 or 3 days. Hearing this, Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Wang Ermeizi, who was still in a daze not far away. He casually threw the long saber into his hand. He walked out of the alley. When they returned to the inn, the waiter was still checking the account books left in the daytime. She subconsciously looked up when she heard the knock on the door. This glance almost scared him out of his wits. He sized up Li Yueming for a long time. He finally recognized Li Yueming. Good heavens! Wasn't this the young master from before? It had only been less than 2 hours. He was educated by the local gangs in Ligong City. He looked at the bloodstains all over his body. The waiter couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, customer, why do you think you're going out in the middle of the night? I've already reminded you that it's not peaceful at night in Ligong City. As he spoke, the waiter stood up and asked, do you want me to help you get a doctor to treat your injuries? However, they had agreed that the cost of hiring a doctor at night would be 5 times higher than during the day. Obviously, the waiter thought that Li Yueming had escaped after being robbed. Looking at the bloodstains all over his body, he must have suffered a lot of injuries. That was why she was so kind as to call a doctor for him. As an inn that could continue to operate steadily in the city, it was not a bad idea. Of course, the waiter had a certain background. Ordinary sects did not dare to cause trouble near the inn. However, to his surprise, Li Yueming casually waved his hand and said, no, thank you for your kindness. As he spoke, Li Yueming took out a few silver coins from his pocket and said, "Ls, there's still hot water. I want to take a shower and change my clothes." The waiter was speechless. He looked at Li Yueming from head to toe. After making sure that Li Yueming was not out of his mind, he said, "Sir, you're still bleeding. Why don't you call a doctor? If you die here, it will affect the reputation of the inn." Li Yueming raised his hand to take a look. He realized that his arm really did seem to be dripping blood. After a careful examination, he said, "Oh, this blood is not mine. I'm really fine. Don't worry." Seeing that he didn't care at all, the waiter finally stopped talking. However, the way he looked at Li Yueming was still shocking. He took the silver. He brought Li Yueming to the bathroom door. After that, the waiter left. Before she could even sigh when she returned to the counter. However, another bloody figure appeared at the door of the guest room. Wang Ermeizi casually entered the inn and said to the waiter, "Boss, is my young master back yet?" The waiter sized him up. It wasn't easy for him to recognize her. "Oh, she's taking a shower," she said mechanically. Wang Ermeizi paused. His voice couldn't help but become much softer. "Are there any other places to bathe?" "I want to bathe too," she said quietly. The waiter was numb. Even though he was used to seeing all kinds of strange things in this port city. However, this was the first time he had seen such a scene. It was simply an eye-opener for him. "Are you sure you don't want to find a doctor first?" Wang Ermeizi raised his eyebrows. "What are you talking about? How can I be at a disadvantage if I follow young master? Hurry up and get me a bucket of water to take a bath. The blood of this damn Iron Fist Brotherhood stinks." After showering, Li Yueming changed his clothes and returned to the guest room. After finding a place to sit down, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the gains from these battles. Just now, he and Wang Ermeizi had split up and killed more than half of the members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood's departure branch. Of course, Li Yueming was the one who had bitten off the hard bone. VV, Yukt 1L Vili I Sen Love Level? NPHL 1ES Siliu people. After more than 2 hours, they had killed a lot of people in the city. Such a high-intensity battle. It was undoubtedly a huge improvement for Li Yueming. With the help of the deduction system and the supreme constitution of martial arts, Li Yueming's combat strength had increased by 30% after several battles. All kinds of battle awareness and experience were added. In addition, Li Yueming had some enlightenment in the middle of the battle. He seemed to know how to polish his body to the most perfect peak state. This bloody massacre had caused a huge commotion. The news of the Iron Fist Brotherhood being massacred would probably spread throughout the streets and alleys of the city. Information about him would likely be dug out by various factions. However, this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. He had already decided to leave for Kingdom Port the next morning. After all, if the little girl was really the child of destiny, bringing her along would be of great help to him in changing his fate. Of course, Li Yueming couldn't be indifferent to such an important help. In addition, he was already amazed by the chaos in Port City. What kind of surprise would Kingda Harbor, which was even more chaotic than the city, bring him? Regarding this, Li Yueming was curious. Chapter 57, The Great Hero of Ligong City. He had digested all the experience he had gained from the battle that night. Li Yueming glanced at the sky outside the window. Although it was still dark. However, the sound of porters and carriages could already be heard on the street outside the inn. Most of the fishermen in Kingdom Port went out to sea to catch fish in the early hours of the morning. They would drive their fishing boats back to land at dawn. The word fresh was very important for seafood. Therefore, he had no choice. The fish that were fished up in the middle of the night would be loaded onto carriages and sent inland as soon as they reached the shore. Now that he heard the sound of the carriage, it meant that dawn was not far away. Li Yueming closed his eyes and rested for a while. Fortunately, his current physical fitness was already extraordinary. He didn't care if he had to endure for a day or two. Half an hour later, Wang Ermeiza eagerly fetched a bucket of water and knocked on Li Yueming's door. He took the towel and washed his face. "Is my mom awake?" Li Yueming asked. "Young master, madam is awake. She's washing up now," Wang Ermeiza said with a submissive expression. After the battle last night. Now, Wang Ermeiza had completely accepted his identity as a servant, both mentally and physically. He even felt a little proud of it. Even though Li Yueming was only 6 years old, the strength he displayed was no less than that of an ordinary martial master. A 6-year-old prospective martial master. What kind of concept was this? Following such a boss wasn't better than him not being able to eat a mouthful of warm incense even if he went out to eat shit? Hearing his answer, Li Yueming stood up and said, "Then let's set off as soon as possible." Wang Ermeiza looked a little conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he finally said, "We just destroyed a branch of the Iron Fist Brotherhood yesterday. Today, we're going to the headquarters of Kingdom Port. Is this really okay?" Li Yueming waved his hand. "If I stay here, I'll be found sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether it's earlier or later." Wang Ermeiza thought about it. Based on the combat strength that Li Yueming had displayed last night, even if the Iron Fist Brotherhood took revenge on them, as long as they weren't surrounded by their main forces, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. After thinking through everything, Wang Ermeiza nodded. Young master is right. No matter how powerful the Iron Fist Brotherhood is, it's just an idle gang. As long as young master successfully joins the dojo, they won't dare to fart when they see us in the future. Under normal circumstances, the city gates of the inland cities should open around 6 in the morning. However, as a coastal city, the city gates were already wide open at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Port cities like Kingdom Port were even more exaggerated. It was said that many times, the city gates were not closed 24 hours a day. About 15 minutes later, the three of them packed their luggage and went to the guest room. The waiter had already changed shifts. At this moment, the innkeeper was in charge of the counter. The moment he saw them come down, The steward sized them up and then beamed with joy. "Customer, are you checking out? The horse must have fed enough grass, right?" Wang Meizi said impatiently. The shopkeeper nodded. "We fed you the best fodder. We even trimmed your hooves and reinforced the hoof nails." Wang Meizi was slightly satisfied after hearing this. Seeing this situation, the shopkeeper took out the deposit for the three of them from the counter. "Three masters, something big happened in the city last night. Did you know?" Hearing this, Li Yueming and Wang Meizi's expressions didn't change much. The commotion last night was indeed very big. It was impossible to not be discovered. It was precisely because he didn't want to get into too much trouble here that Li Yueming prepared to leave the city early in the morning. However, they had clearly underestimated the speed of information transmission. The sky was still dark. Even the innkeeper had heard the news. Seeing that the two of them were silent, the shopkeeper did not continue asking. After all, it didn't matter what Li Yueming and the others did. As long as they paid the room fee, the inn would not have much to do with them. The reason why he mentioned it was because it was just a reminder to the two of them. Obviously, Li Yueming also understood the insinuation of the shopkeeper. He thought about it. "Shopkeeper, can we leave the city now?" Li Yueming asked tentatively. The shopkeeper glanced at Li Yueming but didn't say anything. Beside him, Wang Meizi thoughtfully placed 2 pieces of silver. The shopkeeper then continued, "Of course, we can leave the city. After all, the government and the gangs are not on the same side. However, the Iron Fist Brotherhood is notorious and committed all kinds of crimes. They have quite a bit of power around Qingdu Port. Are the 3 masters going to Qingdu Port?" Li Yueming nodded. "Then you have to be careful," the shopkeeper reminded. "Qingdu Port is the headquarters of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. I heard that there are martial masters guarding it. Regarding this, thank you for your reminder, shopkeeper. We will be careful," Li Yueming said with a smile. To him, as long as he could leave the city, other threats were not a problem. The shopkeeper nodded. After putting away the silver pieces on the counter, he went back to his work. The 3 of them came to the stables from the side door. The waiter in charge of the stable helped them feed the horses one last time. The few of them left the inn in a carriage and headed towards the city gate. Early in the morning, the city was very lively. A merchant selling steamed buns. A porter carrying goods with his feet and shoulders. There were even porters pulling rickshaws. Many carriages came and went like the wind on the wide street, carrying all kinds of supplies to and from the port. If one ignored the pale faces of the people at the bottom of the society, it looked like a lively and prosperous scene. Sitting in the carriage, he opened the curtain and watched everything. Li Yueming sighed. However, he was still too insignificant. Thinking about so many things seemed meaningless. After approaching the city gate, a few soldiers inspected the carriage. After confirming that there were no problems, he was about to let them go. But at this moment, on the city wall, a soldier in bright armor was running over. He whispered a few words into the mouth of the soldiers who were checking. The soldiers were clearly surprised. After looking at Li Yueming's carriage a few times, "Please wait, my lords. Our city lord wishes to see you." Hearing this, Wang Meizi's expression changed. Subconsciously, he was ready to draw his long saber and attack. However, Li Yueming reached out to stop him. He lifted the curtain and asked, "Where is your city lord?" The soldier was shocked by Wang Meizi's actions. Finally regaining his senses, he hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. "City lord has been waiting here since early morning. Please move." Li Yueming glanced at the traffic at the entrance. This was the busiest time for cargo between Qingdu Port and Ligang City. The city gate was filled with people and supplies. Even if he wanted to leave, he probably wouldn't be able to go far. Then please lead the way. The soldier nodded. Under Wang Ermei's vigilant gaze, he carefully extended his hand. He pulled the reins of the carriage and walked towards a secluded house not far from the city gate. Just as he reached the door, Li Yueming saw a middle-aged man in his 30s anxiously waiting. After seeing the carriage come over, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. He jogged out and chased away the soldiers who were holding the rope. "Mr. Warrior, I'm Ma Baifan, the current city lord of Li Gang City. You were the ones who destroyed the Iron Fist Brotherhood's stronghold last night, weren't you?" In the carriage, Li Yueming neither denied nor admitted it. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, "May I know why the city lord is looking for us?" Li Yueming didn't deny it. Ma Baifan also had an idea in his heart. He rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "You still don't know, right? You're now the hero of all the ordinary people in Li City." Hearing his extremely awkward flattery, Li Yueming's expression didn't change. He didn't care about the false reputation of being a hero. He was more concerned about the city lord in front of him going through so much trouble, even personally running over to lead his horse. What was his intention? Chapter 58, Li Yueming, who was deep in thought. 1. He could feel Li Yueming's vigilance. Ma Baifan smiled awkwardly. He thought for a moment and then opened his mouth to complain. "Sir, you don't know this. The Iron Fist Brotherhood is a malignant tumor among malignant tumors in our port city. It's fine if they bully men and women, burn, kill, and plunder. They also often kidnap and sell children in the city. All the citizens of our port city wish they could skin them alive and light the sky lanterns. It's a pity that I, the city lord, was born to study. I don't have a powerful martial artist like you under me. I'm also helpless against them." Listening to his complaints, Li Yueming smiled. Obviously, before figuring out this guy's purpose, Li Yueming would never reveal any extra information. Seeing that he was unmoved, Ma Baifan finally stopped being polite and changed to the main dish. He clapped his hands. In the next second, the door suddenly appeared behind two servants with plates. The plate was about 60 centimeters long and wide, and the items placed in it were covered by a grey cloth. From the blurry outline, he was unable to determine what it was. Li Yueming and Wang Ermei looked on in confusion. A servant slowly removed the cloth from the plate. Instantly, silver light bloomed. There were more than 10 high-quality silver ingots under the cloth. Before the two of them could come back to their senses, another servant came over with another plate. He opened the cloth and took a look. Golden light flashed. The second plate actually contained more than 10 shiny gold bars. Such a huge amount of wealth. Even Wang Ermei, who was a martial artist, could not help but breathe faster. One had to know that it was currently a chaotic time. The banknotes issued by the Great Xia Imperial Court had long been reduced to worthless toilet paper. The copper coins in various places were seriously adulterated due to the year-round shortage of catty. Their purchasing power was also very ordinary. Only the real silver ingots and gold bars in front of him were the strongest currency in the world. A dozen gold bars and a dozen silver ingots. Even for a successful martial master, this was a considerable amount of wealth. Therefore, he had no choice. Even Wang Ermei, who was in the carriage, was blinded by the bright banknotes. He looked at his beloved little yellow croaker getting further and further away from him. Ma Baifan's face revealed a pained expression. However, he concealed this expression very well and did not show it clearly. After Li Yueming confirmed the number of gold bars, Ma Baifan endured the pain and waved his hand. A few servants placed the gold bars in front of them. "This is a small gift from our port city. Please don't treat me as an outsider." He looked at the gold and silver in front of him. Wang Ermei's face stiffened. He subconsciously turned around and glanced at Li Yueming. He did not dare to spend such a large sum of money on his own. Li Yueming was silent for a while. His indifferent eyes stared at Ma Bifan for a long time. In the end, he smiled and said, "Ella, in that case, thank you for your kind intentions, City Lord." Hearing his agreement, Wang Ermeza hurriedly put away the 2 boxes of heavy treasures. Ma Bifan's face twitched again. After a while, he forced a smile and said, "Lord Warrior, in order to thank you for your contribution to our port city, why don't you stay for a celebratory feast before leaving? As you can see, there are a lot of pedestrians in the morning on the pipeline between the port and Qingda Port. It's not a big deal to leave at night." Li Yueming glanced at the horizon that was already rising and shook his head. "To be honest, I have something important to do now, so I can't stay for long. Why don't I come back to talk to you after I'm done with my business at Qingda Harbor?" Ma Bifan thought for a moment and didn't insist. Instead, he turned around and waved his hand. Under the watchful eyes of Li Yueming and Wang Ermezi, a few soldiers brought over a thick piece of yellow paper. Ma Bifan took the pen and paper and wrote a customs clearance document. The official seal was stamped at the end. After the ink dried, he handed it to Li Yueming and said, "Since you have something important to attend to, I won't disturb you anymore. This is a customs clearance document. With this document, you can enter Qingda Port without waiting in line. If you have any needs, you can also report to the authorities of Qingda Port." Li Yueming smiled, took the document and said politely, "Sir, you're really a good official who's devoted to the people. I believe that with you around, the lives of the people in Ligong City will definitely become more and more prosperous." The city lord also smiled. After he took the document, he continued, "Take this document and just say my name when you enter Qingda Port." Li Yueming naturally nodded repeatedly, and the smile on his face never stopped. Under Ma Bifan's warm farewell, the 3 of them finally left the port. Looking at the tall and sturdy city walls behind him, he could see that they were moving further and further away. Is City Lord Ma that generous? Wang Ermeza scratched his head. She gave him money and documents. I'm so embarrassed. What do you think? Li Yueming asked with a faint smile. Wang Ermeza pondered for a while. In the end, he shook his head. Li Yueming was amused and shook his head. If this guy was really a good official, his head would have been hung on the city wall by now. Hearing this, Wang Ermeza didn't understand at first. After pondering for a while, "Oh, how can this guy be a good official? He must have bad intentions for giving us so many things." Although the city was still under the government's control in name, it was still under the control of the government. But in reality, the government had long since ceased to exist. Under such circumstances, Ma Bifan became the city lord of the city. How could he be clean under his butt? Just like what Li Yueming said. If Ma Bifan's bottom was really clean. If that was the case, his head would have been hung on the city wall not long after he left Port City. Li Yueming didn't say anything. No matter what Ma Bifan's intentions were, he had already gotten the gold. He was a money giver. Who wouldn't like it? As for the rest, who cares? Anyway, it was impossible to plot against him without him knowing. Li Yueming took out the customs clearance document from his pocket. After examining it for a moment, he put it back into his pocket. If nothing unexpected happened, as long as he dared to enter Qingda Port with this document, in a few minutes, the members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood would come knocking on their door. According to the normal process of deduction, after the Iron Fist Brotherhood found them and killed them all, this batch of gold bars and silver naturally fell into the hands of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. In this way, City Lord Ma managed to keep his own life through this operation. The only thing he lost was the money he had scraped from the hands of the people after being an official for many years. Only Li Yueming became a completely wronged person. Not only did he help Ma Bifan transport a cart of gold and silver for free, but he also threw himself into the net and gave a head to the Iron Fist Brotherhood to vent their anger. It had to be said that his methods were brilliant. Even Li Yueming had to ponder over it before he could figure out the ins and outs of it. So this world was really dark. On the surface, the city lord and the gang were enemies, but in fact, they had a tacit understanding of each other. The so-called fairness and justice were a complete joke in such a corrupt and withered world. Therefore, would martial artists be able to transcend it? He looked at the pile of gold and silver treasures in his carriage. Li Yueming fell into deep thought. Chapter 59, A Slaughter Along the Way, Shocking Jane to Port. 1. In the evening, Li Yueming could faintly smell the salty sea breeze in the air. He lifted the curtain and looked outside. At the end of his line of sight, an extremely imposing city appeared. The traffic below the city was like a weaving web. There was a long line of people entering the city. He felt the doubt in Li Yueming's eyes. Wang Ermeiza was very excited. He introduced, "Young master, this is Qingda Port, the busiest city in the entire Clear Spring County. Even the county town is not as prosperous as 1/3 of it." Li Yueming nodded perfunctorily. In his heart, he was thinking about how to find the girl who was kidnapped by the Iron Fist Brotherhood as soon as possible. As a hot shot, it was obviously impossible for the girl to die suddenly. However, it was a troublesome matter to find him in such a port city that was mixed with good and bad people. Fortunately, City Lord Ma gave him an inspiration before he left. Otherwise, Li Yueming would probably have to come up with a plan. Wang Ermeiza didn't have much of an idea. After all, he had no idea who the girl Li Yueming was talking about was. In his opinion, Li Yueming's main purpose for coming to this port was to join a certain dojo. Then, he would officially step onto the path of martial arts and soar into the sky. Therefore, he had no choice. He looked at the city that was getting closer and closer. "Young master, have you decided which martial arts school you want to join?" Wang Ermeiza asked carefully. "I'm an unnamed disciple of an ordinary martial master in the Qingda Port Martial Arts School. Although I don't have much hope of advancing because of my age, I can still barely speak a few words with my master." Li Yueming touched his chin. "A dojo or something?" If he had time, he would definitely go and exchange some feelings. However, the most important thing now was to find that girl. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming shook his head. "Don't worry about the martial arts club. We'll talk about it after we enter the city." As they conversed, the carriage had already arrived at the city. Qingda Port also had a passageway that was exclusive to martial artists. But at this moment, even the passage into the city that was specially used by martial artists was already filled with long lines. He looked at the long line in front of him. Li Yueming took out the customs clearance document and handed it to Wang Ermeiza. "Hand this thing over to the soldiers. Let me see how useful City Lord Ma's face fruit is." Wang Ermeiza didn't know what the face fruit was. He looked at the customs clearance document in his hand. After hesitating for a moment, he braced himself and asked, "Young master, didn't you say that there was something wrong with this thing?" Li Yueming grinned. "Isn't it better if there's a problem?" he asked, revealing a mouthful of clean white teeth. "City Lord Ma saved me a lot of effort." He looked at the smile on Li Yueming's face. Wang Ermeiza felt a chill down his spine. Based on his understanding of Li Yueming during this period of time, as long as his young master showed this expression, it meant that someone was going to be in trouble. However, even so, Wang Ermeiza still felt a little frightened. Qingda Port was the headquarters of the Iron Fist Brotherhood, and there were close to 1,000 martial artists in it. Even if most of them were only martial apprentices, that was also a force that could not be underestimated. He swallowed his saliva. Wang Ermeiza wisely chose to shut his mouth. He dismounted from his horse and found a soldier standing guard, handing over the customs clearance document. The moment the soldier saw the document, his expression changed. He raised his head and looked at Wang Ermeizi and Li Yueming, who was not far away. "Please wait a moment, I'll report this to the captain." As he spoke, the soldier ran towards the city gate without looking back. 10 minutes later, it was a long time ago. A small door on the other side of the martial artist passageway opened, and a few soldiers ran out to hold Li Yueming's reins. Under the astonished gazes of countless martial artists and ordinary people, Li Yueming's carriage swaggered past all the people waiting in line and entered the Qing capital from the side door. Behind the door, more than 500 members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood were gathered here. Clearly, they had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Li Ming on the carriage. A skinny man in his 30s from the Brotherhood sneered, "Should I say that you're bold, or should I say that you don't know what's good for you?" Li Yueming got off the carriage. Looking at the crowd of Brotherhood members, he said, "Is there a possibility that you're the one who doesn't know what's good for you?" The skinny man's expression changed several times. She opened her mouth but nothing came out. He turned around and waved his hand. Immediately, a large group of Brotherhood members rushed over with weapons such as axes and machetes. Li Yueming looked excited. This kind of battle that surpassed his limits was the best whetstone for him. He could use this opportunity to polish every inch of his physique to the fullest in battle. The battle was about to begin. They fought from sunset until 10 o'clock at night. The entire kingdom port was shaken. This was the first time that countless martial artists realized what a monster was. Li Yueming was like a killing machine that didn't know fatigue. He kept running the breathing technique to absorb the blood and qi in the martial artist's body to polish his body. Moreover, as time continued to pass, not only did his strength not decrease, but it was also constantly getting stronger. His moves became more and more ruthless. The power that exploded out became more and more terrifying. In the end, under the watchful eyes of the surrounding soldiers guarding the city, many people of all walks of life entered the city. Li Yueming had single-handedly killed more than 300 of the 500 elite members of the Iron Blood Brotherhood. The remaining 200 people were scared out of their wits. All of them fled like crazy. They only hated that they weren't given extra legs when they were born. As a result, there was no way to escape this hell-like city and the man who was more terrifying than hell. He wiped the sticky blood off his face. Li Yueming took a deep breath. Although there was a breathing technique that could absorb the energy in the blood mist to replenish his stamina, he could not help but feel a little nervous. However, such a high-intensity battle was also very taxing on the body. This battle, he had killed more than 300 Brotherhood members and cut down countless swords. His body had already reached the limit of what it could withstand. If he continued, he would have to squeeze out his lifespan. Although lifespan was a boring thing to Li Yueming, it was just a consumable. However, it was obviously not worth it to spend it on a group of gangsters. He resisted the tiredness in his body. Li Yueming stopped the Iron Fist Brotherhood's leader who was running for his life. She looked at the man in front of her who was already scared out of his wits. "Where are the children sent to last night?" Li Yueming asked with narrowed eyes. The chief was a very ordinary martial master. He could not even last for 30 moves before his weapon was broken by Li Yueming, who was channeling his breathing technique. He had been looking for an opportunity to escape in the battle that followed. However, Li Yueming was staring at him. Until now. Only then did he realize who he had offended. He did not dare to hide anything. The gang leader trembled and said, They were sent to the dental shop. Some of them are of good quality in the auction house opened by foreigners." He got the answer. Li Yueming raised his knife and ended the other party's life. He turned around and said to Wang Ermeizi, who was guarding the carriage to protect his mother, "Drive me to the auction house." Wang Ermeizi's entire head felt numb. He heard Li Yueming calling him. Only then did his brain recover from the stress response. He looked around the carriage at the broken limbs. Who am I? Where am I? What was the meaning of life? F***ck. Young master slaughtered the headquarters of the Iron Blood Brotherhood in Qingdao Harbor? Did the author become longer? In addition, the basic preparations were almost complete. Next up, the author is going to start sprinting to the top. Hold on tight to your seatbelt. Chapter 60, Changing Fate Again. At this moment, the entrance of the Green Capital Harbor was silent. Obviously, Li Yueming's feat of defeating the entire Iron Fist Brotherhood had already frightened many people. The entire city gate was covered in blood. Broken limbs were still dripping blood everywhere. It looked extremely terrifying. Li Yueming wiped the blood off his face. He raised his head and looked around. Feeling his cold gaze, the thousands of onlookers around the city gate could not help but swallow their saliva. Among this group of people, there were many bandits who killed without blinking. There were also quite a number of pirates who were wanted by 1,000 miles drifting. However, no matter who it was, no matter what identity it was, when he was targeted by Li Yueming, he would feel a chill run down his spine. Probably only those who were truly on the verge of death. That was why he felt how terrifying Li Yueming was at this moment. The person in front of him was the real Ren Tu. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he killed hundreds of martial artists without even blinking. After making sure that there were no survivors of the Iron Fist Brotherhood in the surroundings, Li Yueming turned around and looked at Wang Ermeizi, who was standing beside the carriage not far away. He said, "Come, bring me to the auction house." Wang Ermeizi woke up from a dream. He hurriedly pulled the carriage over. Li Yueming did not lift the curtain. After all, his mother had never seen such a scene before. It was not good to be frightened. The three of them drove the carriage out of the pile of corpses. There was a long bloody mark under the wheel of the carriage. All the onlookers moved away to make way for him as if they were avoiding a snake or scorpion. Just like that, Li Yueming boarded the carriage and swaggered away. All that was left were corpses strewn all over the ground. But even so, including the officials, no one dared to stand up and say a word. About an hour later, Li Yueming came to the entrance of the auction house that the Iron Fist Brotherhood leader had mentioned. Just as Li Yueming was about to enter, a foreigner with yellow hair and white skin suddenly stood up and said in a Chinese language that was not very fluent, "Hello, sir. Please show me your invitation." Regarding this, Li Yueming's response was very decisive. He picked up a head from the back of the carriage. The moment he saw the head, the foreigner's expression changed drastically. He took out an old-fashioned flintlock from his pocket and said, "This is an international auction house set up by the Free States Dao Association. What are you trying to do?" He was a Gokyudo Grandmaster of Combat from the Free State. However, the Gokyudo path fighting level could only barely be considered the beginner level. Therefore, he had no choice. Compared to his average strength, the flintlock he carried with him would give him a greater sense of security. Li Yueming casually tossed the head. "I don't have an invitation. How about using this person's head as an invitation?" The foreigner's face turned even uglier. However, when he saw the extremely familiar face on the head that had rolled to the ground, his eyelids twitched. After a few changes in his expression, in the end, he put away his gun and said with a decent etiquette, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. I'll go and explain the situation to the president. I believe he should let you in." Hearing this, Li Yueming glanced at him and didn't say anything else. The foreigner immediately jogged back to ask for instructions. If Li Yueming was an ordinary person, the foreigner must have treated Li Yueming to peanuts long ago. But now, Li Yueming's face was full of killing intent, and he was holding the head of the Iron Fist Brotherhood's leader in his hand. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Therefore, he had no choice. Unable to make up his mind, the foreigner ran to report to the higher UPS. About 5 minutes later, a tall white man in a suit walked out from backstage. The moment he saw Li Yueming, his eyes paused. The manager had always been in charge of the auction house. He did not know what had happened at the city gate. However, as the branch president of the auction house, he was not afraid. The foreigner in the suit naturally knew this. The person in front of him was a god of slaughter. Even if the auction house was powerful, they didn't want to offend it unnecessarily. The president first bowed to Li Yueming. "Sir, may I ask what you need from our Gokyudo auction house?" "I have a sister who was kidnapped by the Iron Fist Brotherhood," Li Yueming said. "I want to find her." Hearing this, the guild leader suddenly felt a headache. No wonder he was so murderous. So it was because the Iron Fist Brotherhood had captured his sister. He even dared to capture the sister of such a ruthless person. Did the Iron Fist brothers not know how to write the word death? The guild leader cursed the bunch of idiots from the Iron Fist Brotherhood 10,000 times in his heart. However, he remembered that this group of people had already gone to the Western Paradise. He suddenly felt that it was inappropriate. He hurriedly smiled and said, "I see. It's all a misunderstanding. Please follow me. We'll treat the children sent by the Iron Fist Brotherhood well." Hearing this, Li Yueming's murderous aura was slightly restrained. After nodding, he followed the manager to the backstage of the auction house. About 10 minutes later, Li Yueming saw a dozen children locked in cages. There were men and women. The biggest possibility was that he was only 4 or 5 years old. The oldest was only 7 or 8 years old. All of them had delicate features. It was obvious that the human traffickers had carefully selected them. In this group of people, Li Yueming soon found the little girl called Rura. At this moment, the little girl was wearing brand new clothes. However, the expression on his face was a little numb. Her eyes were red as she stared at the iron bars. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming glanced at the president and said, "Open the door." At the side, a foreigner who was responsible for guarding the children took out a bunch of keys from his pocket. Soon, the iron cage was brought over. He heard a sound. The group of children watched all of this in fear and unease. The little girl's dull eyes subconsciously glanced at Li Yueming. Very quickly, her eyes revealed a look of disbelief as she said, "You are the big brother from before?" Li Yueming did not answer. Silently, he carried her out of the cage. The girl was about 5 or 6 years old. However, compared to the strong Li Yueming, he was still a little guy who was not even as tall as his shoulders. He could easily lift it up. At this moment, there were more than 10 children left in the cage. In the narrow iron cage of the middle city, the fear and helplessness on their faces could swallow everything. Li Yueming turned around and looked at the president. "One want all these people. Name a price." The president glanced at Li Yueming. He then glanced at the child in the cage. "In that case, we can give you a friendly price of 5 taels of silver." Li Yueming didn't say much. He took out a silver ingot from his pocket and threw it to the president. Then, he led the group of children and left without looking back. He looked at Li Yueming's back. The president of the auction house revealed a look of fear. However, after thinking about it, in the end, he did not make any substantial movements. After leaving the auction house, he looked at Li Yueming, who had a cold expression on his face. The little girl suddenly burst into tears. As she wiped her tears, she sobbed, "Brother, Mom died of illness. Why can't Xiao save Mom even after working so hard to earn money?" Li Yueming silently watched the street outside the carriage. He ignored her cries. It was still the cheap mother in the carriage who couldn't stand it. He patted the little girl's head and comforted her. This year, Li Yueming was 6 years old. Through this short journey, he finally had a basic understanding of this world. At the same time, the voice of the reincarnation mark suddenly sounded in his mind. Defying the heavens and changing fate successfully. When you were 6 years old, you stepped out of the house for the first time. You learned a lot of martial arts knowledge without a teacher and displayed powerful combat strength that far exceeded your age. The score for this reincarnation has increased slightly. Additional reward of 4,000 reincarnation points. Chapter 61, 2 Years, Soaring Dragon. He brought the girl named Fu Xiero to his side. Li Yueming didn't continue. After all, tempering one's physique could not be rushed in a short period of time. Now, he no longer needed to accumulate experience through combat. Absorbing the inspiration and experience from the previous battle was the most important thing for him at the moment. That was the only way. Only then could Li Yueming truly perfect the basic physical conditions of a martial apprentice. After all, this was a world where personal strength was supreme. Usually, the more solid the foundation was, the wider the road to growth. Advancing rashly without a solid foundation would only narrow his path. As a reincarnator, Li Yueming's ideal goal was not as simple as a martial king or a martial saint. He wanted to obtain a high score for the reincarnation mark. He had to walk to the point where there was no one before him or anyone else in the future before he could be considered complete. Therefore, he had no choice. Countless people in the entire kingdom port were discussing. Li Yueming asked Wang Ermeza to buy a remote courtyard at a high price. Then, there was no sound after she entered. To be honest, this unpredictable behavior left the countless people in Kingdom Port who were paying attention to his actions puzzled. When Li Yueming first entered the port, he was a fierce man. He directly massacred the entire Iron Fist Brotherhood with his blood. All the members of the Iron Fist Brotherhood around Kingdom Port were scared out of their wits. Many gang members even fled inland, afraid that Li Yueming, the god of death, would come to them again if they were not careful. However, just when everyone thought that Li Yueming, who was in the limelight, would take this opportunity to make a scene, Li Yueming suddenly stopped moving. This strange behavior also led to many rumors about him in Kingdom Port for a long time. Some people said that Li Yueming was a core inner disciple of a certain sect. He traveled thousands of miles just to find his kidnapped sister. There were also people who said that Li Yueming was seriously injured in the battle with the Iron Fist Brotherhood. The reason why he closed the door was because his injuries were too severe to move. All in all kinds of rumors were flying everywhere. At the most exaggerated time, no one dared to pass by the 2 streets around Li Yueming's mansion. However, as time passed, Li Yueming remained in his room, and there were no more topics to discuss. As time passed, not many people paid attention to it. After all, Kingdom Port was a very forgetful city. People from all over the world gathered here. Merchant, pirate, homeless refugee. Many of them came and went with the waves. No matter how outrageous and shocking the story was, it would eventually be swept away by the endless waves as time passed. A year later, Li Yueming was 7 years old. In this year, every day, besides eating and sleeping, he would shut himself in his room to meditate. The star moon breathing technique could turn ordinary people into extraordinaires in the previous wasteland. However, in the world of martial Dao where the rules were more complete, the enhancement that it brought to Li Yueming was relatively ordinary. Therefore, he had no choice. At the same time, he was digesting his battle knowledge. Li Yueming was also constantly modifying the details of the star moon breathing technique through his infinite deduction talent. He wanted to transform it into a martial arts technique of a higher level. However, the idea was beautiful. The reality was a little more bone-chilling. This was because he had not cultivated or learned any martial techniques or cultivation techniques in this world. Li Yueming's progress in modifying the star moon breathing technique was unusually slow. In the end, he had no choice but to stop the time-consuming and laborious project. Then, he continued to polish his body. 2 battles a year ago. His gains had already vdolished Li Yueming's bod to an extreme level. An ordinary martial apprentice breaking a boulder weighing 500 to 600 kilograms with a single punch was already enough to brag about for half a lifetime. The 7-year-old Li Yueming threw a punch. It was enough to easily blow off a boulder weighing 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms. The difference between them was obvious. However, Li Yueming was still not satisfied. Because after a long period of training, he discovered that there were 2 weaknesses below his abdomen. Therefore, in the remaining time, he began to consciously train around the 2 weaknesses in his crotch. In addition, the children that Li Yueming bought from the auction house had also grown by a year. Most of the time, his mother and Wang Ermeiza were taking care of the child. Li Yueming would only take the time to give them lessons when he was free. After the children experienced the initial discomfort, he quickly adapted to the life in the courtyard. It was the same. The children all behaved very sensibly. After experiencing that dark life as a prisoner, their minds were far more mature than children of the same age. One day, he watched as Li Yueming squatted in the yard. The group of children stood at the entrance of the courtyard and hesitated for a long time. In the end, Fu Xiaoro, whose complexion had improved a lot, made up her mind and gritted her teeth. "Brother, we want to practice martial arts with you." Li Yueming stopped his training. He turned around and looked at the dozen children behind him. He didn't refuse or agree. "Why do you want to practice martial arts?" For a moment, the children were stumped by this question. After a long while, they started to think about it. "I want to become a martial artist and kill all the bad guys in the world. I want to kill the officials. Mommy used to say that the officials are all animals. I don't know what I want to do either, but practicing martial arts seems very cool. I like the feeling of coolness." The children spoke freely. Each and every one of their faces revealed a look of longing. However, Li Yueming did not hear the answer he wanted. People often had many choices in their lives. Instead, he chose martial arts. In a world where martial arts were revered, it meant that one held the power of life and death. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming definitely wouldn't teach these kids martial arts knowledge at will. After all the children had answered, Li Yueming looked at Fu Xiaoro, who didn't say anything. Feeling his gaze, Fu Xiaoro took a deep breath and said, "I also want to be a strong person who can protect others like my brother." Hearing this sentence, "If that's the case, come to my courtyard tomorrow at 5:30 a.m. Li Yueming nodded. The other children looked at each other when they heard this. "Let me look at you." Their faces were filled with confusion. Looking at the child in front of him, Li Yueming sighed, "You still have a long way to go in the future. You shouldn't be blinded by hatred and slaughter. Come and find me when you've figured out the meaning of your existence." It was laughable. Li Yueming had never learned any martial arts knowledge from this world. He was still at the lowest level of the martial apprentice realm. However, with his 2 top-notch talents, infinite deduction and martial Dao supremacy. However, he had forcefully touched the threshold of a high-level martial artist. It had to be said that it was simply too exaggerated. The river of time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Li Yueming was 8 years old. More and more children followed him to practice martial arts. They were still young, although the seeds of hatred were beginning to show. But there was still time to correct it. After his cheap mother's meticulous care and Li Yueming's words and examples, he was able to understand the situation. The children finally adjusted their attitudes. As for Li Yueming himself, after a year of continuous polishing, the last weakness was finally made up for. One day, heavy snow fell from the sky above Kingdom Port. Li Yueming took a deep breath. Under the service of Wang Ermeiza, he put on his clothes. He looked up at the dancing snow and said, "What time is it today?" Wang Ermeiza looked at Li Yueming, who was no different from an ordinary child. The shock in his heart was indescribable. In this year, he had personally witnessed Li Yueming transform from an 8-year-old boy into a muscular man with arms that could run a horse. Then, he went from being a muscular man to being harmless. What exactly happened? Wang Ermeza didn't even dare to think too deeply. At this moment, hearing Li Yueming's question, Wang Ermeza did not dare to hide anything and said, "Young master, today is already the winter solstice. Does it snow in Qingdao harbor in winter?" Li Yueming asked. Wang Ermeza shook his head. "Young master, Qingdao port is a coastal city. It rarely snows in the past. Even if there are sporadic snowflakes, they are definitely not this heavy." Hearing his answer, Li Yueming understood. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Change your clothes and go out with me." Hearing this, Wang Ermeza's eyes widened. For a moment, he could not believe his ears. Ever since he moved into this courtyard, Li Yueming had not stepped out of the courtyard for 2 years. He was the one who usually purchased all kinds of materials. And today, young master actually took the initiative to say that he wanted to go out? After confirming that he had not misheard, Wang Ermeza's first reaction was that the sky of Qingdao port, LT was going to change. Chapter 62, After 2 years, he had swept through everything once again. 1. 2 years ago, the 6-year-old Li Ming could kill the famous Iron Fist Brotherhood in Qingdao port with his own strength. And now, after 2 years of hard work, Li Yueming had grown more than 10 centimeters taller. His physique had also increased exponentially. Wang Ermeza couldn't even imagine it. If Li Yueming were to make a move now, it would cause a huge commotion. He changed into a set of thicker clothes. Facing the falling snow. After 2 years, Li Yueming finally walked out of the courtyard. Qingdao port hadn't changed much. The only difference was that there were more Westerners on the streets. In the past, there would be at most 1 or 2 foreigners on the streets. Now, it had expanded to 3 or 4 out of 10 people. The Western European preachers held the Bible in their hands and went from door to preach the doctrine. The Free State's Gokyudo Grand Masters of Combat were all burly, each of them holding a piece of paper that looked like a flyer, selling his ultimate combat training everywhere. The foreigners were generally stronger than the native Xia people. They walked on the road like gorillas with bulging muscles. Therefore, it was very eye-catching. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's eyes flickered. He smelled something unusual. However, all of this had nothing to do with him for the time being. Stepping on the muddy snow, Li Yueming arrived at the starting point of his trip. The Lingyun Martial Arts School, known as one of the 8 great martial arts schools in Qingdao port. Behind him was the Lingyun sect, a second-rate sect in Lingnan. Since Li Yueming came to visit with such fanfare, it was naturally impossible for him to go for tea. At this moment, the dojo was practicing boxing. Li Yueming barged in and kicked the signboard of the Lingyun Martial Arts Dojo under the shocked gazes of the disciples. He said coldly, "Challenge the dojo. If you don't want to die, get lost. If you want to die, get over here." As soon as he said this, suddenly, a thunderclap exploded like a clear sky. All the disciples of Lingyun Martial Arts School were shocked. However, when he saw that Li Yueming was just a child who hadn't even grown his hair yet, he was shocked. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Where did this little brat come from? Have you weaned? Do you know what this place is? You want to challenge me? I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter." Almost all the disciples in the dojo burst into laughter. Only a few disciples felt that Li Yueming looked familiar. However, the last time Li Yueming appeared in Qingdao port was 2 years ago. No matter how familiar they were, at this moment, she couldn't recognize that this child was the terrifying Demon King who had shocked the entire Qingdao port 2 years ago. Facing their ridicule, Li Yueming didn't say any more nonsense. He directly kicked a fatty who weighed more than 200 pounds in the air. Fatty didn't even know when Li Yueming made his move. He only saw a blur. His entire body fell to the ground, and he could only twitch instinctively. He looked at the fat man whose limbs were twisted on the ground. Countless disciples felt their scalps explode. It only lasted for a moment. The entire Ling Yun dojo could be heard as a pin dropped. Even the sound of breathing had temporarily disappeared. Hurry up! It was too fast. As a result, almost no one saw what Li Yueming did. He could only stare blankly at Fatty, who was twitching all over the ground. After his brain was turned off, he could not turn it back on for a long time. At this moment, the three views of countless martial artists were shattered along with the fatty's twisted body in front of them. As expected. Sometimes, the difference between humans was even greater than that between humans and pigs. He looked at the stunned crowd in front of him. If you don't want to die, get lost. Li Yueming said again. Hearing this, instantly, all the disciples of the dojo came to their senses. They began to flee in all directions. They paid for their classes and did not have much sense of belonging to the dojo. Therefore, he naturally had no pressure when he ran. After everyone dispersed, only an old man with white hair sat on the platform not far away. He did not hesitate. Li Yueming walked over and said, "Hand over all the martial arts manuals of your dojo and I can spare your life." The old man stood up. "Don't be too arrogant, young man. Today, I'll let you know the fundamental difference between a martial apprentice and a martial master." Li Yueming didn't say anything. She stood there silently and looked at him. The old man waved his arm in the air. Instantly, a strong and fierce airflow rushed out from his abdomen. It actually produced an extremely powerful fist force. The old man circulated his chi for a week. He suddenly jumped up and circulated all the energy in his body as he shouted, "Lightning 5 successive whip." Li Yueming stood still. He watched as the old man's aura rose to its peak step by step, until the back leg was about to hit his head. Only then did he make his move. A sudden kick came from behind. He directly kicked the old man more than 20 meters away. The old man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Her eyes were filled with an expression as if she had seen a ghost. One had to know that he was a martial master. Although he was only an ordinary mid-level martial master, he possessed Qi Jin, so his combat power was not something that a martial apprentice could touch. But this child in front of him, he didn't feel a trace of energy on his body. He was clearly just a martial apprentice. But if that was the case, why was he sent flying by a martial apprentice? Regarding this, of course, Li Yueming was not in the mood to explain. The old man was speechless. At this moment, his entire body was numb. The three views that he had cultivated for more than 80 years exploded like the group of disciples who had seen Li Yueming kick Fatty to death. After visiting the Ling Yun martial arts dojo, Li Yueming instructed Wang Ermeza to follow behind him in order to collect the secret manuals. He didn't delay at all. Without stopping, he set off for the next dojo. After all, these dojos were all well informed. If he didn't hurry up, the other dojos got wind of it. Perhaps when the time came, he would only be able to miss. Therefore, he had no choice. He had to ensure that he could destroy everything at the fastest speed possible. Hence, on this day, a magnitude 12 earthquake shook the entire Qingdao harbor. After 2 years, like a bolt of lightning, Li Yueming raided the 8 most famous dojos in Qingdao harbor, and swept it from top to bottom. The thousands of martial arts dojo disciples on the streets of Qingdao port were fleeing frantically like stray dogs. As they fled in defeat, Li Yueming's shocking feat of destroying 8 martial arts centers in one day was also widely spread. Even though the residents of Qingdao port were extremely brawny, when he heard the news, he could not help but slap himself twice. Damn it! All 8 martial arts centers were flattened in one day? Who had the guts to do this? One must know that the 8 great dojos might not be that scary. However, the 8 great sects behind it were the true behemoths. After such an explosive killing spree, do you really want to die? Chapter 63, Creating a Method. It took half a day. Li Yueming swept through the 8 most famous dojos in Kingdom Port at lightning speed. After emptying all the martial arts manuals stored in the dojo, he swaggered out of the dojo as if nothing had happened. He turned around and left. He did not attract anyone's attention along the way. After all, no one would think that a gentle and quiet youth like him was the cause of this storm. Such terrifying efficiency! Such astonishing courage and combat strength! Countless martial artists in the entire Kingdom Port had lost their confidence. One had to know that there were 8 dojos here. Even a martial arts grandmaster would need some time to challenge one by one, right? This peerless fierce man who had suddenly appeared in Kingdom Port had actually taken less than half a day to clean them up. It was simply an oath that he would not stop until the heavens were pierced through. For a moment, the entire Kingdom Port was shaken. The port and even the nearby cities were affected. All the major factions felt uneasy. They frantically sent their intelligence agencies to search for the scattered disciples to gather information. When they found out that it was an underage child who caused all this, they were shocked. Instantly, an even more intense tremor erupted. I heard that the one who swept through the 8 dojos this time is a child who hasn't even reached adulthood yet. F***ck, is that true? Of course it's true. All the disciples who escaped said the same thing. Are children so powerful these days? Is there a possibility that he is a disciple of a top hidden sect? That should be the only reason. I didn't expect such a big flood dragon to come to a small place like Kingdom Port. The martial artists in the cities around Kingdom Port were all discussing. Many ordinary people had even heard some rumors. After a heated discussion, the martial artists around Kingdom Port fell into a strange silence again. The 8 great martial dojos were quite famous in Clear Spring County. However, it was not worth mentioning in Lingnan. Don't forget. Behind the 8 dojos stood a few of the most famous second-rate sects in Lingnan. The sect recruited disciples from middle-class families through the dojo to earn money. Every 2 years, some ORTNE more outstanding disciples would deselect it to replenish their blood. And now, the disciple assessment was going to be held in 2 months. In the end, the dojo was destroyed on the day when the leeks were ripe. How could these sects sit idly by? Therefore, he had no choice. The martial artists near Kingdom Port were curious about what the sects would do after receiving the news. However, transportation was inconvenient these days. Even the dojo relied on carriages to send messages back and forth. It would take at least half a month for the news of the 8 dojos being destroyed to reach the ears of the other sects in Lingnan. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the show to begin. In response to this, a storm raged in Kingdom Port. Li Yueming didn't care too much. In fact, his biggest goal for going out this time was to collect martial arts secret manuals. After all, he had already reached the peak of the martial apprentice realm. Every inch of his muscles and skin had been polished to the extreme. There was no longer a single break. Hence, the 2 of them were in a daze. Advancing to a higher level martial master had become Li Yueming's most important goal. However, due to the lack of specific information for reference, even if Li Yueming had 2 super talents, infinite deduction and martial Deo Supreme, the progress of advancing to martial master through self-study was also extremely slow. After trying a few times, he realized that it was a thankless task. Only then did Li Yueming start to pay attention to the dojos. He looked at the 8 martial arts inner force books neatly placed in front of him. Li Yueming flipped through it. The first book was the Ling Yun Internal Strength of the Ling Yun Martial Arts School. There was only the content of the Martial Master Scroll. After all, the Ling Yun martial dojo was only an inconspicuous secular force under the Ling Yun sect. The most valuable thing in the entire library was probably this incomplete internal strength manual. However, this was enough for Li Yueming. He finished reading this remnant scroll. Li Yueming closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. According to the description of the internal energy, he used his infinite deduction talent to simulate it in his mind. The Ling Yun sect's cultivation technique emphasized on elegance. After the inner chi was condensed, one could fly and walk on walls, possessing extremely high flexibility. However, some of the moves that came with it were relatively ordinary. Its attack power was very limited. One of them was the lightning whip that the old man from the dojo had used on him. Ryuhusu. Li Yueming quickly shook his head and complained, "What the hell? Trash that even dogs don't learn." He threw the inner force of the Ling Yun sect, which was regarded as a treasure, to the side like trash. Li Yueming picked up the Blue Cloud sect's Blue Cloud Chi internal skill. The Blue Cloud sect was considered one of the stronger sects among the many second-rate sects. It was rumored that the founding ancestor of the Blue Cloud sect had once worked as a servant for 2.5 years in the Primordial Chaos Limitless sect, one of the 5 top sects of the Great Xia Kingdom. This inner chi cultivation method was something he had learned while doing odd jobs in the Primordial Chaos Limitless sect. Li Yueming glanced at it and found it interesting. The greatest feature of this technique was that it could continuously nourish the inner chi in the body through the meridians. During battle, he could transform his inner chi into a skillful force, thereby achieving the effect of using a few taels of silver to deflect 1,000 pounds. When necessary, he could even release all of his inner chi. A surprise attack could often catch the opponent off guard. He closed his eyes and deduced for a while. In the end, he opened his eyes and smiled. He casually put down the Qing Yun sect's internal energy. Li Yueming continued to flip through the cultivation techniques of the remaining 6 sects. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Li Yueming would meditate with his eyes closed every day. He would not eat or drink for a period of time or even days and nights. Every day, he sat there. This caused his mother to worry. Fortunately, Li Yueming looked normal and didn't look weak. Only then did Wang Meizi persuade her not to go in and disturb him. Half a month later, Li Yueming woke up from his slumber. Obviously, whether it was the Qing Yun sect's cultivation technique or the Ling Yun sect's cultivation technique, Li Yueming didn't even care. Of course, he didn't plan to learn it in the first place. The reason why he studied it day and night was because he wanted to absorb its strengths. He wanted to create his own method. Moreover, the creation of the technique was not ordinary. It was a technique that belonged to him alone. In the previous world, Li Yueming had explored the star-moon breathing technique through his infinite deduction talent. Now, he needed to build a higher level of cultivation technique on the foundation of this technique. Moreover, he had to go against the heavens and could not follow the martial Dao rules of this world. After all, Li Yueming's true identity was still a reincarnator. In the future, the laws of the reincarnation worlds he went to would be different from this martial Dao world. If the star-moon breathing technique followed the rules of this martial Dao world, then the star-moon breathing technique would be able to be used. Then he might be able to easily defeat everyone in this world. However, once he left the martial Dao rules of this world, when I go to the next strange world, I get numb again. In some technological worlds, martial artists and martial arts did not exist at all. If he did not want to develop technology according to the rules of the world, he would have to figure out the cultivation method himself from beginning to end. And to explore the individual's power in this kind of technological law. The difficulty was no different from looking for a masochist. There were also some strange worlds filled with virtual creatures without physical bodies. If they did not have any trump cards, ordinary reincarnators were not even worth mentioning in front of such monsters. Therefore, he had no choice. Only by creating a method that did not rely on the rules of any world would Li Yueming not fail in the future reincarnation process due to the conflict of rules with the world. Of course, if he wanted to achieve the goal of not relying on the laws of any world, he would need a long time to accumulate in the various reincarnation worlds. What Li Yueming needed to do now was to build this framework and improve it step by step. Similarly, this was also a sign that a new reincarnator was maturing. During the reincarnation process, the reincarnators would choose the corresponding development system according to their interests, hobbies, and specialties. Some people chose to develop technology. How to quickly develop various technologies in the world of various laws was the great Dao that these reincarnators tirelessly pursued. There were also people who chose to cultivate their souls. How to strengthen and increase their soul abilities in each world was a research topic that they needed to persevere in. But now, Li Yueming chose to focus on his personal strength. From this, it could be seen how important the star-moon breathing technique was to him. Of course, if the other reincarnators knew that he had just entered 2 reincarnation worlds and was already delusional about creating a technique, they would probably laugh their heads off. He wanted to create a powerful cultivation technique that was incompatible with the laws of the world. Among the reincarnators, it was something that only the big shots above level 5 could consider. Daily tips, monthly votes, recommendation votes. Chapter 64, Dog Bite Dog, 1. Li Yueming named the new technique the Star Moon Mantra. He took a few lousy cultivation techniques from the 8 great dojos and deduced them for half a month without sleeping or resting. Li Yueming received a message that he rarely used. These 8 cultivation techniques were simply too weak. Deduction came and went. Only the Qing Yun Sek's cultivation method gave him some gains. Most of the time, the other cultivation techniques could only be refined into a pile of useless trash. However, other than that, Li Yueming had also gained something. After he finished studying the few inner qi techniques of the martial master realm, he did not even need to cultivate. The bottleneck between martial apprentice and martial master instantly disappeared. In fact, Li Yueming had already met the requirements to become a martial master. However, all these years, he had not paid attention to it. Instead, he had been constantly suppressing his body. Moreover, he did not know how to guide the birth of inner qi. That was why he had never been promoted. At this moment, when he saw the cultivation method of a martial master, he was shocked. He did not even need to guide the aura in his body as it gushed out impatiently. This was the so-called accumulation. And because he had been oppressed all year round, the force in Li Yueming's body had just been born, and it was already exceptionally strong. An 8-year-old martial master. In the entire central plains of China, it should be a rare existence. And Li Yueming's foundation was still so solid. He had just advanced to martial master, but his strength was already unfathomable. An ordinary no-name martial master probably wouldn't even be able to defeat him if he strengthened them. He could feel the surging inner qi in his body. Li Yueming was also in a good mood. Now, the most important thing for him was to collect more high-level martial arts techniques. He removed the dregs and extracted the essence, adding it to the Star Moon technique. It provided nutrients for the growth of the Star Moon sect. Thinking of this, Li Yueming didn't continue meditating. Currently, the martial arts techniques of the 8 great dojos had already been squeezed dry by him. There was no point in continuing to deduce here. He opened the courtyard door. The entire world was covered in silver. His mother was clearing the snow for the vegetables in the yard. Because there was nothing to do, his mother, who couldn't be idle, raised a lot of chickens and ducks in the side courtyard. The empty space at the side of the courtyard was also left, and all kinds of vegetables were planted. Every once in a while, he would slaughter a few chickens and ducks and grow his own vegetables to nourish the children's bodies. However, this heavy snow seemed to have come at a very bad time. Half of the vegetables that his mother had reared in the courtyard had just sprouted and were already frozen to death. At this moment, they were trying their best to save the remaining cold-resistant species. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming also walked over. "Mom, let me help you." When his mother saw him, she was stunned at first, then she pulled him by the sleeve and brought him to the warm main house. After sizing Li Yueming up and down, he said, You haven't eaten or drunk for the past half a month, did you hurt your body?" "It's not until later that I realized it." Li Yueming rubbed his belly. Then, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I really seem to be a little hungry." His cheap mother rolled her eyes at him angrily. She turned around and happily went to the side courtyard to kill chickens and make soup. The child was getting stronger and stronger. As a mother, the help she could provide was getting smaller and smaller. Although logically speaking, this was a good thing. But as a mother, what she missed the most was the time when the mother and son depended on each other. Life was hard. However, golden flowers were shining every year. Looking at the woman's departing figure, Li Yueming also felt complicated. As a reincarnator, his cheap mother was destined to be a passerby in his life. But to his mother, he had been a mischievous child since she was young. Therefore, sometimes, the loneliness of a reincarnator. There was no cure. Outside the courtyard, the young boys are sweating in the cold wind. He was Li Yueming's first batch of disciples. Li Yueming was very strict with them. Basically, every day, they would train to the limits of their bodies and willpower. In the beginning, however, after slowly getting through it, he had already adapted to this kind of life. 2 years of training. Many of them had lost their childlike innocence. It became much more mature and thick. Of course, this was only on the surface. In fact, this group of children was still very innocent. Their cheap mother was now their second mother. Under her gentle treatment, many of the shadows of the children's childhood had disappeared. The moment he saw Li Yueming, excitement appeared on the children's faces. "Master Yueming." This was what Wang Ermeiza told them to call him. The children had always addressed Li Yueming with this title. Li Yueming nodded. His gaze swept across them. In the end, it landed on Fu Xiao's body. To be honest, Li Yueming had always thought that Fu Xiao was the destined child of this era. However, what happened later was beyond his expectations. Fu Xiao's talent in martial arts was very average. It could even be described as poor. Among the dozen children, she had always been at the bottom. This made Li Yueming doubt his life, not knowing what went wrong. Of course, it was not that there were no powerful disciples among this group of disciples. One of them, Han Bufan, was very talented. After 2 years of training, Han Bufan, who was only 10 years old, had already become a high-level martial apprentice. If Li Yueming wanted to, he only needed to tell him the cultivation method of a martial master now. Han Bufan would probably be able to break through to martial master in a few months. Such talent! He was definitely 1 in 10,000 among ordinary people. In the next hour, Li Yueming checked the progress of his disciples. He also gave a few words of encouragement. Then, she went back to her room to eat something to fill her stomach. At this moment, Wang Ermeiza, who had gone out to scout for news, had just returned home. Li Yueming had already come out of the training room. Wang Ermeiza's eyes lit up. "Young master, it's a mess outside," she said in a panic. Li Yueming glanced at him and had a guess in his heart. "What's wrong?" he asked. "The people from the 8 great sects came down the mountain to find trouble with me." Wang Ermeiza shook his head, but nodded after a while. She opened her mouth a few times, but she didn't know what to say. After a long time of thinking, Wang Ermeiza then said word by word, "The 8 great sects have indeed sent people, but they didn't find trouble with you. Instead, they went to find trouble with those foreigners." Li Yueming looked confused. Wang Ermei's expression was a little strange, but he still braced himself and said, after some investigation, the 8 great sects believe that it's impossible for a child like you to wipe out all 8 martial arts centers at once, so they suspect that it's the work of those foreigners. Obviously. This is a rather bizarre affair. Even if Wang Ermei had seen it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe that it had really happened. Hearing this, Li Yueming's expression turned strange. Good heavens! These 8 great sects were truly innocent. However, when he thought about it carefully from the other party's point of view, it seemed like, seemed that it was a little reasonable. Wang Ermei sorted out his thoughts and continued, the conflict between the Westerners and the 8 great sects has not been a day or two. Although they often fought in the dark in the past, they were still harmonious on the surface. But this time, the 8 great sects were really serious. Led by a martial king elder, along with over 20 grandmaster elders and over 50 elite disciples. Such a large group of people. They've already gone to cause trouble for the foreign devils from the Free State and Western Europe in an aggressive manner early in the morning. Regarding this, Li Yueming was even more speechless. What should be said or not? Although he had found the wrong target for revenge. However, at least the 8 great sects had a tight grasp on their prestige and aura. Moreover, he had even sent out a martial king realm elder. It seemed like he was serious this time. However, since they didn't find him, Li Yueming naturally wouldn't jump out and get beaten up for nothing. A dog biting a dog. When both sides were injured, he would go and harvest a wave of green chives. This was in line with Sixth Brother's way. Chapter 65, The Decline of Martial Arts, The Arrival of Chaos, 1. This year, Li Yueming was 8 years old. According to the original fate. At the age of 12, Free State's Gokyudo pugilist and Western Europe's Sacred Fire missionary landed at Qingda port. They also had a fierce conflict with the local forces of China. And now, after Li Yueming's barrage of punches, the time when this conflict erupted seemed to have been forcefully brought forward. The 8 great sects were unhappy that Gokyudo grandmasters of combat and preachers had encroached on their resources. He immediately sent a martial king elder, more than 20 grandmaster elders, and a number of elite disciples down the mountain. They charged towards the headquarters of the Free State's pugilist and Western Europe's preachers in Qingda harbor. If nothing unexpected happened, a fierce battle between the traditional sects of Huaxia martial artists and the foreign forces would erupt. However, the reality was beyond everyone's expectations. That morning, the elites of the 8 great sects charged at the western headquarters. Everyone in Qingda port had yet to recover from the pressure brought by the tyrannical martial artists. In the afternoon, the heads of the experts of the 8 great sects were hung on the city gates of Qingda port. It was said that within half an hour of the elders rushing in, they were carried out horizontally by the disciples of the combat hall. At this moment, looking from afar, the heads on the city gates were still dripping with blood, looking extremely terrifying. As soon as this information spread, the entire Qingda port was in an uproar. Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of residents of Qingda port put down their work. They all swarmed onto the streets. Very soon, the entire entrance of the Green Capital Harbor was surrounded by the surging stream of people. Looking at the 8 great sects elders who were still incomparably ferocious during the day, countless martial artists were terrified. At this moment, a foreigner who was more than 2 meters tall and covered in strong muscles stood at the city gate. He spoke in Chinese that wasn't very fluent. Is this the expert among the Chinese martial artists? Dozens of people rushed over, but they were killed by the dozens of guards of our Gokyudo combat dojo. If that's all you have, then your ancient Chinese martial arts are just so-so. His combat power is less than 10 times that of our Free State's Gokyudo fighting technique. The Westerners stood on the high city walls. He looked down at all the Chinese people in Qingda port. The disdain and contempt on his face was like a naked steel knife. It made many people's livers hurt. However, looking at the heads hanging on the city wall, he could not help but sigh. Everyone had to admit. This time, China's martial arts seemed to have really suffered a huge setback. As a result, countless martial artists could not help but have strong self-doubt in their hearts. Were these foreigners and their Gokyudo fighting techniques really that powerful? Li Yueming and Wang Ermeiza were also in the crowd. He looked at the head hanging on the city gate. Li Yueming was even more speechless. This didn't follow common sense. He was still thinking that the martial artists of the 8 great sects and the Grand Masters of Combat of the Free State would suffer heavy losses. Then, he could take advantage of it. However, he never expected that. He hadn't even finished his lunch in the courtyard. The heads of the elders and disciples of the 8 great sects were hung on the city wall. Li Yueming could smell something unusual from this quick battle record. Logically speaking, China's Central Plains, Free State, and Western Europe should be the 3 pillars of power. But now, the Free State and Western Europe were developing rapidly. Only the Central Plains of Huaxia was stuck in a cycle of self-restraint in both martial arts and politics. Then, he thought of Fu Xiero, who had no talent in martial arts. In the dark, Li Yueming felt as if he had touched a trace of the will of heaven and earth. However, this was not a good thing for him. After all the elders and disciples of the 8 great sects had been wiped out, they would not be able to do anything. The entire kingdom port was in discussion for a long time. Originally, everyone thought that the 8 great sects wouldn't take this lying down. However, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. The 8 great sects didn't send any news either and fell silent. They fell silent. It further fueled the arrogance of the foreigners. The Westerners, who were originally quite well behaved, began to gradually become unscrupulous. Countless warriors were mocked. He was chased away. Of course, it wasn't that there was no one to resist. However, most of those who resisted would only die. The foreigners were rampant. However, their ultimate fighting techniques were extremely powerful. Even if an ordinary person practiced for 2 to 3 years. It was also more powerful than many Huaxia martial artists who had been practicing for more than 10 years. As time passed, as long as they saw the foreigners, the warriors around the kingdom port did not even dare to raise their heads. A year later, the entire kingdom port had become the foreigners' backyard. The Free State's Gokyudo combat gym and Western Europe's churches popped up like bamboo shoots after a rain. It filled the market gap left behind by the destruction of the 8 martial arts schools. Many small and medium-sized families in Kingdom Port were also willing to send their children to the Gokyudo fighting gym to be trained when they saw Gokyudo fighting techniques beating up martial artists. During this process, Li Yueming had also secretly investigated the so-called Gokyudo fighting technique. In the end, other than the fact that his moves were sharper and more powerful, there was no fundamental difference between Gokyudo fighting techniques and martial artists' body tempering. The only difference was that the Westerners had a set of machines that specialized in measuring human body functions. He could check his body's condition at regular intervals. Then, he would use this opportunity to adjust the disciples' training courses. This was the same principle as Li Yueming using infinite deduction to train every inch of his body. The only difference was that Li Yueming could polish every inch of his body to perfection through infinite deduction. And the machines of the foreigners could only be polished to a so-so level. However, even if that was all, it was also enough to widen the gap between Gokyudo Grandmasters of Combat and ordinary martial artists. No wonder the 8 great sects suffered such a huge loss. After finding the source of the Gokyudo Grandmaster of Combat's power, he was able to find a way out. Li Yueming also studied the sacred flame preachers in Western Europe. He realized that this group of mysterious priests actually had some skills. You can obtain energy by praying to the gods. The combat strength of a devout person was even more terrifying than a Gokyudo Grandmaster of Combat. This naturally attracted Li Yueming's attention. In order to study the methods of the preachers, he had even joined the church to study for a period of time. In the beginning, he found nothing. Only later did he discover the clues. It turned out that the missionary's scriptures contained a strange rhythm. With this rhythm, he could mobilize his body and fuse with the energy of heaven and earth. The deeper the understanding of the scriptures, the more terrifying the power that a preacher could unleash. This discovery surprised Li Yueming. One had to know. In the martial arts system of China's Zhong province, in order to communicate with the world, one had to reach the martial saint realm. In the entire Central Plains OT China, the number of martial saints who were still alive was definitely not more than one palm. However, the missionary could actually touch the power of the martial saint realm through the comprehension and chanting of scriptures. It was simply too interesting. After learning to achieve success, Li Yueming began to meditate in the latter half of the year. He was frantically deducing the secrets hidden in the preacher's scriptures. In the end, it took a lot of effort. He finally had a good harvest. Not only did it add a brand new touch to the Star Moon technique, it also allowed his personal strength to rise by a level. It would scare people to death if he said it. Right now, Li Yueming was only a small martial master. However, he had relied on the scriptures and deduction to forcefully comprehend the power of heaven and earth that only a martial saint could control. Even though it was insignificant compared to a true martial saint. However, if word got out, it was estimated that the entire Central Plains of China would be shaken 3 times. Just like that, an extremely fulfilling year quietly passed. This year, Li Yueming was a 9-year-old. One day, after he finished meditating, Li Yueming saw Wang Ermeza looking around at the door with a panicked expression. Seeing that he had woken up, Wang Ermeza hurriedly walked in and said, "Young master, the emperor of the Great Xia Empire suddenly died half a month ago. The new emperor did not succeed the throne smoothly. The world is about to fall into chaos." Hearing this, Li Yueming slowly stood up from the futon. He looked at his cheap mother's barren vegetable field outside the door. He suddenly remembered a sentence he often read in history books. There was a great famine and cannibalism. The city walls were empty, and bones covered the wilderness. Chapter 66, The First Blade in Chaotic Times. He looked at Li Yueming with a complicated expression. "Young master, what's wrong?" Wang Ermeza asked in confusion. He sighed. Li Yueming shook his head. "Let's go out and take a look." Wang Ermeza did as he was told. Very quickly, the two arrived at Green Harbor. Compared to the liveliness and prosperity a year ago, this time, Li Yueming could clearly feel that there were fewer people and goods in Qingde Port. The palace was in chaos. The already unstable places became even more chaotic. In the past, the bandits were somewhat afraid of the government's troops. But now, all the county governors were scheming in their hearts. How could he control them? In addition, the temperature this year was much lower than in previous years. The crops planted in the fields could not grow normally because of the low temperature. It was going to be another disastrous year. The bandits from all over the world had already formed a mighty crowd. Raging, killing, looting, and attacking the village were just the appetizers. Many powerful bandits even dared to attack cities. Under such circumstances, the trade route could not be maintained. Naturally, there were fewer merchants coming and going to Qingde Port. However, this cold wave that was visible to the naked eye did not hit the Westerners. They were dressed in suits and high heels as they walked down the street. They were completely different from the surrounding civilians in ragged clothes. Standing beside the most prosperous alley in the past, Li Yueming saw many refugees with yellow faces. Some of them were begging on the streets, while others were gritting their teeth and looking for a job. However, in this bleak environment, no one had the strength to be a saint. Those who had surplus food at home might give them a few steamed buns. But that was all. This was only a small part of the scene under the turmoil. According to Wang Ermeza, The refugees who were able to enter Kingdom Port were already the luckiest batch. The scene outside the city gate was truly tragic. The number of refugees increased every day, and the number of people who froze to death and starved to death also soared. Hearing this, the city should be able to accommodate some refugees, right? Li Yueming asked in a muffled voice. I heard that it's the peak season for fish harvest recently. Hearing his question, Wang Ermeza glanced around. After making sure that there were no other spies around. The Westerners won't let us go. They are the true rulers of this city, he whispered. Li Yueming finally understood. The world was in chaos and the warlords were divided. It was actually a good opportunity for him. After all, if he wanted to obtain a higher score for the reincarnation mark, he would have to do something earth-shattering in this world. The chaotic world was a piece of soil that was full of nutrients. Then, the first strike would be from these foreign devils in Kingdom Port. Li Yueming turned around. In the courtyard, the youths trained hard day after day. However, Li Yueming had already allowed them to move around outside. Therefore, he had no choice. The children were not bored. He looked at the group of disciples in front of him who were full of fighting spirit. Li Yueming opened his mouth and said, "Put on your clothes and grab your weapons. Follow me." The students were all pleasantly surprised when they heard this. Li Yueming had never brought them out before. Today was the first time. He quickly packed his things. The group of people walked out of the old courtyard. He silently followed behind Li Yueming and headed toward the Free State's Gokyudo dojo. On the way, many martial artists noticed Li Yueming's group. They couldn't help but stop and look over. He had no choice. Li Yueming and his disciple were too eye-catching. They were like dazzling pearls in the crowd. It was difficult not to attract attention. Many martial artists followed behind them out of curiosity. There were also some sharp people who noticed that Li Yueming and the others seemed to be heading towards the Free State's Gokyudo Combat Dojo headquarters. This discovery could not help but arouse the bewilderment of many martial artists. In just a year, the Westerners used their absolute combat strength and superiority to suppress all the martial artists in Kingdom Port. Now, the status of martial artists in Kingdom Port was only slightly better than that of ordinary civilians. If they met foreigners, they could only lower their heads and wag their tails if they wanted to live. The group of young men in front of him rushed towards the Gokyudo Combat Dojo's headquarters aggressively. Could it be that he was looking for trouble with the foreigners? Li Yueming and the others were getting closer and closer to the combat hall headquarters. Finally, a martial artist caught up and whispered, "What are you kids trying to do? The foreigners over there don't even blink when they kill our Chinese martial artists." Hearing the reminder, Li Yueming turned around and looked at the warrior. He could not help but reveal a harmless smile and said seriously, "To tell you the truth, I don't like to blink when I kill people either." The martial artist was speechless. The little ghosts these days really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Good words can't persuade a damn ghost. It was a pity that they were just a bunch of kids whose hair had not fully grown. The martial artist sighed and took a few steps back. He followed from afar, afraid that he would be implicated if something happened later. It wasn't that they were too cowardly. It was because the spines of the martial artists around Kingdom Port had been broken by the Westerners. It wasn't like there weren't any people who had challenged those foreigners in the past. But what was the final result? If they weren't beheaded, they would be teased to death by those damn Westerners. All of them ended up miserable. 30 minutes later, Li Yueming led the 16 disciples to the Gokyudo Combat Dojo's headquarters. This was a building that occupied a huge area. It was different from the dilapidated wooden houses around it. The Gokyudo combat tubes were decorated in a very imposing manner. There was also a statue of a strong and exquisite man at the door. It was said that this half-naked fellow was the god of combat of the Free State. His status in the Free State was barely equivalent to the founding ancestor of the Great Xia Kingdom. He was the one who had developed Gokyudo fighting techniques to the extreme. Furthermore, he had single-handedly promoted it to the entire Free State. Of course, the Great Xia Kingdom's ancestor had died on the path of seeking immortality and seeking Dao hundreds of years ago. And this Gokyudo god of combat was still in his prime. At this moment, the members of the combat hall were all undergoing physical training. Generally speaking, Chinese people were not allowed to enter the headquarters of the Gokyudo fighting gym. They could only pay to learn Gokyudo fighting techniques in the branch. Therefore, there were only foreigners here. Just like 3 years ago, Li Yueming kicked away the statue that symbolized the Gokyudo god of combat. He said coldly, "Challenge the dojo. If you don't want to die, get lost. If you want to die, get over here." He heard a sound. Countless muscular men rushed out of the Gokyudo combat gym. He looked at the broken statue of the god of combat. All the Westerners were spitting out anger from their eyes. "Despicable Huaxia native, how dare you trample on the god of combat with your dirty feet? I'm going to hang you up and stab you in the ass." Li Yueming, concealment. This group of foreign Gus had a strong taste. In the surroundings, the foreigners from the Gokyudo fighting gym were furious. He suddenly rushed over. Obviously, he was prepared to tear the rebellious Li Yueming into pieces. Regarding this, Li Yueming did not make a move. In the next second, the 16 disciples behind him stood out. The strongest eldest senior brother, Han Bufan, shouted and took the lead to attack. "Anyone who blocks my master will die." He finished speaking. The young man punched out with one hand. A punch pierced through the chest of the Westerner who was charging at the front. Blood splattered on his face. Han Bufan's expression was still determined and cold. It could only be said that they were indeed of the same lineage. Han Bufan did not like to blink his eyes when killing people. The other disciples did not want to be outdone. One after another, they violently attacked. For a moment, in front of them, the arrogant Westerners were as miserable as dead dogs. His internal organs flew everywhere. Outside the door, countless martial artists who had come to watch the show saw this scene and could not help but open their mouths wide. He could not close it for a long time. At the same time, a wave of excitement and tremors surged out from the depths of their souls. It turned into a warm current that sparkled in the eyes of all the martial artists. Someone couldn't help but rub his eyes repeatedly and mutter, Is this really the power that we martial artists can display? I won't refuse any recommendation or monthly votes." Chapter 67, Exposed as the Devil Li Yueming? 1. The Westerners in the Gokyudo dojo headquarters fell like wheat being harvested. It wasn't as if there weren't a few ruthless characters who wanted to ambush them from the crowd. However, they were all killed by Li Yueming in one swift, accurate, and ruthless move. 16 disciples. Although he hadn't broken through to become a martial master yet, he couldn't use Qi Jin. However, their actual combat strength had basically reached the martial master realm. Of course, this martial master was not a martial master in the eyes of ordinary people. It was the martial master in Li Yueming's eyes. Among them, the strongest was naturally Han Bufan, who was called the eldest senior brother. He was talented to begin with. He was also the most hard-working when he cultivated. During this period of time, his combat strength would improve by a level almost every month. Now, his strength was infinitely close to the peak of the martial master realm. As for the weakest disciple, it was none other than Fu Xiero. He did not know what went wrong. Although Fu Xiero was also diligent in her cultivation, the results were very mediocre. In addition, she was a woman. His combat strength had always been at the peak of the martial apprentice realm. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. Fu Xiero, who had the weakest combat ability, was also the target of Li Yueming's attention. The 17 of them were extremely ferocious. He did not retreat when he was surrounded by hundreds of Gokyudo fighters. On the contrary, he was pushed forward by more than 10 meters. However, it was different from the last time Li Yueming challenged the dojo, when the martial artists of the 8 great sects scattered in a hubbub. This time, Li Yueming kicked the Gokyudo combat headquarters located in Qingdu Port. Most of the people who could train here were Gokyudo grandmasters of combat from the Free State. Therefore, he had no choice. Even though Li Yueming and the others had killed dozens of people, this group of foreigners showed no signs of retreating. However, that was all. Li Yueming easily punched a Tier 3 king of fighters through the head. The remaining hundreds of Westerners immediately began to tremble in fear. A Tier 3 king of combat was equivalent to a peak martial master among Huaxia martial artists. Its combat power could even compare to some weaker martial kings. Even in the entire Gokyudo Fighting Association, he was considered a pillar of existence. However, it was precisely such a powerhouse at the same time. In less than 5 rounds, the cold-blooded youth, who was like a god of death, caught his weakness and punched him in the head. All kinds of juices flew everywhere like broken balloons. This scene. It was enough to silence all the fighters present. Although they were all muscular and tall, they did not look particularly smart. However, they were not fools. They all know how to cherish their lives. The combat power that Li Yueming had displayed could easily kill a Tier 3 king of fighters with a single punch. No matter how many of them there were. It would probably be difficult to do anything to the other party. Instantly, the crowd that had been in a mess just a moment ago could not help but take a few steps back. The group of students realized that the pressure on them had been greatly reduced. He looked up. Only then did they realize that they had already reached the Gokyudo Combat Department's headquarters. To be honest, such a high-intensity battle was still too much for this group of teenagers whose average age was no more than 14 or 15 years old. If it wasn't for Li Yueming protecting them all this time, he probably had a narrow escape just now. But even so, this did not hinder the excitement in their hearts at all. For all sorts of reasons. The students were already disgusted by this group of hypocritical Westerners. They drank the blood of all the Chinese in Qingdu Port. However, he looked down on the Chinese. They spread the word that fair skin was the most honorable race, that Gokyudo combat was the most powerful body training technique, and that God created everything in the scriptures. In private, he was doing things that angered the heavens and angered the people. Selling children, seizing land, killing innocent people. He looked around. This group of noble people in suits and leather shoes were covered in black blood. If it wasn't for the fact that he was lucky enough to be rescued from the cage by Li Yueming. Many years ago, this group of children had already been transported to the Free State as slaves. Some things could be smoothed out with time. However, there were some things that time could not erase. It would also leave a scar in his heart that could not be healed. At this moment, the youths who had successfully killed their enemies could not help but feel relieved. They finally understood why Li Yueming had brought them here. It turned out that the reason why their teacher went through so much trouble was just to completely remove the scar buried in their hearts. Looking at the incomparably ferocious youths not far away, all the martial artists who followed behind him widened their eyes involuntarily. Every single one of them had muscles all over their bodies, making them look like monsters. Whether it was his physique or his combat methods. This group of Westerners who learned Gokyudo fighting techniques crushed the local martial artists in all aspects. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. In the past year, the strong and proud Westerners had once become the nightmare of countless Chinese martial artists. Many martial artists even began to doubt if their genes were really bad. Otherwise, why would he lose to those white-skinned people in all aspects? But now, in front of this group of youngsters, everything seemed to have turned around. Not only did the strong physique of the foreigners not benefit from the young men, but they also had a strong physique. Instead, he was forcefully pressed against the ground. Many Westerners were like watermelons that had been smashed. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Many questions popped up in the minds of all the Huaxia martial artists who witnessed this. Who were these youths who had suddenly appeared? And how could they defeat this group of Gokyudo fighters that they once regarded as demons? In the end, was it really the power that martial artists like them could unleash? However, many questions seemed to be destined to be unanswered. But at this moment, a warrior in the crowd looked at Li Yueming's back. Although it was because it had been a long time, his memories were already a little blurry. However, for some reason, the martial artist felt that Li Yueming's back was somewhat familiar. He was stunned for a long time. The warrior finally remembered another figure from a few years ago. Only then did he realize that the two silhouettes in his mind were actually slowly merging. In the end, the martial artist's eyes widened. He pointed at Li Yueming and trembled, I know who he is. Hearing this, all the surrounding martial artists who were watching the show quieted down. Their eyes all looked at the martial artist who spoke. Obviously, at this moment, everyone was curious about Li Yueming's identity. An existence with such tyrannical combat strength. Logically speaking, it was impossible for him to be an unknown person. Being stared at by nearly 100 pairs of eyes, the martial artist no longer cared about being afraid. This person seems to be the young man who slaughtered the Iron Fist Brotherhood 3 years ago. Hearing this, instantly, the surrounding martial artists gasped. The destruction of the Iron Fist Brotherhood had once caused a great storm. But in the end, it ended because of the youth's disappearance. After so many years, many people thought that the young man had already left Kingdom Port or died from his injuries. However, he never expected that not only was he alive and kicking. And now, they even went to the headquarters of the Gokyudo Fighting Association in Kingdom Port. This was a killing god. This youth was already so terrifying 3 years ago. How ridiculous would his strength be now? However, before the group of martial artists could come back to their senses, not far away, another martial artist recognized Li Yueming's other identity. It's him, so it's him. Some martial artists couldn't help but retreat as they looked at Li Yueming's back. After a while, he finally calmed down. Only then did he say with a trembling voice, he was the young man who kicked the 8 hall masters to death half a year ago. This guy is a devil. Chapter 68, Men just can't leave weaknesses for themselves. 1. Li Yueming had been in Green Harbor for a few years. Every time, the commotion caused was enough to shake the surroundings. However, due to his young age and his low profile after every job, he was able to get a good job. All along, Li Yueming wandered outside the eyes of the major forces. However, this was the 3rd time he had appeared. If the martial artists in Kingdom Port still couldn't recognize him, they probably wouldn't be able to survive anymore. *CK, the youth who slaughtered the Iron Fist Brotherhood and the youth who kicked the 8 dojos are the same person. This is simply too terrifying. This youth must be a core disciple of a hidden sect. Could it be that the martial artists of our Kingdom Port are about to rise? When he recognized Li Yueming, the group of martial artists started to get excited after being shocked. If he didn't know Li Yueming's identity, they might still have doubts about the final outcome of this battle. Almost all the martial artists felt relieved. He had no choice. Li Yueming's past achievements were too glorious. As a result, many martial artists could still occasionally hear some legends. If he were to personally make a move, perhaps this time, the Westerners would really suffer a huge loss. Under the gazes of countless people around them, it was as if they were looking at a monster. Li Yueming slowly walked forward. The group of Westerners did not dare to stop him. They looked at him with fear and trepidation. Obviously, this young native warrior was different from the idiot they bullied in the past. They were the toughest of the toughest. The dojo master didn't say anything. No one dared to provoke them, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were not careful. Li Yueming felt as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. He gently kicked open the door of the fighting dojo. The interior of the combat hall was decorated very simply. In the middle of the room was a furnace that was still emitting a fragrance. Beside the furnace, a 2-meter-tall super-strong man was sitting on the floor, resting with his eyes closed. Beside him sat an old man in a black robe holding a book in his hand. Li Yueming knew both of them. The brawny man was the owner of the Gokyudo combat gym in Qingdu Harbor who had mocked the Dragon country's martial artists for their incompetence on the city tower. As for the black-robed old man, he should be the bishop of the Western Europe's sacred fire priest, Qingdu Port. It could be said. The two men in front of him represented the strongest fighting force among the foreigners in Qingdu Port. Li Yueming looked around. When his gaze swept past the black-robed old man, his pupils suddenly constricted. Obviously, the old man's appearance surprised him. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, Li Yueming kicked the door and smashed it into pieces. He walked into the combat hall and said coldly, "You have two choices, either scram or die." Hearing such shameless words, the burly man slowly stood up from the floor and turned to look at Li Yueming. Compared to his 2-meter-tall body and the muscular arms that could make a horse race, Li Yueming's skinny body was no different from a bean sprout. Therefore, he had no choice. The head twisted his neck and said, "I'll let you throw 3 punches first. Don't say that our Free State's Gokyudo masters are bullying a native child like you." Obviously, even if Li Yueming had just broken through the blockade of the other Gokyudo grandmasters of combat, the head was still disdainful of his strength. Hearing this, Li Yueming was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, "There's such a good thing." Outside the door, a group of Qingdu Port martial artists also gathered their courage and approached the combat hall. Seeing this situation, he was not afraid of death anymore. They all warned loudly, "Sir, you must be careful. This foreigner is a rank 5 professional king of combat. He is even more powerful than a high-rank warrior king. I heard that his muscles can even reflect the damage from a fighter. It's very strange." At this moment, in the eyes of all martial artists, Li Yueming no longer represented him alone. Instead, it was a showdown between Huaxia's Zhongzhou martial arts and the Free State's Gokyudo combat. Although the two of them had not reached a particularly high realm yet, however, their strength was the best among the experts of the same level. As a representative, it was enough. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't say anything. He looked at the proud head and said seriously, "That's what you said. Let me punch you 3 times. The head smiled. But before he could say anything sarcastic, however, his vision blurred. In the next second, Li Yueming was already in front of him. He didn't wait for him to be on guard. Li Yueming's fist had already hit his chest. Instantly, the smile on the head's face froze. Li Yueming looked as if he had just punched out lightly. However, this punch, he felt as if he had been struck in the chest by a giant dragon. He took 5 or 6 steps back. After coughing a few times, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The attack was effective. "It seems that your health isn't too good, sir," Li Yueming said with a smile. "Do you want to take a break and come back?" The director was speechless. At this moment, he knew that he had failed. His entire face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The young man in front of him looked harmless. In fact, the power contained in his body was simply immeasurable. If he took 3 punches head-on, he would definitely pay a hefty price for this. However, under everyone's watchful eyes, he could not bring himself to slap himself, so he could only force himself to say, "That was just an accident." Again. Hearing this, the smile on Li Yueming's face grew wider. "Not bad, you're very energetic," he praised sincerely. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yueming had already disappeared from his spot like a ghost. This time, the combat director, who was prepared, blocked Li Yueming's fist with his arm. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief. However, he realized that Li Yueming's fist was just a feint. The actual attack was on his legs. Bang! A muffled sound. Li Yueming's knee hit the third leg between the director's legs. He exerted a little force. Instantly, everyone heard a painful cracking sound. F***ck, this is too fierce. The surrounding martial artists who were watching the battle all widened their eyes. When she came back to her senses, she felt a chill rise from her thighs to the top of her head. There was a kind of pain called looking at it hurts. Obviously, this was the situation that the director was facing now. Hiss hiss hiss. He had suffered such a huge loss. The director almost fainted. He also let out some unknown cries. If it was an ordinary man, by now, he had probably completely lost his combat strength. However, the director was still a Tier 5 pugilist with an incredibly strong physique. Therefore, he was able to remain calm despite the intense pain. At this moment, it was obviously impossible for him to keep his promise of giving up 3 punches. The director suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Yueming's arm. He wanted to tear Li Yueming into pieces in his anger. But how could Li Yueming be so easily bullied? She grabbed his arm with her backhand and also began to exert force, wanting to use brute force to break free from the director's grip. Everything happened so quickly. In the eyes of others, it had only been a few breaths. The battle between the two had already escalated to the point where they would fight to the death. Li Yueming actually started to compete with the head in terms of strength. Whether it was the martial artists outside the door or the Westerners inside the sect, they could not help but feel their scalps go numb. In everyone's eyes, this kind of behavior was tantamount to courting death. After all, the dojo master was a Gokyudo grandmaster of combat. Whether it was in terms of strength or physique, they were all top-notch existences. And Li Yueming was just a child who had yet to reach adulthood. How could he compete with a muscular dojo master in terms of physical strength? However, before anyone could say anything, in the next second, a scene that shattered everyone's worldview appeared. Li Yueming forcefully pried open the curator's arm, and under the disbelief of the curator, he turned around and hit the curator's third leg. This time, in order to achieve the desired effect, Li Yueming had even tried his best to mobilize his breathing technique and inner chi. It could be said, this attack was the strongest attack that Li Yueming had used. Crack! Another sound that made everyone's teeth ache rang out. The hall master, who was already a lone hero, rolled his eyes, and his incomparably majestic body instantly fell to the ground. Not long after, white foam came out of his mouth. It didn't seem like it was going to work. He looked at the head of the temple, who did not know if he was dead or alive. Men can't leave any weaknesses for themselves, Li Yueming said expressionlessly. Chapter 69, accidentally reversed the version. He looked at the curator who was still twitching on the ground. All the martial artists and Westerners in the surroundings had their brains short-circuited for several minutes. It could only be said that everything happened too quickly. From the beginning of the battle to the moment the head lost his fighting strength, the whole process took less than 3 minutes. The fierce battle that everyone thought was going to happen did not happen. Li Yueming didn't make any extra movements except for 1 punch and 2 kicks. But it was just like this. However, he had ended the battle with just 1 punch and 2 kicks. Countless martial artists who had followed them were stunned for a long time. In the end, there was a loud cheer. At this moment, Li Yueming had already transformed from a demon god to a martial Dao perfected lord in their eyes. It brought them a long-lost light of hope. In just a short year, the Western Gokyudo fighting technique had always been a knife hanging on the necks of all the martial artists around Kingdom Port. It was so heavy that they could not breathe. If it was just a simple defeat, then forget it. After all, it was not embarrassing to lose. However, what made them most desperate was that compared to the martial arts of Great Xia, the fighting techniques of the West and the baptism of the scriptures of the missionaries seemed to be much more advanced than martial arts. The abilities that they were so proud of were not worth mentioning in front of the foreigners. The Great Xia dynasty's martial arts, which had been at its peak for hundreds of years, seemed to be unable to keep up with the times. This was what made them feel the most defeated and hopeless. But at this moment, Li Yueming's powerful performance was like a shot in the arm for all the martial artists. He had not lost in martial arts. At the very least, there were still young people who could easily defeat Westerners with martial arts. The Chinese martial artists cheered. Many people were in tears. He wished he could roar into the sky. In contrast, the foreigners in the combat hall were relatively silent. He looked at the dojo master who was lying on the ground. Many Westerners looked dazed. Obviously, they did not expect that among the Chinese martial artists that they had always looked down on, there would be a monster like Li Yueming. Although the method of victory was slightly despicable. However, Li Yueming's shocking strength and sharp judgment during the battle were still enough to shock the world. In the silence, many Westerners could not help but take a few steps back. Even the director was killed by Li Yueming. How could they still have the courage to continue attacking Li Yueming? However, Li Yueming didn't look relaxed. After making sure that the curator on the ground had completely lost his combat strength, he was stunned. Li Yueming didn't even dare to attack. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the black-robed old man who was still sitting not far away and reading a book. She seemed to have sensed his gaze. The old man raised his head and looked at the dojo master lying on the ground. She adjusted the silver glasses on her nose bridge. "Interesting," he said with some interest. "I didn't expect there to be such an anomaly like you in the declining Huaxia martial arts." Li Yueming looked at the old man warily. And the book in the old man's hand. The reason why he did not hesitate to use underhanded methods to end the battle as soon as possible was to prevent the old man and the head from working together. Now, he had successfully dealt with the director. The worst-case scenario would not happen. However, compared to the Gokyudo combat manager, who only knew physical attacks, this old bishop from the Western Europe was actually the source of Li Yueming's pressure. The other party held a book called the Original Bible in his hands. Although it was only one page. However, the old man could also use it to mobilize a portion of the laws of heaven and earth to launch an attack. This kind of method was an existence that only martial saints could come into contact with among martial artists. For Li Yueming, who was only a martial master, this was undoubtedly a blow that exceeded the scope of the rules. Fortunately, Li Yueming himself had some knowledge of the scriptures. He had mastered a certain amount of excessive attack methods. Otherwise, he had probably packed his things and ran away by now. She felt his vigilant gaze. The bishop smiled. "Young man, you don't have to be so nervous. We, the Holy Fire missionaries, are not going to be your enemies." Seeing this, Li Yueming did not let down his guard and said, "If that's the case, then please remove your hand from the page." Hearing this, the old man was surprised. The Holy Fire missionary had always kept a low profile. As a martial artist, how did Li Yueming know his attack method? He thought about it. The bishop finally withdrew his hand from the scripture and said, "Ask your friends to leave. How about the two of us have a private chat?" Seeing this situation, the hostility on Li Yueming's face lessened slightly. He restrained the murderous aura on his body and dismissed the disciples following behind him. Li Yueming took a few steps forward and said cheerfully, "There's an old saying in China's Central Plains. Isn't it also said that friends come from afar? Welcome to our Central Plains." The bishop was a little confused by his words. Friends from afar? The bishop was not stupid enough to believe such bullshit. Li Yueming was getting closer and closer. The bishop recalled Li Yueming's previous death of his legs and couldn't help but reveal a serious expression. Little friend, your behavior is undoubtedly a challenge to my patience. As a missionary, a bishop's combat power did not lie in himself. Instead, it was about the understanding of the scriptures in his hands. Therefore, he had no choice. Once a martial artist of Li Yueming's level got close to him, without the time to use the scriptures, the bishop was almost like an ordinary person waiting to be killed. Seeing that the sneak attack had failed, Li Yueming could only rub his nose and laugh. One can't help it, I can't help it, ha ha ha. The bishop glanced at him and moved his butt back a few inches. I'm very curious. How did you achieve all of this? After thinking for a while, Li Yueming said honestly, there doesn't seem to be anything special. If he had to say it, perhaps the physiques of people were different. The bishop obviously did not believe a single word. The decline of martial arts is the guidance of God. A new era is about to arrive. Someone like you should not appear. Hearing this, Li Yueming pondered for a moment. His mind suddenly cleared up. The so-called God's guidance. Could it be that this world's will is playing tricks? The decline of martial arts meant that a new era was about to arrive. Could it be that this planet was in the midst of a sequence change? Thinking of this, Li Yueming suddenly felt that many things could be explained in an instant. Damn it! No wonder Fu Xiaoro could not achieve much in martial arts no matter how much she cultivated. Previously, he had always thought that he had mistaken the chosen one. But now, it seemed like he was the only one. In fact, Fu Xiaoro's destiny was not on the path of cultivating martial arts at all. According to the original trajectory of fate, Fu Xiaoro and her classmates would probably be sold to the Free State. Then, he would stay in the Free State to develop. So, it was equivalent to the game designer changing the game version while playing the game. Added and strengthened new heroes. Li Yueming was holding the sewer hero that had been deleted in the reverse version. What he wanted to do was to use this sewer hero to beat up the enhanced designer's son. F***ck. What should be said or not, the challenge was full. Looking at the doubt in the bishop's eyes. I don't know. Li Yueming shook his head. I can't explain your problem. Even if I could, do you think I would tell you? The bishop was not surprised to hear this. I know what you mean, but I can only guarantee that the Holy Fire missionaries in Kingdom Port will leave. As for the missionaries in other ports and cities, that's not up to me to decide. After saying that, the white-haired bishop sighed. He staggered away. Chapter 70, Sweeping Kingdom Port, Becoming City Lord from today onward. This year, Li Yueming was 9 years old. The emperor of the Great Xia Empire had died suddenly, and the production of food had been reduced frequently. This ancient empire that had ruled China for hundreds of years was on the verge of collapse under the repeated attacks. The court was troubled by both internal and external troubles. Countless demons and monsters took root and sprouted in this thick land. He looked around. All of them were signs of a chaotic world. In the first half of winter, Li Yueming spent some effort to wipe out the 8 dojos of Kingdom Port. In the autumn of the second half of the year, Li Yueming spent some effort to wipe out the arrogant foreigners in Kingdom Port. The Free State's Gokyudo combat gym was forced to close down. A large group of grandmasters of combat departed dejectedly. On the other side, the black-robed bishop did not go back on his word. The Sacred Fire missionary packed his things and left Kingdom Port overnight. At this point, the messy forces in Kingdom Port were basically eliminated by Li Yueming with absolute force. After doing all this, Li Yueming didn't disappear like he did in previous years. Instead, he began to order his disciples to take over the various powers of the entire Kingdom Port. At the same time, many martial artists in Kingdom Port witnessed Li Yueming's tyrannical combat strength. Almost all of them expressed their submission to him. He also expressed that he wanted to learn a higher level of martial arts from Li Yueming. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't refuse. Because what he had to do next was definitely not something that he could do alone. He had to have enough people under him. However, Li Yueming didn't accept this group of martial artists easily. Instead, he set an assessment target for them. The deadline was half a year. Only by passing the test could one learn his martial arts. The group of martial artists discussed for a moment and expressed that there was no problem. Nonsense. Everyone had witnessed Li Yueming's combat strength. To be under such a boss. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just fill up the number of blocks, alright? Hence, he decided to do it. Under the circumstances where he had absolute power. The city lord did not even dare to show any dissatisfaction and obediently handed over all the power in his hands. Li Yueming smoothly took over the entire city. The next step. He began to dispatch officials from the government to settle the refugees at the city gate. Because of the war and famine, around 70,000 to 80,000 refugees had gathered outside the city. When the foreigners ruled, other than attacking the city by force, these refugees would not have any chance to enter the city even if they starved to death. Now that Li Yueming was in charge of Kingdom Port, he naturally wouldn't sit by and watch this happen. In times of chaos, population was a heavy burden. But for Li Yueming, as long as he could find a way to solve the most basic problem of food and accommodation, the population was absolute power. He followed the officials to the gate of the Green Capital Harbor. On the city wall, one of the martial artists who took the initiative to join Li Yueming shouted, "Everyone, listen up. The new city lord of the port, Li Yueming, is a kind-hearted man. From today onwards, you can queue up to register to enter the city." Hearing this, their faces were filled with disbelief. At this moment, the originally tightly shut gate of the Azure capital opened a crack. After the refugees confirmed that they weren't dizzy or hallucinating, they were all excited. He rushed towards the city gate as if he had gone crazy. On the city wall, everyone must queue up to enter the city. Anyone who disturbs the order, spreads rumors, or incites martial arts will be killed without mercy, the martial artist continued. His voice was very loud. However, how could the refugees who had already gone crazy listen to these words? All of them ignored this. However, when they reached the city gate, he looked at the murderous armored soldiers in the city and the martial artists on both sides of the city gate who were full of vigor and held long sabers. He instantly calmed down. At this moment, Li Yueming was also standing at the entrance. He looked at the starving refugees. Li Yueming expressionlessly said to the soldiers and martial artists behind him, "Anyone who dares to step past the city gate will be killed immediately." He could feel the murderous aura emanating from Li Yueming's body. The restless refugees finally regained some rationality. Of course, there were also those who were not afraid of death, relying on the fact that they had more people and wanted to take this opportunity to force their way into the city. As a result, naturally, he was beheaded by the surrounding martial artists and kicked around like a ball. Finally, he hung it on the city wall as a warning. At the side, the registrar sitting next to Li Yueming kept wiping the sweat off his forehead. To be honest, as the second in command of the city lord, the registrar had been in Kingdom Port for so many years and had seen some ruthless people. However, it was the first time he had seen someone as fierce and ruthless as Li Yueming. One had to know that there were nearly 100,000 refugees in front of him. All of them were so hungry that their eyes had turned yellow. A small mistake could cause a large-scale mutiny. Li Yueming actually opened the city gate in front of so many refugees. Even though it was only a sliver, the danger involved was unimaginable. The starving refugees were not humans. The starving refugees were like wild beasts that could choose a person to eat at any time. If it wasn't for the fact that his little life was in danger, However, under such circumstances, Li Yueming managed to suppress the chaos that was about to happen. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness really made the registrar flabbergasted. After temporarily suppressing the rioting refugees, Li Yueming waved his hand. The porridge that his cheap mother, Fu Xiero, and the others had prepared was carried up. The food used to cook the porridge was all confiscated by Li Yueming from the Free State's Gokyudo Path Combat Headquarters. Just the food alone had been copied out of 3 warehouses. There were countless other gold, silver, and all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. In Li Yueming's hands, these were just a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, he had no choice. All of them were taken out by him to help the victims. Outside the door, the eyes of the disaster victims turned green when they smelled the porridge. A new round of riots was about to begin. "This is relief food," the warrior on the city gate shouted. "Every household can line up to receive it. Everyone will get a share. In addition, if there were any acts of snatching the food, they would all be killed without mercy." Hearing this, there were still many refugees who didn't believe in evil and rushed forward. As for the result, of course, it was also the same as the head that was hung on the city wall. Fu Xiero and the others were really giving out porridge. The restless refugees calmed down a little. There was food. They could even queue up to enter the city. For the refugees who had been displaced along the way, this was something that they did not even dare to dream about. Li Yueming didn't want to compromise on these 2 things. Seeing that there was hope for survival, the refugees naturally did not riot. With sticks and sweet dates, they took turns to serve him. The refugees were completely controlled by Li Yueming. Although there was still some chaos outside the city. However, there were no large-scale riots. In just one day, there were more than 3,000 refugees in Qingdu port. After verification, most of these refugees were farmers who had lost their land. During the harvest year, they depended on the local major families to farm and barely make a living. In the event of a disaster, they were the first to be abandoned by the local wealthy families. After this group of people entered the city, of course, Li Yueming wouldn't let them wander around the streets and disturb the peace. They found a boat and asked a few fishermen who were familiar with the sea to take them fishing. Unlike the famine on land, the resources in the sea were very rich. As long as the arrangements were made properly, Qingdu port could easily absorb a lot of refugees. At the same time, the news of Qingdu port accepting refugees into the Guotian kingdom spread more and more. Li Yueming's name gradually became known by the people around him. The commoners in the surrounding hundreds of miles heard that there was a heavenly lord in Qingdu port. Therefore, he had no choice. Many of the farmers who couldn't find a way to survive in their hometowns all took their families and embarked on the road to Qingdu port. In just 2 short months, almost 200,000 refugees flooded into Qingdu port. This was a very large number. As a result, many of the officials in Qingdu port were so busy that their feet did not even touch the ground. If Li Yueming hadn't given him a generous reward, he would have died. At this moment, many officials had probably already begun to dawdle. In addition, the number of refugees increased. The security problem in Qingdu port was more obvious. There were often refugees who stole the property and food of the local residents. Those who were more ruthless. There were even people who killed for money. Regarding this, Li Yueming immediately took out his thunderous methods. A curfew was imposed at night, and martial artists led soldiers to patrol. Kill all the sneaky guys they caught. Under this kind of high-pressure punishment, the security problem in Qingdu port was finally alleviated. Of course, the curfew was only a temporary measure. If he wanted to solve the problem fundamentally, he had to start from filling his stomach and distributing work. Li Yueming was troubled by this for a while. Large-scale reclamation of wasteland to grow food was naturally the best solution. However, it was too inefficient for the poor refugees. Moreover, the land was a famine year, so it was not suitable for growing food. Therefore, after considering everything, for the current kingdom port, developing the ocean should be the best choice. Chapter 71, 70. The person is still alive, and the temple is already built? 1. Overall, kingdom port was close to the coastline. Compared to the undeveloped inland areas, the terrain was undoubtedly superior. Now the natural disaster is in the way. It was obviously not suitable to open up wasteland and grow grain. Therefore, he had no choice. After much consideration, Li Yueming finally decided to develop the ocean. The ocean was rich in resources, and transportation was very convenient. He could use the smallest cost and the fastest speed to make all the refugees wealthy. Only the residents of Kingdom Port became wealthy. No longer worry about food and drink expenses. Only then would he have the foundation to implement the various systems he had envisioned. Under the circumstances of not having enough to eat, all other decrees and laws were in vain. After confirming the target, Li Yueming began to issue orders in an orderly manner. He wanted to sail. The most important thing was to build fishing boats. Li Yueming had some ready-made experience in the wasteland world in his previous life, although it couldn't be directly applied to the world of martial Dao. However, for Li Yueming, who had unlimited deduction talent, these were only small problems. It was fine if the nuclear submarine could not be built. Can't they get a few broken fishing boats? Now, Li Yueming was the well-deserved emperor of Kingdom Port. No one could go against his will. Under such a high degree of concentration of power, Kingdom Port was no longer as chaotic as it used to be. It had become unprecedentedly orderly. Therefore, he had no choice. Li Yueming waved his hand. The blueprints were distributed to the craftsmen in Kingdom Port. In the beginning, when the craftsmen heard that Li Yueming wanted to teach them how to design a brand new fishing boat, they were shocked. They were basically disdainful. After all, their skills had been passed down from their ancestors. After hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation and improvement, how could a layman point fingers at her? However, due to Li Yueming's current power, the craftsmen did not dare to make a sound. However, when they received Li Moonlight's blueprint, only then did he realize that he seemed to be a little wrong. The densely packed data and straight and smooth lines on the blueprint were no current from a martial arrest Jiamga martial arts secret manual. After repeatedly looking at it, their eyes widened. You call this a fishing boat? Of course. No matter what they thought, Li Yueming's shipbuilding business had already begun to put into production. The craftsmen were responsible for the overall progress of the project. As for the labor force, currently, the thing that Kingdom Port did not lack the most was labor. They settled the hundreds of thousands of refugees. After taking care of their food, accommodation, and rest for a period of time, they would be dragged to cut down trees and build ships. When the capitalists saw this, they could only cry. However, it was in such an environment. However, the refugees were still willing to accept it and were grateful to Li Yueming who provided them with food and accommodation. This was naturally due to the natural disasters. However, from another perspective, it also proved the tenacious character of the people of China's Central Plains. Many times, they were often the group of people who could endure the most hardships. Hardworking and simple. They believed in self-nourishment. As long as he could have a place to settle down and a job to make a living, it was enough for 80% of them to be grateful. However, on such a piece of land, they often couldn't even satisfy the most basic living conditions. Time flew by. This year, Li Yueming was 10 years old. Other than spending the first few months of the new year planning the development of Kingdom Port, Li Yueming still spent 80% of his energy on cultivating martial arts. To him, in a sense, Kingdom Port was just an accessory to the fist. Of course, the most important thing was to constantly improve his strength. Only if one was strong enough, Only then would he have enough confidence to face other unforeseen events. Now, Li Yueming's strength was already close to the peak of the martial master realm. The reason why he hadn't broken through yet was because Li Yueming was still polishing his inner qi. If the internal qi of an ordinary martial master was like an earthworm, then, Li Yueming's inner qi was like a 9-clawed dragon. Whether it was strength or thickness, they were completely different from ordinary martial masters. Of course, just because Li Yueming was studying martial arts didn't mean that his planned development direction had come to a halt. There were many talented people in Kingdom Port's population of nearly 1 million. Li Yueming's envelope needed to control the direction. All the details were left to the subordinates to worry about. A year passed. Kingdom Port had already produced more than 50 ships. Most of these fishing boats were made of thick wooden planks. In order to ensure that the wooden planks were thick and hard enough, Li Yueming specially hired a large group of martial master realm martial artists to do assembly line forging. The martial masters used their inner qi to press the wooden planks. It could make wooden planks harder than steel. A set of streamlined operations was completed. The efficiency was shockingly high. Moreover, martial artists not only forged materials for shipbuilding. He even took this opportunity to increase his strength. It was a win-win situation. Each plank was hammered to an extremely hard state. Only then would it be installed on the fishing boat. In addition, a few parts of the fishing boat were made of steel. For example, cannons of various calibers, giant warhammers at the bow, and barbs on the deck at the bow and stern. These parts were all inlaid with martial arts master forging's steel. As for why there was such strange equipment on the fishing boat, well, of course, it was to fish better. What was that? Was this reasonable? This was a Thai beaver. After all, a fishing boat that could not fire was not a good warship. Encountering foreign pirates on the way back after fishing, this was all uncertain. Compared to the chaos and killing intent a year ago. Now, Kingdom Port had gradually recovered its prosperity as a port. If it wasn't for the frequent wars in the inner land, it would have been a disaster. The trade route was completely cut off. Perhaps the current Kingdom Port was even more lively than a year ago. The reason was simple. First of all, Li Yueming had been exempted from many taxes after taking office. This method of benefiting the people was very effective. The entire Kingdom Port seemed to come alive overnight. All the merchants were more enthusiastic when they saw Li Yueming than when they saw their own father. Secondly, many chaotic forces in Kingdom Port, including martial artists, had been wiped out by Li Yueming a year ago. In addition, there was a curfew for half a year. The crime rate in the entire Kingdom Port had almost dropped off a cliff. The martial artists and foreigners who used to be domineering had disappeared. The foreigners who committed all kinds of evil deeds had disappeared from the physical world. The tyrannical martial artists disappeared from the spiritual level. Li Yueming's disciples didn't care if the criminal was a martial artist or a commoner. As long as he was caught, he would be dealt with according to the law. After being taught a lesson many times, the martial artists of Kingdom Port quickly became well-behaved. All of them became docile little karami. This set of punches came down. The entire Kingdom Port, including the martial artists, was under Li Yueming's control. He couldn't refuse. Li Yueming's disrespectful disciples dared to kill them like pigs. As for the evaluation of Li Yueming by the refugees outside the city, that would be even higher. If Li Yueming hadn't opened the city gate to let them in back then, they had probably starved to death on the grassland where even the grass roots had been chewed up. After entering the city, Li Yueming not only divided a living area for them, they even organized people to help them rebuild their homes. Later on, they were provided with food that was enough for them to survive. Now, the group of refugees went out to sea. It was about building ships. Although he was still poor, but at the very least, he did not have to worry about starving to death. And most importantly, in such a city, For the first time, they experienced what it felt like to be human. Not only did he have his own household registration. Every once in a while, there would be officials visiting them to inquire about their living conditions. Even martial artists did not dare to shout at them on the road. This was because they enjoyed the same human rights as martial artists. As long as there was a conflict, the government would definitely judge the case impartially. They would not be biased just because the other party was a martial artist who broke the law. Under such circumstances, the refugees were grateful to Li Yueming from the bottom of their hearts. Many refugees even called Li Yueming the Son of Heaven. It was the existence that the heavens had listened to the prayers of the people and led them, the bitter commoners, from suffering to glory. In the center of the area where the refugees lived, someone even built a temple for Li Yueming. He would pay his respects every year. Of course. Fu Xiao's face darkened when she heard about this. As Li Yueming's disciple, it was naturally a good thing for his master to be loved. But now, he was building a temple before he died. What kind of bullshit*T was this? Chapter 72, Japan? 1. This year. After the situation stabilized, Li Yueming began to promote free dojos and free schools. Wang Ermei's family used to study literature. Later, he was forced by his father to learn martial arts. However, she had never given up on learning literature as her hobby. Therefore, he had no choice. He had become the first literature teacher in Qinggang University. Li Yueming would occasionally teach when he had time. However, Wang Ermei was in charge of the university most of the time. There weren't many disciples studying in the literature hall. After all, Huaxia's tradition of valuing martial arts over literature was deeply rooted in their bones. It would be difficult to turn things around in a short period of time. In addition, a free martial arts hall was also opened. Except for Fu Xiao. The other 15 disciples were entrusted with important tasks and began to teach the children martial arts. Of course, the martial artists of Kingdom Port could also enter to learn. However, they weren't included in Li Yueming's free 5-year compulsory education. Therefore, he had no choice. Adult martial artists had to pay if they wanted to attend classes. However, even so. However, the martial arts hall was still packed with people. On the day of the opening, almost all the martial artists in the port came. Everyone wanted to see how Li Yueming's proud disciples were able to achieve invincible combat strength at the same level. For a moment, Kingdom Port was extremely lively. Compared to the frenzied development of Kingdom Port, the fate of the Great Xia dynasty was somewhat miserable. The emperor died suddenly before he could confer the title of crown prince. He left a huge mess for the officials. The old emperor was dead. Logically speaking, the throne should be succeeded by the 10-year-old eldest son. However, the eldest son was not the empress's biological son. The empress's biological son was her second son, who was only 9 years old. The empress's family was a complicated aristocratic family, whether it was in the court or in the local area. Its power spread throughout the country and was incomparably powerful. Naturally, he would not watch the throne fall into the hands of outsiders. Therefore, he had no choice. A battle for the throne began. The followers of the eldest son, who abided by the rules of propriety, tried their best to ensure that the eldest son succeeded to the throne. The queen's faction, led by the queen, wanted to send the second son to that supreme position. The two sides fought for half a year. In the end, the empress's family won a great victory. The second son of the emperor announced his succession that year. But the problem was that he had an emperor. As a result, the Great Xia Empire lost its last bit of cohesion. There were bandits everywhere in China, and there were white bones everywhere. In order to survive, countless commoners sold their children and exchanged their sons for food. It was a living hell. The central government no longer had the power to restrain the local government. The era of chaos had arrived. There was another thing worth mentioning. The foreigners had not been idle during this year. Taking advantage of the internal strife in the royal family, they quietly took down 6 ports of Great Xia. The coastline was filled with traces of foreigners from the south to the north. The Holy Fire missionaries continued to build churches, while the Gokyudo fighters opened combat centers everywhere. Huaxia's local martial arts were being devoured by them. He didn't even have a few decent counterattacks. It was basically a one-sided massacre. Such an arrogant foreigner made all the martial arts sects in China feel a huge threat. It was said that the top 5 sects in China were already discussing countermeasures. As for when they would be able to come up with a feasible plan, that was unknown. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. Now, he was living in Qingdao harbor to develop. As long as the storm outside did not affect his head, he was prepared to ignore it. The martial apprentice realm focused on polishing the body. The martial master realm focused on training one's inner qi. After a year of continuous deduction and connection, Li Yueming had already trained his inner qi to the peak of perfection. Now, as long as he spat out his inner qi, he could send a boulder weighing over 10,000 pounds flying with one blow. Even if they were tens of meters apart. He could also easily kill people with a raise of his hand. After cultivating to this stage, logically speaking, Li Yueming could already advance to a higher level martial king. However, Li Yueming felt that something was missing. As a genius with martial arts talent, he was extremely talented. That was why he was able to reach his current level without any strict guidance from his master. And now, his intuition told him that he was still one step away from the great circle of the martial master realm. That meant that he was still one step away. It was definitely not wrong. For ordinary people, a step away was just a step away. After all, no one could polish all the realms to perfection. But to Li Yueming, a step away was naturally intolerable. Therefore, he had no choice. 10 years old, this year, a big one. Li Yueming locked himself in his room to deduce what step he was missing. But even if it took a whole year, in the end, he still found nothing. Moreover, he realized that the more he deduced and pursued, the more he would be able to do so. The so-called perfection was more illusory. No matter what, he couldn't grasp that thread of transcendence. What happened? Why couldn't he perfect his martial master realm? Could it be that the perfect martial path had been cut off by the world's will? Li Yueming was confused. It was impossible to polish it to transcendence and perfection. For someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder like him, it was like ants crawling on his body. However, he was very sure that the reason for this situation was not because of him. Therefore, he had no choice. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. That was the change in the world's will. Martial artists and martial arts had gradually become a thing of the past in the planning of the world's will. He had no choice. Li Yueming could only temporarily give up on the idea of pursuing perfection. He walked out of the house where he was in seclusion. This year, Li Yueming was already 11 years old. At this moment, his face was delicate and his long hair was like ink. Even if he was only wearing plain clothes, there was also an ethereal aura in his every move. He opened the door. Over the years, Li Yueming and his disciples had disappeared from the courtyard. His cheap mother would still farm here. Occasionally, he would even send some ducks and other things to the children who were cultivating to nourish their bodies. Of course, the group of disciples would come back for a few days every half a month. As his master, Li Yueming had been in seclusion all this time. As adopted children, they naturally had to bear the responsibility of taking care of their cheap mother. Moreover, their cheap mother's kindness to them was the most simple and genuine. It was not mixed with any benefits. This was also a feeling that was difficult for the disciples to part with. However, they were currently busy teaching martial arts to the children of Qingdao Port. Therefore, every time he came, he would be in a hurry. He looked at his mother, who was plucking the weeds in the yard not far away. Li Yueming silently watched the situation for a long time. In the end, he did not say anything and turned to leave the courtyard. About 10 minutes later, Li Yueming arrived at the city lord's mansion in Kingdom Port. Hundreds of thousands of refugees settled down. Kingdom Port was changing every day. Now, there were already more than 1,000 fishing boats in Kingdom Port, and the nearby waters were filled with fishing boats. In addition, the wasteland around the city wall had also been reclaimed. After all, agriculture was the foundation of the Chinese people. The harvest from the fishing industry could be regarded as a side business. The fundamental problem of food had to be solved by the traditional skill of farming. When Li Yueming stepped into the city lord's mansion, Fu Xiao's angry voice came from the city lord's mansion. Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. Due to his poor talent, Fu Xiao struggled a few times before she finally chose to give up on practicing martial arts. He then turned to Li Yueming as his assistant. As his disciple, Fu Xiao could feel Li Yueming's imposing manner. Similarly, she also understands that she is going to be his master, would one day be famous. Under such circumstances, although Kingdom Port looked prosperous and orderly, however, the relationship between Li Yueming and all of them stemmed from interests and absolute military suppression. Fu Xiao felt that this kind of relationship was very unreliable. Therefore, he had no choice. After some thought, she gritted her teeth and made the decision to give up martial arts. In Fu Xiao's eyes, as long as she, as his disciple, was here to suppress him, the officials and martial artists of Kingdom Port would not dare to lie to Li Yueming. This was undoubtedly a huge sacrifice for Fu Xiao, who wanted to be strong. However, it relieved a lot of pressure on Li Yueming. Now, she was basically responsible for the meticulous implementation of the direction that Li Yueming pointed out. At that moment, there was actually someone who dared to make Fu Xiao so angry. It was definitely a great provocation to Li Yueming. At the same time, Fu Xiao heard the sound outside the door. He looked over with a puzzled expression. Obviously, the city lord's mansion was the most heavily guarded place in the entire Kingdom Port. Logically speaking, no one should be able to get close to her without alerting anyone. He looked over. He realized that it was Li Yueming. Fu Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Disciple Fu Xiao greets master. She knelt on the ground and said excitedly. Li Yueming waved his hand to signal her to get up. After finding a seat, he said, "Who made you unhappy? I'll help you vent your anger." Fu Xiao pouted. Recently, a group of Japanese warriors have been burning, killing, and looting near our Kingdom Port. Many of the crops planted outside the city haven't even matured yet and were destroyed by these damn pirates. At this moment, her face was still a little immature. However, she had already begun to show the appearance of a young girl. Of course, this kind of expression would only appear in front of Li Yueming. Usually, in order to make herself look mature, Fu Xiao was usually expressionless. Hearing this, Li Yueming suddenly became very interested. He smiled and said, "The Japanese samurai, Japanese pirates? I didn't expect that there would be such an EXP baby near Green City." Chapter 73, As long as there are enough fishing boats, the sea is full of truth. 1. This time, Li Yueming's main goal was naturally to pursue a higher level of martial arts. Now, he had already polished his martial master realm to the peak. Even though it was unable to be polished to perfection under the obstruction of the world's will. However, with his accumulation, it was more than enough for him to advance to a martial king. But before that, he had to solve the food crisis in Kingdom Port first. In the past 2 years, the development of Kingdom Port had been extremely rapid. The reason why it was so smooth. Li Yueming's thunderous methods were part of the reason. The other reason was that Li Yueming had been paying for food. With so many refugees pouring into Qingde port, they wanted to digest them into the driving force for economic and population growth. The most important thing was not to lack food. Fortunately, when Li Yueming became the city lord, there was still a lot of food stored in the granary of the Qingde port government. There were also a lot of them stored in the warehouses of the foreigners. After looting the 2 batches of food, Li Yueming distributed them to the refugees. This was how the people of Qingde port were barely able to maintain their stability. This kind of food subsidy had continued until now. Even if Qingde port was really a super granary, it could not withstand the fact that it could only produce and not import for years. Not to mention that Qingde port itself did not produce grain. The number of refugees in the port was constantly increasing, and it was not yet time to harvest the grain planted in the fields. The inland was also the year of the Great Wilderness. All the places were fighting. The economic and social order had long been in a mess. Under such circumstances, even if they had money, they couldn't buy a grain of grain from the mainland. Since the beginning of the year, the prices of rice and wheat in the grain shops of Qingde port had been rising for several months. If it weren't for the fishing boats at the port that were still working, the food supply at Qingde port might have already run out. That's why, when he heard that the Japanese warriors had destroyed the newly planted rice fields, he was shocked. That was why Fuzihiro was so angry. She was already worried to death because of the lack of food. This group of dogs still brought up the matter. She was so angry that her blood pressure almost rose. After listening to her report, Li Yueming pondered for a moment and suddenly smiled. Japanese pirates, right? Have you found out where their nest is? Originally, he was still thinking about how to quickly get some food and resources to solve his urgent needs. He didn't expect the Japanese pirates to give him a good start as soon as he entered the city. Hearing this, eldest senior brother left the city 2 days ago to chase after the culprit, Fuzihiro replied. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a result soon. The East Ocean was a small island in the eastern sea of Grand Xia. In the past, Japan had always been a vassal state that submitted to Great Xia. He had gotten a lot of benefits from Great Xia. Now that Great Xia had weakened, they began to use small fishing boats to frequently attack the villages near the coast. The Japanese who only knew how to seek help from others would definitely become more and more rampant. Therefore, he had no choice. After hearing the news, Han Bufan, who had already broken through to the martial master realm, brought his men to find trouble with those Japanese pirates. He heard the answer. Li Yueming nodded. A few years ago, he had rescued this group of children from the cages of the foreigners. After careful nurturing, this group of children had already shown their talents. He had the ability to take charge of his own affairs. Eldest senior brother Han Bufan naturally did not need to say anything. Whether it was his temperament or martial arts talent, he was first class. His combat strength was also one of the best among all the disciples. The other disciples were also very outstanding. 2 days later, Han Bufan and a dozen other martial artists returned to Qingde Harbor with the heads of over 30 East Asian men. They hung the heads of the East Asian people on the city gate tower of Qingde Harbor according to tradition. Then, he brought the remaining captive to Li Yueming. When I saw Li Yueming, Han Bufan knelt down respectfully and kowtowed, disciple greets master. Li Yueming waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. His gaze landed on the ragged Japanese behind Han Bufan and asked, "I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me, where is your East Ocean island?" The Japanese had a blank expression. He glanced at Li Yueming. He then looked at Han Bufan behind him. She opened her mouth and whispered after a while, "Baka Yalu." Hearing this bird language, Li Yueming then remembered that there was a language barrier between them. Since that was the case, then it was over. He waved his hand. The Japanese captives were taken away. Li Yueming looked at Fuziro, and many fishing boats are there in Qingda port. Fuziro tilted her head when she heard this. There should be close to 2,000 ships in use now. He nodded. Li Yueming thought for a moment and said, mobilize all the fishermen and fishing boats. Find the location of Japan at all costs. Hearing this. Yes, Master. But why are you looking for the location of Japan, Master? Fuziro asked with a puzzled expression. Li Yueming smiled and said, "Lsnt the city short of money and food now? I heard that Japan is a famous silver country." He looked at Li Yueming's expressionless smile. Fuziro thought for a moment. He suddenly felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. The so-called fishing boats were all high-grade goods equipped with super cannons. Although they might not be able to gain the upper hand against the warships of Western Europe and the Free State. However, when facing a small country like Japan that relied on fishing and farming for a living, wouldn't that be a huge blow? It was simply a waste of natural resources to use it only for fishing. Thinking of this, Fuziro did not hesitate anymore. He turned around and began to arrange these matters. It took half a month. The fishing boat at Qingda port had figured out the location of Japan. After carefully gathering information about the East Ocean country, he was able to find out more about the East Ocean country. Fuziro began to mobilize more than 2,000 fishing boats in Qingda port. In the end, on a sunny afternoon, the fishing boats gave up on traditional fishing and headed towards Japan. About half a month later, countless people were looking forward to it. The fishing boat was loaded with all kinds of supplies. That night, the harbor of Qingda port was piled up with heavy boxes. Countless people gathered together to celebrate. He was immersed in the joy of the harvest. As expected, stealing was better than robbing, and robbing was better than ransacking. It felt so good to go to someone else's house and act out the act of happiness knocking on the door. He had earned a lot of money just by coming to Qingda port. Not only did it greatly alleviate the food crisis, they even brought back countless amounts of iron and silver. If it wasn't for the fact that it was currently in a chaotic world, these ores were enough for Green Harbor to develop. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't show much surprise. According to his plan, these fishing boats were built with some of the functions of warships. When he had nothing to do, he would fish in the coastal waters to make a living. If there was a need, these black technology fishing boats that had been forged by the inner chi assembly line of martial masters would turn into ferocious and terrifying beasts. He killed the enemies on the sea, the fishing boats that were currently in service. It was only the lowest level of the black technology fishing ship series. Once Qingda port had a firm foothold, Li Yueming would also develop a super martial artist's black technology warship with higher combat power. At that time, the so-called Sea of Stars would only be within reach. The grain harvested from the East Ocean island was sold at a low price, and the urgent need for grain in Qingda port was instantly extinguished by more than half. As for the iron and silver mines, Li Yueming waved his hand and put all of them into the fishing boat production line. Towards this decision, all the residents of Qingda port expressed their support. What was the saying? My neighbor is my granary. As long as there were enough fishing boats, the sea was full of truth. Chapter 74, Wine and Meat Stink in Vermilion Gates, Frozen Bones on the Road. After solving the most pressing food problem, the development of Qingda port was back on track. However, the people who had tasted the sweetness became even more hard-working. They rubbed their fists. He wanted to build more versions of fishing boats as soon as possible. It was to prepare for the next time he went out to sea to catch a big fish. On the other hand, Li Yueming also put his focus back on advancing his martial arts realm. Martial artists were divided into 6 realms: Martial Apprentice, Martial Master, Martial King, Martial Grandmaster, Martial Emperor, and Martial Saint. Among them, Martial Apprentice physique refinement. A martial arts master cultivates qi. As for the martial kings, who were of a higher rank than martial masters, he needed to refine his bones and skin. By tempering every inch of skin and every bone on their body to the point where they could not be damaged by iron or sabers, martial artists could transcend the scope of ordinary humans and possess inhuman strength that could topple mountains. The martial king realm was the dividing line between martial artists and ordinary people. Martial apprentices and martial masters were not beyond the scope of human understanding. In that case, a martial king would have truly stepped into a brand new realm. King Wu could easily fight 100 or 1,000 enemies alone. A high-level martial king was not just a joke. Of course. For Li Yueming, tempering his innate ability was nothing difficult. After all, when he was still a martial apprentice, he had already trained his physique to the peak of humanity. At most, a martial king would only be able to further polish and strengthen the foundations of the current situation. Now, the most critical problem that prevented Li Yueming from breaking through to the martial king realm was that there were not enough martial king realm cultivation techniques for reference and deduction. The martial arts manuals collected from the 8 dojos could only be used by martial masters. He wanted to break through further. Li Yueming had to collect more martial arts manuals. Qingdu Port was located in Lingnan. It was a relatively remote port in southern China. Most of the branches in the surroundings were second-rate martial arts sects like the 8 great sects. Li Yueming wanted to collect martial king realm cultivation techniques. They could either take a boat to the north and head to the largest port in southern China, which was more than 3,000 nautical miles away. Otherwise, they could only attack the second-rate sects near Lingnan. After some consideration, Li Yueming still decided to prioritize the 8 surrounding sects. Of course, this was not because he was afraid. It was because Qingdu Port seemed to be an iron plate on the surface. But in fact, it was only because he was in the city. In fact, ever since the dojo was chased out of Qingdu Harbor, the Lingnan sects had never given up on their evil intentions. After all, Qingdu Port had always been the territory of the major sects. Every year, the dojo would select more than 10 talented disciples for them. They could also easily earn a huge sum of money for them. He had lost such a big piece of fat meat for nothing. How could they give up so easily? The reason why he hadn't done anything was because he had been waiting for the first time. It was only because the 8 great sects had never been able to figure out Li Yueming's background. Hence, he was afraid. Once he left, under the influence of the 8 great sects, Qingdu Port would soon be in chaos again. Therefore, regardless of whether it was in the short term or the long term, to him, the 8 great sects were like a dark lightning that could explode at any moment. With Li Yueming's personality, knowing that the other party would explode, it was naturally impossible to let him lurk under their noses. On this day, Li Yueming, Fu Xiero, and the other disciples went home to have dinner with their cheap mother. After dinner, he called Wang Ermeizi, who had already become a teacher. It was just like how he had traveled to Qingdu Harbor from the Li residence in Clear Spring Town several years ago. He asked Wang Ermeizi to find a carriage for him. Before dawn, a man and a servant boarded the carriage and disappeared from Qingdu Harbor. The two of them headed west along the main road outside the city. He walked in the direction of Lingnan. It was said that the spiritual energy in the mountains in the middle of China was more abundant, and it was more suitable for martial artists to cultivate than other areas. Therefore, most of the famous sects had their headquarters on the famous mountains and rivers in the inland. Each of them occupied a few mountains and stood aloof from the world. On the way, he looked at Li Yueming, who was already showing his youthful appearance. "Young master, I didn't expect that I, Wang Ermeizi, would have the chance to lead your horse again," Wang Ermeizi said with a complicated expression. Hearing this, Li Yueming glanced at the two of them and said, "Why do you say that?" Wang Ermeizi smiled and said, "I'm already over 40 years old this year. It's hard for me to make any progress in martial arts. Young master, you are still young. In the future, you might be able to walk to the end of martial arts and explore the traces and fate of martial artists. In a few years, I probably won't even be qualified to lead your horse. Hearing this, Li Yueming smiled and didn't reply. Life was a process of constant farewells. In the middle, someone would get on the car, and someone would get off the ash. Therefore, he had no choice. There were many things that he needed to be clear about. There was no need to say more. Wang Ermeza didn't continue the topic after feeling sad for a while. He looked around and suddenly said, "Young master, we're already near Gulo town. Do you want to go back and take a look?" Li Yueming shook his head. The entire Gulo town. The only thing Li Yueming cherished was his mother, who had brought him up painstakingly. He had already brought his cheap mother to Qingda Harbor. As for the others, to Li Yueming, all of them were just insignificant passers-by. From the day he left the house, the two of them had long severed all ties. The two of them continued on their way. The further inland they went, the more miserable the surrounding environment became. On both sides of the road, there were white bones that had not been buried. Many of the corpses had died not long ago. It had just rotted. But even so, the surface of the zombie was also a blur. Many parts had been torn apart and were covered in densely packed teeth marks. He didn't know if it was eaten by a nearby wolf or something more disgusting. The two of them passed by several villages along the way. However, most of the villages were empty. The houses made of mud were still there, but the villagers had no idea where they had gone. There were still some villagers living in a few villages. However, the doors were basically closed. When he passed by, he could only feel the hungry gazes of the surrounding people. In the beginning, Li Yueming would occasionally poke his head out to check. At the back, Li Yueming simply closed the curtain of the carriage. Out of sight, out of mind. The nearest Lingnan sect to Qingda port was about 1,000 kilometers away. If nothing unexpected happened, it would take 10 days for the carriage to arrive. During the first 3 days of departure from Qingda port, Li Yueming did not encounter any trouble. The situation of the bandits around them was not serious. However, the further inland they went, the more miserable the situation was, the more malicious gazes there were. Just like that. Along the way, the two of them killed several groups of bandits who had killed and robbed them. However, Li Yueming didn't have to do most of the work himself. Wang Ermeza, who had already become a martial master this year, could easily deal with them. In the 9th day, the time when the law is being obeyed, the two of them finally arrived at the foot of the southern ridge. They were less than 100 miles away from the nearest sect. However, when the two of them passed by a farmland, they saw an unbelievable scene. Not far away, a few acres of farmland were filled with flowers and plants. Many of the flowers were blooming and looked dazzling and beautiful. This was completely different from the devastation that Li Yueming had seen along the way. It was like two completely different worlds. Wang Ermeza was also a little surprised by this. Obviously, to be able to see a flourishing flower field in such a world where the city walls were empty and the wilderness was covered with bones was even rarer than pulling out gold from a manure pit. However, the two of them did not have the time to appreciate it. A strong man walked out of the flower field with a vigilant expression. After sizing up the carriage, he rebuked angrily, "What are you looking at? This is the red and white moon orchid that the flower sex elder likes the most. If you dare to look at it again, I'll gouge out your eyes." Hearing this, Wang Ermeza immediately stood up and prepared to explain. Li Yueming stopped him at the crucial moment. He glanced at the flower field. There were two different flowers planted in the middle. One of the flowers was as red as blood, dazzling and eye-catching. The other type of flower was pure white and stood aloof from the world. Even with Li Yueming's aesthetic standards, these two flowers were top-notch beautiful flowers. However, it could be planted on the side of the road that was covered in bones. However, it was extremely dazzling no matter how one looked at it. He did not hesitate. Li Yueming waved his sleeve lightly. Instantly, the energy in his body gushed out and sent half of the flowers flying. His fingers were like blades. Slash down. The martial master realm expert was also torn apart like a piece of white paper. He looked at the messy and devastated flower field. Li Yueming touched his chin thoughtfully and said, "That's more like it." Flower sect. They were the last of the 12 sects in Lingnan. It was also one of the sects that Li Yueming was preparing to visit. Chapter 75, First Battle, Flower Sect. They continued to move forward along the path. The plants planted on both sides of the road also changed. The reason why the flower sect was called the flower sect. It was not only because most of the disciples in the sect were women. It was also because the elders of his sect liked some strange flowers. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. The closer they got to the flower sect's territory, the more flowers were planted in the surrounding farmland. In the beginning, Li Yueming was still interested in poking his head out to take a look. "I'm too lazy to watch the rest of the game. No matter how beautiful the flowers were. However, if there were white bones all over the ground next to him, how good could it be?" On the 11th day, the two of them arrived dozens of miles away from the flower sect. At this moment, Li Yueming, who was meditating in the carriage, suddenly felt a jolt. After Wang Ermeza stopped the carriage, he lifted the curtain and said, "Young master, the bandits ahead are charging towards us." Hearing his words, Li Yueming poked his head out of the carriage. On the muddy main road not far away, a group of ragged bandits carrying hoes and carrying poles were rushing towards the carriage. Rather than calling these people bandits, it was more like the people in the nearby villages who could not survive because of the lack of basic food and the lack of harvest from farming. With nowhere to go, they started to rob and kill people along the way. He looked at the skinny men, women, and children not far away. At this moment, it was meaningless to discuss morality and rationality with them. Only by using the most ruthless and brutal methods could he intimidate everything. Therefore, he had no choice. He couldn't stop it. Li Yueming lifted the curtain and threw a punch. Compared to a year ago, now, Li Yueming's strength was more than a level stronger. Although it was just a simple punch. However, with the combination of the inner qi in his body and Li Yueming's self-created cultivation method, the power of this punch was extremely terrifying. Two streams of energy as thick as dragons shot out from his sleeves, and the incomparably powerful impact directly sent the 30 or so bandits who were charging at the front flying. For a moment, the entire group of refugees was in chaos. This was under the condition that Li Yueming didn't intend to kill anyone. If they really wanted to make a move, the punch just now was not as simple as sending him flying. Most of the refugees would probably have their qi jin turned into broken parts with missing limbs. However, even so, two streams of dragon-like energy flew out from Li Yueming's sleeves. Dozens of people were sent flying. Such a method was enough to suppress all the refugees who had evil intentions. He looked at Li Yueming who was beside the carriage. The refugees all looked terrified. Many people knelt down and begged, "I didn't mean to offend you, exalted immortal. Please spare my life." As a group of illiterate refugees, it was obviously impossible for them to understand the realm of martial artists. Therefore, he had no choice. In their eyes, Li Yueming was able to hit the bull from afar. This was undoubtedly the means of an immortal. Regarding this, Li Yueming did not explain. Standing alone on the carriage, he looked down at the refugees in ragged clothes and said, "Let me ask you, how do we get to the flower sect?" The map in Li Yueming's hands only recorded the approximate location of the flower sect. But where exactly was it? The map could not describe it clearly. Therefore, he had no choice. If he wanted to find the exact location of the flower sect, he would have to ask this group of local refugees to show him the way. Hearing the words flower sect, the group of refugees looked at each other. No one dared to step forward to answer the question. However, under Li Yueming's murderous gaze, finally, someone braced himself and said, "Exalted Immortal, this lowly one dares to ask, you, why are you going to the flower sect?" Li Yueming didn't say anything. Wang Ermeiza thought for a moment and continued, "My young master has admired the flower sect for a long time. Today, he passed by this place and specially came to pay a visit." Her scalp went numb from his ferocious gaze. The refugee who spoke hurriedly knelt on the ground and claimed to be terrified. It could be seen. The surrounding refugees hated and feared the flower sect. They hated the fact that the flower sect would send disciples to buy land every time they were in famine. After so many years. Currently, the land near the flower sect was basically filled with flowers and plants. They were afraid of the ruthless disciples of the flower sect. When it came to slaughtering ordinary people, it was ferocious and brutal. Therefore, he had no choice. When they heard that Li Yueming wanted them to lead the way, almost all the refugees refused. After all, the flower sect was usually calm and indifferent, as if they did not care about the mortal world. However, in reality, he had done many outrageous things in the local area. Many refugees did not dare to provoke the flower sect disciples at all. But in the end, under Wang Ermeiza's coercion and enticement, in order to survive, the refugees could only brace themselves and lead the way for Li Yueming. Such a large group of people was walking on the road. It was impossible to not attract attention. 2 hours later, Li Yueming saw a dozen women in pink clothes appear on the muddy road. The women were all beautiful, and their bodies were slender and slender. She looked like a dewy hibiscus. When they saw Li Yueming's carriage from afar, a group of women smiled and said, "Young master, may I know why you have come all the way to our flower sect?" The carriage stopped. When the refugees who led the way saw the group of women, they immediately dispersed. Only a few of the bravest refugees dared to hide not far away and peek. Li Yueming walked out of the carriage and glanced at them. "I'm here to borrow the cultivation technique of your flower sect. What do you think?" Hearing this, the group of women obviously did not expect Li Yueming to be so straightforward. After being stunned for a moment, Mama Chong chuckled and said, "I see. We disciples can't decide if we want to borrow cultivation techniques. Why don't young master come up the mountain with us and ask the elders?" The women all had a nice floral fragrance on them. A faint fragrance lingered around the tip of her nose, and her smile was seductive. If it were any other ordinary man, he would probably have been unable to hold on by now. However, Li Yueming was more immune to such things. Women. A creature that would only disturb training and a promotion. Crawl. He waved his hand. Li Yueming sat back in the carriage and said, "In that case, I'll obey your orders. Please lead the way." Hearing this, the dozen or so flower sect women revealed surprised expressions. In the beginning, they thought that they could easily manipulate Li Yueming. But now, they already had no bottom in their hearts. One had to know that the fragrance on their bodies was the pollen of the joyous silk-burning desire flower. Logically speaking, as long as a healthy man smells a little bit, he will be fascinated by them. From then on, he will be willing to let them command and dominate him. However, Li Yueming's face was expressionless. It was as if he was not interested in them at all. This was undoubtedly abnormal. Or rather, was this normal-looking young master in front of him a eunuch or a fan of Long Yang? Regarding this, the group of women were confused. But no matter what, as long as he followed them to the flower sect, even if Li Yueming really had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult for him to escape the fate of being squeezed dry by the elders and thrown into the alchemy furnace to become the medicinal catalyst for the youth-retaining pill. After thinking about it clearly, the group of women didn't say anything else and continued to lead the way. Of course, in order to prevent Li Yueming from escaping halfway, the positions occupied by the dozen or so women were also very particular. No matter which direction Li Yueming wanted to escape from, there would be at least 3 women outside the carriage who would be able to react quickly and work together to take him down. Chapter 76, The World is an Insalvageable Ash. 6 hours later, following the dozen flower sect disciples, the carriage arrived outside a mountain ridge. Because of the rugged mountain road, the carriage could no longer pass through. Li Yueming and Wang Ermeize could only get out of the car and walk up the mountain. The flower sect was one of the last among the 12 sects in Lingnan. Most of the disciples in the sect were female. It was rumored that the grand elder of the flower sect was an outer disciple of the heavenly mystic sect, one of the top 5 sects in the central plains of China, 30 years ago. He had already broken through to the Grand Master realm and had a chance of becoming a core disciple of the Tianxian sect. However, he fell in love with a core disciple of the inner sect. In the end, she was hurt. Not only did his martial arts realm plummet, but he also fell from a martial arts grandmaster to a peak martial king. He was even expelled from the Gate of Heavenly Mystery because he had violated the sect rules. From then on, he would never recover. He wandered to Lingnan and finally established the flower sect. Her malice and vicious methods towards men were in existence that made countless people's expressions change even among martial artists. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. The status of male disciples in the flower sect was very low. Most of the men who could be summoned in the flower sect were servants and handymen of female disciples. There were only a small number of disciples. When he followed the female disciple up the mountain, the male disciples of the flower sect that Li Yueming saw along the way all had their heads lowered. He did not dare to look at the female disciple beside him. However, when he secretly looked at Li Yueming, his gaze was not as gentle. Most of the time, they looked at Li Yueming as if he was a dead man. Of course, Li Yueming didn't really care about these things. He was just curious if the flower sect's cultivation technique had a shadow of the cultivation technique of one of the 5 great sects in China, the Tianxian sect. One had to know that last time, he had already glimpsed some of the profundities of the primordial chaos everlasting sect's cultivation technique in the cultivation technique of the everlasting cloud sect. If he could still find the Tianxian sect's cultivation technique in the flower sect's cultivation technique this time, the increase in his combat strength would be terrifying. After all, ordinary second-rate sect's cultivation techniques were completely tasteless to him. Only the cultivation techniques of the top sects in Huaxia could provide him with some nutrients. The group of people walked through 7 or 8 mountain valleys. Finally, they arrived at a staircase made of blue stone. When he arrived at the blue stone stairs, not far away, under an arched door, stood a young girl of about 15 or 16 years old. The girl had a flawless oval face. Her eyebrows were curved, her nose was like flawless white jade, and her eyes were as deep and bright as clear water. She was very beautiful. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a mole at the corner of her left eye. It made her look both demonic and charming. In addition to that, she had a pair of straight and smooth legs that were as delicate and straight as white jade. Just standing there from a distance, it was inevitable that people would feel a sense of desecration. When the group of female disciples saw the young girl, they hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Disciple greets Holy Maiden." The young girl waved her hand, indicating that there was no need to be so polite. Then, she glanced at Li Yueming and Wang Ermeize and said, "The 2 young masters are not locals, right? Do you know what this place is?" "Miss, although we are not locals, the name of the flower sect is still very famous in Lingnan." As he spoke, Li Yueming's gaze also swept over the girl. It had to be said. This kind of charming and pure woman was really difficult for ordinary men to handle. Women and whatnot. Being too beautiful would affect the speed of drawing the saber. "But it's fine, I can still hold on. Hurry up and get more. He felt Li Yueming's gaze. The young girl frowned slightly, but she didn't say anything in the end. He glanced at the dozen or so women who were leading the way. After gesturing for them to retreat, only then did he come forward and softly said, "Since young master knows about the flower sect, do you know that you are not far from death?" Li Yueming thought for a moment and shook his head. After all, in his opinion, it was still uncertain who was not far from death. Hearing this, the young girl's face revealed a hint of anger, but she barely managed to maintain her composure. He whispered again, "The flower sect is a place that eats people without spitting out their bones. If you want a chance of survival, quickly jump down from here." After saying that, the holy maiden waved her long sleeves and left without looking back. Li Yueming didn't say anything. There were many unscrupulous people in the flower sect, and there were also some who had a conscience that had not yet been extinguished. Actually, this was very normal. Just like how a place filled with light would have darkness, a place filled with darkness would occasionally have wisps of light. Light and darkness were never contradictory in the absolute sense. The fundamental tone of this world was actually an unstoppable, unchangeable, and even undetectable gray composition. There was no absolute right and wrong. And this so-called saintess in front of him had come to remind him at this time. It even helped him disperse the burning acacia silk pollen that was permeating the surroundings. This would give him a chance to escape. This meant that not everyone in the flower sect was crazy. Of course, it was impossible for Li Yueming to escape. After the holy maiden left, the female disciples who had retreated to the side quickly gathered around again. Under their lead, Li Yueming walked up the stone stairs. About 10 minutes later, a huge square that was almost 1,000 meters wide and paved with blue stone appeared in front of Li Yueming. At the same time, at the center of the square, a haggard old woman sat cross-legged beside a huge pill furnace. The furnace was still burning with flames. The old woman was stooping as she added medicinal herbs into the pot. Before Li Yueming could react, the few women who were leading the way suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Grand Elder, the precious medicine has already been brought." He heard a sound. The old woman who was adding firewood slowly turned around and sized up Li Yueming with her turbid eyes. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted. He could not help but nod repeatedly and say, "Essence energy is overflowing, and you're still a child? Not bad, not bad. Hurry up and bring this child over. If we use him as a medicinal catalyst, this cauldron of longevity extending pills might have an unexpected effect." He looked at the crazy old witch not far away. Presumably, this guy was the rumored extremely crazy Grand Elder. Next to his pill furnace, there were even more than 10 chickens that had been stripped naked and washed. At a glance, the entire scene was very bloody. Li Yueming frowned and couldn't help but laugh in anger. "Hee, I want to see what you can refine by throwing an old witch like you into the furnace." The old woman didn't care what he said. He only said to the surrounding disciples, "You have to be captured alive. You can't be scratched or knocked. If the effects of the medicine are reduced, I'll throw you in and burn you." The old woman's face was ferocious and terrifying. The surrounding disciples trembled as they bowed and obeyed. Very quickly, nearly 1,000 flower sect disciples dressed in all kinds of clothes rushed towards Li Yueming. They waved their sleeves. Countless crystalline powder sprayed out from his sleeve. These were all charm powder made from various pollen and medicinal herbs. Warriors and ordinary people who had never practiced the flower sect's cultivation technique would be affected by the poison after inhaling the powder. They would collapse to the ground and be slaughtered. For a moment, the entire square was filled with dancing demons. There was a reason why the flower sect's combat strength was ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects in Lingnan. Most of the flower sect's disciples did not practice proper offensive techniques. Instead, they relied on all kinds of despicable methods to fight. For ordinary martial artists, this little trick might be extremely effective. However, this kind of underhanded trick was not worth mentioning to Li Yueming at all. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Before the powder in his mouth could disperse. Then, with lightning speed, he urged the incomparably fierce qi in his body to spew out. Instantly, the surging airflow turned into a gust of wind. It blew away the powder scattered by the flower sect disciples. With Li Yueming as the center, it spread out in a circular arc. A colorful demonic wind blew across the entire square. Countless flower sect disciples were choked by the poisonous powder. Soon, her face turned red. Chapter 77, Give him a back in his own way. In the blink of an eye, the entire square of the flower sect was in a mess. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Yueming turned his head and signaled Wang Ermeiza not to get involved. He then rushed towards the center of the square where the pill furnace was. Today, he had to sacrifice this damned old witch alive. He rushed over aggressively. The old witch's face also turned gloomy. Obviously, she had always thought that Li Yueming was just a toothless puppy. However, he never expected that in just a blink of an eye, this harmless puppy would suddenly turn into a big bad wolf that bared its teeth. He watched as Li Yueming got closer and closer to him. The old woman glanced at the raging fire in the pill furnace. He resisted the urge to do it himself and said, "Where are the elders and hall masters of the third courtyard? Capture this brat for me, I want to throw him into the pill furnace alive." Her voice was very sharp. Upon hearing the order, 5 or 6 figures immediately charged out from the pavilion not far from the square. These martial artists were also women, but they were all around the age of 30. They were all at the martial king realm. Among them, the 2 strongest elders were already at the mid-level martial king realm. Only a woman with a white veil over her face was the weakest. She should have just broken through to the martial king realm not long ago. Obviously, these people should be the elders and hall masters of the flower sect. They were the core of the flower sect. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming's face revealed an eager expression. Even though he was still at the peak of the martial master realm. However, the qi jin in his body was many times stronger than that of an ordinary martial master. In addition to the extreme polishing of his body when he was a martial apprentice. Therefore, he had no choice. Even now, he was not afraid of the martial king Li Yueming. On the contrary, this aroused his fighting spirit. After all, he had been cultivating alone for half a year, and it had been a long time since he had moved his body freely. Just as he was adjusting his body's condition, a few women flew over and shot out nearly 100 poison darts from their sleeves. These poison darts were extremely fast. Every poison dart was extremely sharp, and they were also coated with a lethal poison. Even a martial king realm expert would be severely injured if they were pierced by these poisonous darts. Looking at the nearly 100 poison darts that covered the sky, Li Yueming's fists shook violently. An extremely thick inner qi gushed out from his fingertips, turning into a huge airwave that swept out. In the blink of an eye, they heard a series of crisp clanging sounds. The poison darts shot out by the flower sect elder were all shaken to the ground by the inner qi dragons visible to the naked eye. The hidden weapons fell like rain. The few elders of the flower faction who had suddenly appeared felt their brains short-circuit. For a moment, he wondered if there was a problem with the way he entered the stage. This level of inner qi. Was it really something a young man could have? An ordinary martial master's inner qi was already considered to be of good aptitude when it was 5 or 6 meters away from their body. Even if an ordinary martial king condensed his physique and inner qi to the extreme, his inner qi would only be able to leave his body less than 30 meters away. And now, the hidden weapons they threw out were still nearly 50 meters away from Li Yueming. This young man who looked less than 18 years old actually used his inner qi to shoot down such a huge number of hidden weapons? It was more than 50 meters away from the body and still had such a powerful attack power. Was this really the inner qi of their understanding? Why did he suddenly feel so unfamiliar? Before the elders could come back to their senses, Li Yueming had already rushed over at an extraordinary speed. After getting close to them, Li Yueming pointed his fingers upwards. One of the flower sect elders closest to him immediately felt as if his soul had left his body. Under the situation where his entire body was creeped out, he barely turned around and barely avoided the vital parts of the slash. But even so, Li Yueming's slash still left a half-inch long wound on her abdomen. It was just a simple finger. It had directly injured a martial king realm elder of the flower sect. Li Yueming had displayed heaven-defying combat strength. It really made all the flower sect disciples present who could still maintain their consciousness feel their scalps go numb. At this moment, the other elders seemed to have woken up from a dream. Looking at Li Yueming, who was getting closer and closer to them, two of the elders gritted their teeth and rushed down. In the beginning, they thought that Li Yueming was at most a martial king realm expert. But now, Li Yueming had a very contradictory feeling. Judging from the performance of the Qi Jin in his body, logically speaking, Li Yueming should be at least a high-level martial king. However, he did not have the aura of a martial king, and his combat techniques seemed to be stuck at the martial master realm. However, Li Yueming was not a martial king. Then, the combat strength that he had enslaved was not something that an ordinary martial king could achieve. This made these flower sect elders puzzled. Therefore, he had no choice. In order to prevent Li Yueming from using that strange internal qi again, the two elders pounced over at the same time. He wanted to rely on the body of a martial king to suppress Li Yueming. After all, in their opinion, martial artists always had their strengths and weaknesses. Li Yueming's inner qi was so strong that his physical body would definitely be his shortcoming. However, when they had such thoughts, he was not far from death. Li Yueming raised his hand when he saw the two elders approaching him. All his strength was tightly compressed into his fist. The moment one of the martial king realm elders got close to her, he punched her face. The elder raised an arm to block. A dagger dipped in poison appeared in his other hand, and he slashed at Li Yueming's throat. Obviously, in her opinion, Li Yueming's punch would not threaten her life. After blocking it with one hand, she would be able to use the poisoned dagger to gain the upper hand. But in the next second, she knew how wrong she was. Li Yueming's fist was like a tiger. It was the first to hit the flower sect elder's arm. The flower sect elder's lips curled into a smile, but before he could laugh out loud, it froze on his face. However, Li Yueming's fist instantly broke her arm. It charged at her face at an unstoppable speed. The elder's face paled, and he could not be bothered to counterattack. He tried his best to stop it. However, how could she compete with Li Yueming's bull-like body? The fist broke through the layers of defense. He still resolutely made intimate contact with the elder's face. Instantly, the elder's face was twisted by Li Yueming's slap. It looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. It had to be said that the body of a martial king was completely different. If this punch was a martial master, his entire head would probably explode like a watermelon. Knock this one down. Another flower sect elder held a thin sword in his hand. At this moment, he was about to stab into Li Yueming's chest. Li Yueming pulled the unconscious elder over and took the sword for himself. Then, he seized the opportunity to grab the arm of another elder and smashed him heavily on the ground. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The elder coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and fell unconscious after struggling for a while. Just now, the flower sect had sent out a total of 6 elders. In just 5 minutes, 2 of them were taken care of by Li Yueming. Among the remaining 3, one of them was seriously injured in the abdomen. Such a battle record! For a moment, everyone was silent. The remaining 3 elders looked at each other and decided to change their tactics. They wanted to find an opportunity through long-distance harassment and attacks. However, Li Yueming, who already had a rough understanding of his own strength, did not have much patience for them. He took a deep breath. He gathered all the aphrodisiac poison powder that had yet to disperse not far away. After collecting enough medicinal powder, Li Yueming controlled his qi and spat the powder at the three elders. This move was called a taste of one's own medicine. The internal energy cultivated by the flower ancestor could produce a certain resistance to the poison in the pollen. However, this did not mean that they were completely immune to the effects of pollen. Moreover, he had to be careful. Li Yueming used his inner strength to stir it up. The effect of countless aphrodisiac powders mixed together was dozens of times more terrifying than before. Under such circumstances, the flower sect disciples whose cultivation levels were not high could not withstand such a powerful medicinal effect at all. Even an elder in the martial king realm could only resist for a while with his physique and inner qi. After inhaling a certain amount, it would also cause true damage. As a result, the colorful powder spread out. Including the three elders who were the first to bear the brunt, countless flower sect disciples' legs began to turn weak and their faces flushed red. Moaning and decadent sounds filled the air. "Little brother, let's play together. Good brother, quickly give it to me. Will you? Will you?" Even Li Yueming's eyelids twitched as he looked at the paralyzed woman. Damn it! It seemed like he couldn't handle it. Chapter 78, A Pill Refiner Must Finish What He Begins, _1. On the square of the flower sect, nearly 1,000 women, including the group of elders, collapsed on the ground. Xuangming was in a daze. Such a scene! Even Li Yueming was speechless. He had thought that after 10 years of killing fish, his heart had become colder than the knife in his hand. But now, it seemed that his cultivation was still not enough. If he really encountered a big situation, he would not be able to suppress the gun. He ignored the other disciples who were lying on the ground. Li Yueming pulled out the long saber at his waist and looked at the old witch not far away with killing intent. At this moment, the old woman's face was already so gloomy that water was about to drip out. Looking at the flames that were still rising in the pill furnace, he gritted his teeth and said, "You bunch of useless trash. So many people can't even defeat a child who hasn't even reached the age of 18. This seat's cauldron of medicinal pills is only an hour away from being formed. Now, I have to personally take action, brat, even 100 of your lives won't be enough to compensate for this." As he spoke, the old woman had no choice but to put down the medicinal herbs in her hand and look at the murderous Li Yueming. Even though he was constantly belittling Li Yueming. But in reality, the old woman had already tensed up. 30 years ago, she was an outstanding disciple of one of the top 5 sects in Huaxia. Even though his cultivation had regressed, but his vision was still there. To be honest, even the direct disciples of the 5 great sects were not as powerful as Li Yueming, who could fight a martial king at the age of 18. What kind of monster was this? Could it be that they were the disciples of those hidden sects that even the imperial emperor, who had founded Great Xia, didn't dare to touch? The old woman still hadn't figured it out. On the other hand, Li Yueming obviously wouldn't give her too much time to think. He had already drawn his saber and was ready to attack. Along the way from the foot of the mountain, he saw that the flower sect had done too much evil. They occupied the farmland to plant flowers and plants, causing the nearby farmers to have no land to plant. They starved to death every year and sold their children. They plundered the children of the nearby villages. Some of them were lucky enough to enter the sect and become maids. Those with better root bones were directly washed and sent into the pill furnace to refine longevity-extending pills and youth-retaining pills. His actions could be described as evil. Many times, Li Yueming was not a caring person. His kindness and gentleness would only be left to a few people who cared about him and the people he cared about. Most of the time, he had a cold face. However, this did not mean that he was cold-blooded. When he encountered injustice, he would also be furious. He unsheathed his saber. Li Yueming took a few deep breaths. He adjusted his entire body to its peak condition at the fastest speed possible. In the next second, he disappeared from his spot at a speed that was unimaginable to ordinary people. The old woman extinguished the pill fire in the pill furnace. Two zombie-like eyes stared at Li Yueming as if they wanted to swallow him alive. Seeing Li Yueming disappear, he had to be handed over. Without hesitation, the old woman took 2 steps back and took out an iron bone fan to block her neck. Clang! A jarring sound of metal colliding rang out. The iron bone fan in the old woman's hand blocked the blade of Li Yueming's long saber. He pushed hard. It actually pushed Li Yueming's long blade back by a few centimeters. Regarding this, Li Yueming's pupils constricted. The old witch was able to rule the flower sect for so many years. She was indeed quite capable. The strength of his physique was actually on par with his. But what he did not know was, the shock and astonishment in the old woman's heart was 10 times stronger than his. What realm was she at? At her peak, she was a martial arts grandmaster. Although his current realm had fallen, it was only because he could no longer touch the power of laws. Her physical body was still at the level of a martial arts grandmaster. That was why she was able to live to nearly 130 years old and still have a light body. However, Li Yueming only had 13 or 14 points of water. He could actually fight against her physical body. The word monster could no longer explain this terrifying phenomenon. It was simply the ultimate monster that had never been heard of in the thousands of years of martial arts history. Even the founding emperor of the Great Xia Kingdom was nothing in front of this youth. To be honest, at this moment, the old woman was already beginning to feel afraid. Not only was he afraid of Li Yueming's strength, but he was also afraid of Li Yueming's unfathomable background. Unfortunately, Li Yueming didn't give her any chance. The first slash didn't work, so the second slash immediately came. Seeing this, the old woman could only dispel all the messy thoughts in her mind and began to fight wholeheartedly. Li Yueming had fought to his heart's content. It could only be said that the old woman was indeed an existence who had once reached the realm of martial arts grandmaster. Whether it was her own strength or combat experience, she was very experienced. When he fought with her, Li Yueming truly felt the charm of martial arts. Every move had its own special rhythm. Many times, even if it was just a slight mistake, the enemy would seize the opportunity in a life and death battle, and the result would be 1,000 miles away in the blink of an eye. This was an art that belonged to martial artists. It transcended life and death. Unfortunately, the old woman was destined to fail from the very beginning. When Li Yueming activated the Star Moon art and began to unleash his full strength, it was only 3 slashes. Li Yueming, whose entire body was emitting a ferocious aura, chopped off the old woman's head and threw it into the alchemy furnace that had yet to completely extinguish the flames. He looked at the boiling medicine in the furnace. Li Yueming kicked the old woman's corpse into the pill furnace. He was very considerate and added fuel to the fire that was about to extinguish. The old witch had used many people to refine medicine in her life. Now, she was also sent into the alchemy furnace. In a sense, this was a perfect closed loop. Alchemists had to finish what they started. He looked at the messy battlefield. Li Yueming heaved a sigh of relief. Not far away, Wang Ermei's face was a little numb. Fortunately, he had traveled with Li Ming for many years, so Wang Ermei knew how terrifying his young master was. From the Li residence at the beginning to the Kingdom port. When had his young master not killed a lot of people when he went out? This time, he had only killed an old witch. Although this old witch was the grand elder of the 12 sects in Lingnan, she was still a powerful figure. His strength was slightly stronger than those martial apprentices and martial masters from before. But the young master had always been unfathomable. To Wang Ermei, this was nothing. He bypassed a group of flower sect disciples who were still moaning. Wang Ermei walked over and whispered, "LT's really easy on the old witch. I think it's not too much to hang her up and cut her into pieces. Regarding this, Li Yueming just smiled and said, I'll leave the 1,000 cuts to the King of Hell. My mission is to send her to the King of Hell. Hearing this, Wang Ermeizi also smiled and said, yes, young master doesn't touch dirty blood. After dealing with the Grand Elder of the Flower Sect, Li Yueming looked around. Most of the surrounding Flower Sect's ordinary disciples had basically lost their combat strength. Li Yueming didn't have any perverted interest in killing people to vent his anger. His gaze swept past the group of women who were paralyzed on the ground. Finally, he looked at the few elders who were still not fully conscious. He was staring at her. A few elders nearby who were still alive could not help but shiver. At this moment, they wanted to find a place to hide immediately. Or they could learn the ability to play dead so that they could escape the gaze of this god of death. However, this thought was destined to be a wild hope. Li Yueming slowly walked towards them and went straight to an elder who seemed to be still sober. He asked, where do you store the cultivation techniques of your clan? The elder was already dizzy from the various mixed powders. However, when he heard Li Yueming's voice, he subconsciously reacted. Her strength was high enough to reach the intermediate rank of a martial king. Therefore, he was not completely disturbed by the poison. He could only bite the bullet and answer reluctantly, in the library in the back hall. Li Yueming glanced at her. He kicked her chest and said, "If I hear that you're doing evil here again, I'll kill you from 1,000 miles away, understand?" This kick was quite heavy. The elder coughed out a mouthful of blood. "Thank you for sparing my life, exalted immortal. I understand. I will definitely be kind to others in the future, eat vegetarian food and pray to Buddha, no longer killing." In his nervousness, the elder even bit his tongue a few times. Li Yueming stared at her for a moment and didn't say anything else. He brought Wang Ermeizi to the library in the back hall. However, just as he walked past a veiled woman, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his trouser leg. However, a graceful woman with confused eyes said, "Young master, where are you going?" Li Yueming didn't want to bother about it. However, after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at the woman. Nothing else. It was because the woman had a very attractive mole at the corner of her left eye. Chapter 79-78, Do you think this is human language? 1. He looked at the masked woman who was kneeling on the ground and tugging at his trousers. Although she was wearing a veil, the mole at the corner of her left eye was still very eye-catching. Li Yueming stopped and asked, "Are you all right?" He had already recognized it. The woman in front of him should be the saintess who had reminded him to escape from the flower sect. The holy maiden did not reply. At this moment, her eyes were a little confused. As a new martial king, her foundation was obviously not as deep as the other elders. Therefore, she was the most affected by the powder among the elders. She grabbed Li Yueming's pants. The holy maiden's face was flushed red. She stuck close to him and said, "Young master, bring this little girl away from this place. Even if I have to be a slave or a maidservant, this little girl does not wish to stay in this purgatory on earth." The old woman was not only ruthless to outsiders. He was also extremely ruthless to the disciples of the sect. The slightest mistake would only be punished with the lightest whip. Some unlucky people would even be thrown into the alchemy furnace by the old woman to become ingredients for alchemy. Therefore, he had no choice. Many flower sect disciples actually did not have much sense of belonging to the flower sect. The only reason why he stayed here was because of the old woman's tyranny. Now, the old woman was dead. It was normal for the Holy Virgin to want to leave. Li Yueming glanced at her. Then, he swept his gaze across the group of women around him. Silently, he took out a gourd of cold water from the bag on Wang Er's back and poured it directly on the girl's head. He was showering. "I think you should wake up first." Li Yueming said. After watering, Li Yueming then left the library without turning back. Behind him, Wang Ermeizi, who witnessed everything, was speechless. He could only say that the young master was indeed the young master. Women and whatnot, he just killed them. The Holy Virgin of the Flower Sect was also stunned. He looked at Li Yueming's back as he left. He did not come to his senses for a long time. The Flower Sect's library was divided into 3 levels. After entering the library, Li Yueming began to count the books one by one. The first floor was mostly filled with unimportant books. The second level was slightly better. It was filled with many martial arts techniques. However, Li Yueming lost interest after a few glances. It was no wonder that the Flower Sect disciples' combat strength was so weak. The root of it was the messy martial arts moves in the library. Most of them were just for show, and there were only a few that could really fight. He threw away all these messy dregs. Li Yueming went straight to the 3rd floor of the library pavilion. There were fewer books on the 3rd floor. Ordinary disciples probably didn't even have the qualifications to come up. The Flower Sect was a second-rate sect. The top floor of the library naturally had more than one cultivation technique. Li Yueming looked around. He found 8 rather interesting cultivation techniques among the dozens of messy cultivation techniques. 2 of them were martial apprentices, 2 were martial masters, 3 were martial kings, and the last one was a remnant of a grand master. The reason why Li Yueming traveled all the way from Kingdom Port to the Flower Sect was because he was a young man. His main goal was to collect cultivation techniques to break through to the martial king realm. Now that they had taken down a Flower Sect, they had found 3 martial king realm cultivation techniques at once. There was even a remnant of a martial arts grandmaster realm book. Such a harvest could be said to be a surprise that exceeded his expectations. After informing Wang Ermeizi that he was going into seclusion, Li Yueming went straight to the 3rd floor of the library pavilion to study. Among the 12 sects in Lingnan, the Flower Sect was ranked at the very end. Despite this, Li Yueming still spent a lot of effort to resolve the Flower Sect's old woman. This was obvious. The other 11 sects would definitely be even stronger. Just to be safe, Li Yueming decided to visit the other sects after the Flower Sect broke through to the martial king realm. Under such circumstances, in the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Li Yueming stayed in the Flower Sect's library and did not leave. Wang Ermeizi, on the other hand, was bitterly in charge of the clean-up work of the girl who had turned over a new leaf. After pouring cold water on the group of female disciples in heat on the square, after about half a day, the entire Flower Sect finally regained its usual peace. Otherwise, if they kept whining, those who didn't know would think that they were doing something indecent. When all the disciples woke up, Wang Ermeizi, who was using his power as a fox, temporarily forbade them from going down the mountain. He also took this opportunity to brainwash the Flower Sect disciples with Pua. However, to Wang Ermeizi's surprise, the entire Flower Sect was far more enthusiastic than he had imagined. A few elders who had not died even took the initiative to express their desire for Li Yueming to succeed the position of the Flower Sect's sect master. Furthermore, he kept hinting that as long as he became the sect leader of the Flower Sect, all the disciples in the Flower Sect would be able to serve Jun Kaija towards their unrestrained and free will. Even Wang Ermeizi felt his scalp go numb. Damn it! How was this a Flower Sect? This was clearly a country of women. No, I can't hold on anymore. Young master, hurry up and come out of seclusion to save me. On the 3rd month, Li Yueming broke the window of the library pavilion with a kick. He jumped down from the window sill. He found Wang Ermeizi, who was guarding the door, and said, "Go, go, go, go." He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. Wang Ermeizi's face was filled with horror and fear. At that moment, he realized that he didn't even know when Li Yueming had appeared beside him. In the past, Wang Ermeiza could also guess Li Yueming's strength from his aura. Then, Li Yueming's current strength and realm might have completely exceeded his understanding and cognition. He became even more reserved. With his strength, he couldn't even see the depths of Li Yueming's body. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. After all, an existence that could make him, a martial master, feel nothing was at least at the martial king realm. But how old was Li Yueming? He was only 12 years old. A 12-year-old martial master. It had completely refreshed Wang Ermeiza's understanding of geniuses. Even if a child of the same age started practicing martial arts from the womb, they would probably be an ordinary martial master at most. One could imagine how shocked Wang Ermeiza was. He packed his bag. Li Yueming and Wang Ermeiza prepared to head to the next stop. After all, the 12 sects of Lingnan were neither too many nor too few. If they didn't speed fast on the road, Li Yueming didn't even know if he would be able to return to Qingde Harbor this year. Therefore, he had no choice. Naturally, the shorter the time spent on the road, the better. He quickly finished collecting the cultivation technique manuals. After a year and a half of studying at home, the path of martial arts would be broad. However, when the two of them were about to leave, he discovered that the flower sect's huge square made of green stone slabs was filled with female disciples. Li Yueming glanced at Wang Ermeiza. Wang Ermeiza seemed to be a little confused about this. The two of them were still puzzled. At this moment, a few elders suddenly stood up and said, "Young Master Li, this subordinate here welcomes you to ascend to the position of the flower sect's sect master. From today onwards, the flower sect's 3,000 disciples will obey your orders." He finished speaking. A group of women knelt on the ground. He bowed to Li Yueming as a disciple. Li Yueming was a little confused. It seemed that 2 or 3 months ago, they were still mortal enemies. In the blink of an eye, they suddenly became sect masters. What was going on? He seemed to have sensed his doubts. The leader of the elders bowed and said, "Young master, please take pity on us weak women. The biggest reason why the flower sect can be ranked at the bottom of the 12 sects is that the previous Grand Elder was a half-step Grand Master. Now that the Grand Elder has died at your hands, if the flower sect wants to continue surviving in the cracks of the other 11 sects, they can only rely on you to have a chance of survival." Hearing this, Li Yueming's face revealed a strange expression. These few elders probably never dreamed that the flower sect was just the starting point of Li Yueming's journey. Li Yueming's true purpose was to kill the enemy. It was to trample all the 12 sects according to their rankings. He thought about it. Li Yueming said, "Don't worry, it won't be long before the other 11 sects follow in your footsteps." The flower sect disciples. To be honest, they had already guessed Li Yueming's attitude in advance. They were either happy or angry. Or perhaps he would be ruthless to them again. However, she never expected Li Yueming to say that the other 11 sects would follow in their footsteps soon. Look at this. Is this human language? After hearing his answer, for a moment, all the flower sect disciples present fell into an endless silence. Chapter 80, One Man Shakes Lingnan. After saying that, Li Yueming did not intend to stay any longer and was ready to leave. At this moment, the young girl who had already changed her clothes followed him. Li Yueming looked confused. The young girl said enthusiastically, "My lord, my daughter has been trapped in the sect since she was young and has never seen the outside world. Thank you for killing that old witch and regaining her freedom, so, can my daughter travel with you for a while?" As the holy maiden of the flower sect, Yananyuan's fate was extremely tragic. His parents had died when he was young. After he was picked up by the flower sect, he quickly attracted the attention of the Grand Elder because of his intelligence. The Grand Elder checked her root bone and found that she had a martial arts spiritual body that was rarely seen in 100 years. He was overjoyed and immediately accepted her as his personal disciple. At the age of 10, he had already displayed astonishing talent. He had broken through from the martial apprentice realm to the martial master realm in one go. Originally, with her identity and status, she should be living a carefree life. But later, in an accidental discovery, Yuan finally saw her master's true colors. The reason why he liked her so much and raised her on the mountain in luxurious clothes and jade food, forbidding her from taking a step out. The real reason was that he wanted to extend her lifespan with the soul transference technique of the ancient demon sect when she was at her wit's end. The reason why her parents died was actually because of the Grand Elder. Since then, Yuan finally understood what kind of environment she was in. He felt a deep sense of despair. Now, Li Yueming had actually killed her venomous master on the spot. This undoubtedly untied the shackles on her body. At this moment, Yuan was wearing a light red dress, and the fluttering of the belt made her look more like a young girl. Ying looked at Li Yueming expectantly, hoping that she could follow behind this young man and open her eyes to take a good look at the outside world. Li Yueming looked at her from head to toe and said, "I'm preparing to go to the Qingyun sect now. Are you sure you want to come with me?" Hearing this, the smile on Yuan's face froze. What kind of place was the Qingyun sect? It was one of the top 3 sects among the 12 sects in Lingnan. They were only one step away from becoming a first-tier sect, and they were only lacking a powerful martial Dao Grand Master Elder. Such a sect, even if the Grand Elder was resurrected, their flower sect did not dare to provoke them. Not to mention that she had just broken through to the martial king realm not long ago. After a moment of silence, Yuan took a few deep breaths before she blinked and said weakly, "Young master, can I wait for you at the foot of the mountain?" Li Yu glanced at her. He left without saying anything else. She watched him leave. Yuan hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, following after him. In the next half a year, Li Yueming visited the 11 great sects of Lingnan. It also caused a huge uproar among all the martial arts sects in the Lingnan area. "Have you heard? A young man brought an old servant and a maidservant to flatten the Lingyun sect. Ah, it seems that some time ago, that old fart from the flower sect was also killed. D*MN, that old fart from the flower sect is a half-step grandmaster. He was also killed? Was the world so chaotic now? Your news is too outdated. I heard from a friend that that young man has already stepped into the Blue Cloud sect." "Really? You dare to go to the Qingyun sect alone?" "It's absolutely true. That day, that friend of mine saw the Qingyun sect's thousands of sword formations activated. The mountains and rivers changed color, the sun and moon dyed blood. Sigh, the world has really changed. The great Xia dynasty is already at the end of its rope. Who would be the final winner in this new game?" For a moment, rumors spread across Lingnan. At this moment, all the martial artists deeply felt the aura of a storm brewing. One had to know that even the weakest of the 12 sects in Lingnan had a very shallow foundation. It had a history of nearly 100 years. It could be said that it was deeply rooted in Lingnan. However, he was only a young man now, and he could actually kill them all by himself. How heaven-defying was this? In the past, when the world was in chaos, monsters would also appear frequently. However, even among geniuses, there were very few existences who could destroy a sect by themselves. In the past 500 years, there was only one super genius who could do this when he was young. That was the founding emperor of the current Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia martial emperor Long Tiankui, who was invincible in the world with his fists, had forcefully ascended to the throne in that era of contending with hundreds of schools of thought. He also established the Great Xia dynasty, which respected martial arts. From this point of view, what was the background of this rumored youth? However, it was obvious. They could not come to a conclusion. The youth seemed to have appeared out of thin air, stirring up flowers in the sky above Lingnan before quietly leaving. After the Blue Cloud sect was destroyed, he disappeared from everyone's sight. However, even so, the legend of the young man leading an old servant and a maidservant to kill until the mountains and rivers changed color still spread across this vast land. Half a year later, outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, the sun was setting. A carriage loaded with goods stopped outside the gates of Kingda Port. The travel-worn old servant got off the horse and carefully lifted the curtain for the owner of the carriage. He said, "Young master, we have arrived at Kingda Harbor." A moment later, a young man's cold voice came from the carriage. Did anything go wrong?" The old servant sized up the army at the gate. After observing for a long time, he nodded and said, "Young master, there doesn't seem to be any problem." The young man waved his hand. The old servant didn't say anything more, but looking at the queue that was thousands of meters long, he felt a little awkward. That's right. These two servants were Li Yueming and Wang Ermeizi. Of course. Yanan Yuan was also sitting in the carriage like a stalker who could not be shaken off. During this half a year, Li Yueming's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he was now at the peak of the martial king realm. On this basis, he had swept through the entire southern ridge 12 clans as quickly as he could. Moreover, he brought back all the high-grade cultivation techniques that he felt could be used. It was the end of the year. Li Yueming finally solved the troublesome problem of breaking through to the martial king realm in this year. At the same time, after half a year of rapid development, the current Kingda Port had long become the most prosperous and vibrant city in Lingnan. Almost all the refugees in the surroundings who did not have enough food or warm clothes and could still walk had gathered here with their families. Hence, the two of them were in a daze. The passage into the city was packed with people almost all year round. The refugees lining up to enter the city could stretch for several kilometers. Many people slept on straw mats when they were hungry. When she was hungry, she would buy some reasonably priced food from the porters who were carrying the flatbread dough. Of course, some extremely poor people could also receive relief porridge. It could help them fill their stomachs and not starve to death. However, the taste. In addition, this was because the city's defense was sufficient. Even martial artists did not dare to disturb the order of the people queuing up to enter the city. He had no choice. If it was in other cities, martial artists might have some privileges based on their status. However, in Kingda Port, which was known as the City of Hope, those 3,000 city guards who wanted your life would really kill you on the spot. And now, he looked at the long queue in front of him. Wang Ermeizi felt a rare headache. There were so many people lining up. How troublesome would it be to enter the city? Chapter 81, Remarks on the Release and Remarks on the Three Rivers. It is the same as the title. First of all, as usual, he would like to thank the editor, Li Yueming, for his support. The failed author had troubled Luda a lot by asking for follow-up reading and recommendations along the way. He was also grateful for his various recommendations for this book. Next, he briefly talked about the situation of the entire book. This book had been written since the 1st of last month. It had been written for 1.5 months, and it had a total of 200,000 words. It wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. To be honest with everyone, this book was actually just the beginning of an abandoned manuscript in my hands. It wasn't even written for Kidian's users. The reason why I posted it on Kidian was because I was unhappy with the poor beginning and wanted to struggle a little. When I first posted the book, I even hesitated for a long time whether I should sign the contract or not. He didn't expect that he would be able to go all the way from testing the water to the Sanjiang small horn. It completely exceeded my expectations. Perhaps this was also a sentence. A tree planted with a heart would not live, but a willow planted without a heart would make a shade. That's why you guys kept criticizing me for being illogical and writing casually. Although it didn't feel good, I endured it for the time being, because there were indeed some things that I didn't consider completely when I wrote, but that didn't include whether the baby could open his eyes or whether there was enough food in the sewers. Moreover, the author has always been a double author, so there are often typos and names. I would like to thank everyone for their testimony. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Finally, it was time to ask for a new account. I was going to put it on the shelves tonight, but the editor didn't reply to my messages during the Mid-Autumn Festival, so I can only postpone it until tomorrow after the editor goes to work. The last time he asked, the follow-up reading of this book seemed to be around 2600 to 2700. Therefore, the author set a rule for adding updates, starting from 2000 first orders. If it exceeded 200 orders, he would add one update, and he would promise to pay off all debts within half a month. As for the other monthly votes and tips, although they shouldn't be of much use, just in case some tycoons patronize, I'll set one up. After it's put on the shelves, it will increase by 100 monthly votes for the author and 100 yuan for the tip. Well, why did it feel a little strange? F***ck, note that 2.5k words count as a new chapter. The author should be writing a 5k chapter. In addition, why do I feel that the chapter is particularly cold every day recently? Do I really have close to 3000? Could it be fake? Could it be that I'm the one who created the internet water army? In self-doubt. Treasure, can you report that you've been in the midst of a group of people? Lastly, I'll sacrifice my wronged friends in the group for my initial 3,000 yuan book. If you're interested, you can go and support me. Chapter 82, Hiding for 2 years, Breaking Through to Grandmaster. 1. He looked at the distant walls of the Azure Capital Harbor. Wang Ermeza could only choose to pull Li Yueming's carriage to the side. After explaining the situation to Li Yueming, he squeezed into the crowd alone. About an hour later, the side door of the Green Capital Harbor Tower suddenly opened, and a well-equipped team appeared. All the refugees and martial artists who were lining up outside the city wall were shocked when they saw the team's attire. F***ck, isn't this the Kingdom Port Police Squad? Looking at their attire, they seemed to be the most elite group of law enforcement officers. The law enforcement team seems to be directly managed by that person's personal disciple. The lowest level of experts who can enter the law enforcement team is the Martial Master realm. Why did you suddenly alarm them? I don't know. Could it be that the rebel army has attacked Kingdom Port? Now that you mention it, it does seem possible. A few days ago, Nanwan Port was attacked by the rebel army. Although Kingdom Port is remote, we can't rule out the risk of being attacked. Below the city. Needless to say, he was shocked. The police squad was the most elite squad in the Kingdom Port Defense Force. They enjoyed a high salary. Furthermore, it was directly managed and trained by Han Bufan. Usually, when there was nothing important, they would be cultivating. It was rare to see them. And now, they were all gathered here. Something big must have happened. As for envy, needless to say, on the path of martial arts, except for a very small number of madmen and geniuses, the vast majority of ordinary people pursued nothing more than fame and fortune. The law enforcement team members in front of him had all three of them. How could it not arouse the envy of others? Just as the group of refugees were still discussing, a scene that made them even more afraid appeared. The few law enforcement officers who were leading the team walked out of the city gate. A few more figures walked out from the side door. This group of people were all high-spirited youths, and the oldest was no more than 18 years old. The youngest was probably only 13 or 14 years old. All of them were very calm. Many of the refugees and martial artists who had some understanding of Kingdom Port nearly had their eyes pop out of their sockets when they saw this. The reason was simple. These teenagers were the most powerful leaders in Kingdom Port. They were the 16 direct disciples of the legendary Heaven's Chosen One who had massacred Kingdu Harbor. Although they were young, their strength was extraordinary. Every single one of them was a well-known figure in the current Qingdao harbor. After repeatedly confirming that he had not seen wrongly, almost all the refugees and martial artists who were queuing up to enter the city were completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Did the sun rise from the west today? However, no matter what they thought, everything happened in reality. Not only did they gather together and walk out of the city gate, behind them were countless troops. On this day, the gates of the Azure Capital Harbor opened. Tens of thousands of armored soldiers swarmed out of the city gate, driving all the queuing refugees and martial artists to the sides of the road, and directly opened up a path of several thousand meters in the crowd, just to welcome a person into the city. The group of disciples led by Han Bufan and Fu Xiero came to Li Yueming's carriage. They bowed respectfully and said in unison, "Disciple welcomes Master. Long live Master!" Li Yueming lifted the curtain and swept the disciples. It had been more than half a year since they last met. Compared to the past, this group of children had more determination and maturity on their faces. In such a chaotic era, children tended to mature much earlier than normal people. This group of orphans and disciples who had no parents and no one to rely on were even more so. He retracted his gaze. "Okay, let's enter the city," Li Yueming replied indifferently. Hearing this, the group of disciples stood up. Looking at Li Yueming, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a bit of relaxation. In the past, when Li Yueming was in the city, they wouldn't panic even if the sky collapsed. This was because they knew that even if the sky collapsed, their master would still hold it up. As disciples, they could grow up healthily under the protection of their master. However, ever since Li Yueming suddenly left, they were more nervous. After stumbling and bumping into countless walls, he finally managed to stand on his own after his head was bleeding. But even so, Li Yueming was not in the city for a day. Their hearts would not be at peace for a day. Now, he saw his master's face again and heard his master's voice. Even if it was just a faint it was also enough to make the empty hearts of the group of disciples feel it. Under the gazes of the surrounding refugees, who were looking at him as if he was a god, Han Bufan stood up and led Li Yueming's horse. The carriage passed through the broad road formed by the soldiers and entered the city smoothly. The countless martial artists and refugees who witnessed this all opened their mouths wide. He knew that after all the soldiers had left, he would not be able to close the city. Obviously, to be treated like this by the higher UPS of Qingdao Port, other than the legendary Son of Heaven in Qingdao Port, there was no one else. However, shouldn't the Son of Heaven be staying in the city all the time? Why did he suddenly appear outside the city? At this moment, he looked at Li Yueming's carriage and then at the inland. Chapter 83, Hiding for 2 years, Breaking Through to Grandmaster. 2. Many quick-witted martial artists suddenly thought of something. Do you still remember the news that the 12 sects of Lingnan were flattened half a month ago? Hearing this, many of the martial artists who had yet to recover from their shock asked in confusion, "Why did you suddenly bring this up?" The quick-witted martial artist thought for a moment. He paused for a moment. In the end, he braced himself and said, "Mean, do you remember the characteristics of the mysterious person who flattened the 12 sects?" Hearing this, a cultivator who had yet to come back to his senses subconsciously replied, "I heard that a young man had a carriage, an old servant driving the carriage, and a woman to serve him. *CK, it can't be." At this point, everything came to an abrupt halt. Countless martial artists maintained their silence at the same time. The next day, the news that the rumored Son of Heaven in Qingdao Port was the mysterious youth who had single-handedly flattened the 12 Southern Ridge clans some time ago had spread. Instantly, the entire Southern Ridge was in an uproar. Half a month later, even the other ports and cities further north had heard the rumors. One could imagine how terrifying the influence and efficiency of this information were. For a very long time, The martial artists in southern China were all discussing related topics. At the very beginning, most of the warriors believed that the mysterious young man who flattened the 12 clans was around 18 or 19 years old. After all, even a super genius needed time to grow. He was already a rare martial arts genius who could only be seen once in 100 years. However, the so-called heavens chosen one of Kingdom Port was only 13 or 14 years old. If he really was the one who had trampled on the 12 southern ridge sects. How unbelievable was this? It wasn't an exaggeration. In the 300 years since the imperial emperor founded the Grand Xia dynasty, there had never been a monster of this level in the entire martial world. He was only 13 or 14 years old, but he had already wiped out 12 second-rate sects in Lingnan. Among them, the Qing Yun sect and the other 2 sects had martial arts grandmasters guarding them. If it was true, Li Yueming's existence could overturn the understanding of all Chinese martial artists. Li Yueming could even be classified as a non-human creature for in-depth research. But even so, this news was still spreading more and more widely, becoming more and more popular. A month later, almost all of southern China knew that a super genius had appeared in Lingnan. It was said that he was comparable to the martial emperor of Great Xia 300 years ago. In a short period of time, many martial artists in southern Huaxia turned their attention to Lingnan, which did not have much of a presence in the past. The scouts from all over the world also began to take action. Although this news sounded as fake as it could be. But what if it was true? It was still necessary to send a few scouts to investigate. Of course. Almost 90% of the martial artists scoffed at this. After all, a 13 or 14-year-old child had flattened the 12 southern ridge sects by himself. This kind of news was obviously against common sense. It was fine if he just ate a melon, but whoever really believed it would have water in their heads. Under such circumstances, quite a number of martial artists started to speak. If the heaven's son of Kingdom Port and the young man who trampled the 12 Lingnan clans were really the same person, they would stand upside down and have diarrhea. Instantly, the whole of China's world of martial arts burst into laughter. Obviously, although this news had spread far and wide. However, there were very few people who truly believed it. Most of them were just watching the show for fun. After all, foreigners were in power now. The days of martial artists were getting harder and harder. Even the martial arts world slowly turned into a pool of stagnant water. At this time, the appearance of some interesting rumors would help to liven up the atmosphere of the game. Of course, everything in Jianghu had nothing to do with Li Yueming. After entering the Kingdom Port in a carriage, under Fu Xiao's lead, the disciples followed him around the city. Half a year ago, he had left a note for his disciples before he left Kingdom Port. The higher UPS gave them 3 homework tasks. He asked the disciples to carry out the things written on the note before he returned. Now, it was time for the disciples to hand in their answers to him. The first order. The security of Kingdom Port had to be kept open at night for half a year to a year. In order to complete this command, Han Bufan established a small team of law enforcers. It took half a year to complete this feat through various means. Currently, the security of the Green Capital Harbor City should be the safest in China and even the entire world. The second one. While teaching martial arts to the children in the dojo, the disciples must also try their best to break through to the high-level martial master realm. This one was 80% complete. Only a few disciples who were not very talented progressed slightly slower. Of course, things like cultivation couldn't be rushed. As long as the foundation was firm, it didn't matter if it was a little slower. Li Yueming didn't insist on this. As for the last one, that was the overall development of Kingdom Port. In half a year, Kingdom Port had to plant more grain and fish more. They wanted to stock up as much as possible. Fu Xiao, as her assistant, was naturally in charge of this. In half a year, She worked with the talents from all walks of life in Kingdom to formulate a complete set of simple laws. Merchants, farmers, martial artists, sailors. Chapter 84, Hiding for 2 years, Breaking Through to Grandmaster. 3. A series of domains. Although the law was very rough and only stipulated a big framework, however, it also greatly increased the vitality of Kingdom. Now, the second-generation new fishing boat designed by Li Yueming was already in production. It was estimated that it would be officially formed in March next year. The refugees who were originally settled could basically be self-sufficient and no longer needed the city lord's mansion to continuously provide food subsidies. As long as there were no natural disasters, the crops planted outside the city could be harvested smoothly. With that, Kingdom could barely become self-sufficient. One had to know that Kingdom was now a super city with a population of nearly 1 million. It was an amazing thing to be self-sufficient in food. Towards all of this, Li Yueming was very satisfied. Although he had been away for half a year, the development of Kingdom had not slowed down at all. Not only that, this was because he had mastered the core fishing technique and the rules and regulations were gradually perfected. The development of Kingdom was still increasing. After checking on the development of Kingdom, Li Yueming brought a group of disciples back home for a reunion dinner. His mother had found a new job after farming, which was to cook for the children in the Kingdom Harbor School. As a servant from a grassroots background, his mother was content. As long as he could eat and work, he could gossip with his neighbors in his spare time. There were no other special requirements. The only thing that gave Li Yueming a headache was the New Year's Eve dinner had just begun, and his cheap mother was already hinting crazily. Aunt Wang's son was only 13 years old and had already started preparing for a third child last month. Li Yueming was now 13 years old. In fact, she was already close to the legal age of marriage. It was normal for his mother to look forward to her grandson. Li Yueming was completely unable to handle this. Just as he was about to use the urine escape technique to escape, a tall girl dressed in red walked in from the entrance and saw Li Yueming's mother holding his hand and talking about her grandson. The red-robed girl's eyes lit up. She hurriedly ran over and grabbed her mother's hand. "Mom, actually, I'm your daughter-in-law who hasn't married yet. I specially came today to give you a surprise." His cheap mother was still talking about it just now. In fact, she also knew that Li Yueming would definitely not get married easily. But because of this, didn't you get it in advance? Otherwise, in a few years, it would be even more difficult to urge her son to get married after his wings had completely hardened. However, what she did not expect was that she was still mumbling. After that, this ridiculously beautiful girl pounced over and grabbed her hand, calling her mom. He was stunned for a moment. His cheap mother immediately sat up from her chair and said ecstatically, "Really? Come, let mom take a good look at you. Aya, you're too beautiful." He sized Ye Nanyuan up. His cheap mother was very happy. This girl was good. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also tall and had a big butt. It was obvious that she was fertile. When the time came, she would give birth to a few more fair and chubby boys. Then, she would not have to envy her neighbor's grandson. As for Li Yueming's opinion, no one cared about it from the beginning to the end. Seeing this situation, Li Yueming could only watch. He had to endure it first. Later, he would teach Ye Nanyuan a lesson in private. She seemed to have sensed his anger. Ye Nanyuan coaxed the old lady while pointing her middle finger at Li Yueming. He even stuck out his tongue mischievously. The meaning was simple. "What can you do to me?" After spending half a year with Li Yueming, Ye Nanyuan did not learn anything else, but she had learned all kinds of strange words and gestures. Of course. At this moment, the disciple who was eating next to him was in jail even more than Li Yueming. In this war without smoke, they were the youngest and most vulnerable existences. They could not afford to offend anyone at the dining table. He could only bury his head in his rice bowl and be a noob king who did not care about what was going on outside. The New Year's Eve dinner passed in such a peaceful and happy atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, Li Yueming's 13th year in this world was almost over. After dinner, Li Yueming found an opportunity to grab Ye Nanyuan, who was alone, and said with a dark face, "What do you want?" Ye Nanyuan glanced around with her big, mischievous eyes. After making sure that no one around could save her, she shrunk her neck and said, "I've been sleeping in the same car as you for more than half a year. Don't tell me you won't even give me a status." Li Yueming's face darkened. This girl was a drama queen. It was obvious that she had fallen onto him like a piece of sticky candy that could not be shaken off. Now, she still had the cheek to point at him? He thought about it. "If you're sure, don't go back on your word." Li Yueming sighed. Ye Nanyuan blinked her eyes and made a hand gesture with her small fist. "Hey, this lady wants to be a serf and sing, can't I?" Seeing this situation, Li Yueming was completely speechless. However, it was not a good thing for his cheap mother to keep urging him to get married. Instead of dragging it out, it was better to follow it. Ye Nanyuan's words, LT didn't seem that hard to accept. Therefore, after considering everything, he tacitly agreed to this inexplicable marriage that fell from the sky. However, marriage was obviously a matter that had to be put aside. Before that, Li Yueming still had many things to do. Chapter 85, Hiding for 2 years, Breaking Through to Grandmaster. 4. 14 years old, this is a year as an apprentice. Li Yueming locked himself in the courtyard again. Every month, other than eating some dry rations regularly, he would not see anyone. Now, he had all the high-level cultivation techniques of the major sects in Lingnan in his hands. He needed to constantly deduce and turn it into nourishment for the star moon art, and use it to raise his strength to a higher level. In the past 2 years, the situation in the Great Xia dynasty had become more and more chaotic. Uprisings broke out everywhere. In one of the largest battles, farmers holding hoes and carrying poles almost fought to the counties near the capital of the Great Xia Empire. At this critical moment, they had to mobilize the imperial family's martial artist guards to barely suppress them. On the other hand, the foreign forces in the various ports were no longer satisfied with just occupying a few ports. They began to enter the interior in batches. They attempted to occupy more land. A group of foreigners from the Free State, armed with flintlocks and trained in Gokyudo combat arts, galloped across the land of Huaxia without fail. Wherever he went, he would snatch it, and no one could stop him. Although the expansion of the Western European people who held the Holy Book wasn't as aggressive, the impact they caused wasn't any weaker than the bandits of the Free State. After all, burning, killing, and looting were physical attacks. The teachings of the scriptures were a double attack on ideology and culture. Under the pressure they brought, the imperial court, which was struggling to suppress the civil strife, had no choice but to send people to beg for mercy from the foreigners. Moreover, he had directly ceded the sovereignty of several ports. This undoubtedly fueled the arrogance of the foreigners. For a moment, thick smoke rose up from the entire land of China. The rich wolves could smell the rotten smell even from a few oceans away. Under such circumstances, Li Yueming knew that he had to hurry up and equip himself. Once Great Xia collapsed, all kinds of demons and ghosts would appear. He had to bring out strength that was enough to intimidate all directions in order to rise up in the chaotic world. Therefore, he had no choice. A whole year. Li Yueming didn't even step out of the room. In the end, he absorbed all the martial arts cultivation techniques and moves collected by the 12 sects. A considerable portion of these cultivation techniques and moves were dispensable. Only a few of the cultivation techniques and moves of the sects allowed Li Yueming to absorb a lot of nutrients. Li Yueming added these nutrients into the Star Moon technique. Now, he had copper skin and iron bones. His body alone was enough to destroy the world, and his inner chi was more than 3 times thicker than it was a year ago. Even from a distance of nearly 1,000 meters, Li Yueming could kill the enemy with his inner chi. At this point, Li Yueming had finally reached the peak of the martial king realm. Although he still felt that he was one step away from perfection. However, Li Yueming knew that it was the one that had been erased by the will of heaven and earth. It was difficult to achieve with just human strength. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon flew like shuttles. Finally, 15 years old, Li Yueming had become a martial arts grandmaster in his sleep. He had just advanced, but his aura kept rising until he reached the peak of the martial arts grandmaster realm. In just one night, Li Yueming had broken through from a martial king to a martial grandmaster who was only one step away from a martial emperor. The speed was even faster than a rocket. If other martial artists knew that one could break through to the grandmaster realm like this, they would probably wish they could find a hole in the ground and bury themselves in it. After all, it was too much of a blow. After all, in all senses, the further a martial artist's realm advanced, the more difficult it was to break through. However, Li Yueming was the exact opposite. Because his foundation was strong enough, the further he advanced, the easier it was for him to break through. He started from the martial apprentice realm and cultivated all the way to the martial king realm. Li Yueming would always repeatedly polish every realm to perfection. As a result, most of the time, the power in the body could not hold back and broke through by itself. However, the owner of Li Yueming's body did not know about this. Of course, a deep foundation was only part of the reason. The other reason was that Li Yueming had the purple talent of martial Dao Supreme. He was a true martial arts genius. The two combined into one, coupled with the star moon art created through the infinite deduction talent. All kinds of coincidences overlapped. As a result, the further he cultivated, the faster his realm breakthrough became. Chapter 86, Martial Arts Conference, Set Off, L. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, Li Yueming stayed in the room to consolidate his position. The current him was many times stronger than when he destroyed the 12 southern ridge sects 2 years ago. He barely had the capital to dominate a region in this chaotic world. On this day, Li Yueming left the room after a long time. Cicadas chirped outside the eaves, and his mother's vegetable garden was filled with all kinds of vegetables and fruits. This year should be a good harvest year. Li Yueming picked 2 cucumbers in the garden, washed them, and began to chew on them. The manor was empty. Everyone was busy outside. Li Yueming also took this opportunity to relax his tense nerves. Outside the door was a message tube. This was because Li Yueming had been staying in the house all year round to deduce cultivation techniques and cultivate martial arts. If there was nothing special, no one would disturb him. However, in order to prevent any unexpected situations, the disciples would summarize what happened every month and put it into the information cylinder outside Li Yueming's door. It was convenient for Li Yueming to know about the major events happening in the outside world when he had time. He was chewing on a sweet and crispy cucumber. Li Yueming unhurriedly opened the scrolls and read them one by one. He had finished reading last year's information. Only some things that happened this year hadn't been read yet. Last year, although the uprising armies in various places had been suppressed by the imperial family with tremendous effort, they were still able to suppress the rebellion. However, not only did the world's situation not stabilize because of this, it became even more chaotic. The governors of the various regions no longer trusted the royal family and began to leave the central government and establish their own sects. Although they did not dare to rebel openly for the time being, anyone with discerning eyes could see that it was only a matter of time. This year should have been a bumper harvest. However, under the instigation of various factions with ill intentions, bandits and robbers from all over the world burned, killed, and plundered everywhere. The entire land of China was filled with devastation. Farmers plowed 10,000 mu of land and harvested a grain of rice in autumn. Of course, At a glance, all the words were written with the words of cannibalism. However, in this turbulent era, the bones of the poor and peasants were just an insignificant backdrop to the times. The eyes of the world were still focused on those influential figures. South of China, which was the area north of Lingnan, 5 of the 5 tigers of South China had appeared and firmly controlled the 32 cities south of China. They were the most dazzling stars in the struggle for power in the world. In the central and eastern regions of China, there were also famous independent factions. Most of them had suddenly risen in the past 1 or 2 years. All of them were powerful and had deep backgrounds. Not only did they organize and train the army, but they also recruited martial artists with money, power, and beauty. Li Yueming didn't even need to think. More than 90% of these forces that had suddenly appeared were representatives of the great clans and high-level sects. All of them were like wolves and tigers as they stared at that supreme throne of authority within the imperial capital. In addition, after 2 years of discussion, the top 5 sects in Huaxia's martial arts world had decided to suspend their seats. They finally decided to launch a wave of retaliatory attacks on the Free State and Western Europe. After all, in the past 2 years, the foreign devils were rampant, causing the entire coastal area to be in chaos. In fact, the one who harmed the most benefits was not the great Xia royal family. After all, the power of the royal family had long existed in name only. Although the various ports were nominally the territory of the great Xia dynasty. However, in reality, it was already in the backyard of martial arts sects and some aristocratic families. Now, the foreigners had occupied all the ports along the coast where trade was developed. The first to jump in panic was undoubtedly the original beneficiary of the port. Hence, he decided to do it. A vigorous revenge operation began. The Westerners and the 5 great sects suffered casualties. But overall, actually, the Chinese sects were the ones who suffered the most. On the other hand, the Chinese sects would need 7 or 8 years, or even 10 years, to catch their breath. Hence, the 2 of them were in a daze. After fighting for half a month, the losses were getting more and more severe. The 5 great sects quickly admitted defeat. The golden bell rang and the disciples sent to the coastal areas were recalled. In order to regain his face, the 5 great sects were talking to the Westerners higher ups through the air, preparing to hold a martial arts conference for all the martial artists in China and the Westerners. In addition, what was worth mentioning was, the 5 great sects announced to the public that their slogan was friendship first, competition second. Li Yueming thought about it and knew that the 5 great sects were probably afraid of the foreigners, but they couldn't bring themselves to admit defeat. All of them had created such a nondescript martial arts convention. They wanted to use this opportunity to get all the martial artists in the world to come and get back at them. Of course, this was also an open scheme. After all, if a martial artist wanted to continue making a living, he had to prove his strength to everyone in the world. Otherwise, how could he raise his head when he was always suppressed by the foreigners? After reading the latest news, Li Yueming stuffed all the scrolls back into the information cylinder. He stood up and walked towards the Kingdom Port City Lord's mansion. However, just as he was about to push the door open and leave, he saw a tall figure barge in. It had been almost a year since they last met. Yananyuan looked even more beautiful now. Chapter 87, Martial Arts Conference, Set Off, 2. Although she didn't have any makeup on her face, her skin was as smooth as jade. It made people unable to help but marvel at the good fortune of the heavens. There was actually such a perfect woman in this world. Yananyuan almost bumped into Li Yueming when she walked through the door. A pair of spring-like eyes sized up Li Yueming and said with a hint of joy, "Otaku, you're finally willing to go out." Li Yueming also sized her up. Finally, he stared at Yananyuan's eyes with the beauty mark and asked, "Where are you going in such a hurry?" Hearing this, Yananyuan paused for a moment, which was rare. A moment later, she giggled and said, the martial arts conference will be held in Zhongzhou port 2 months later. At that time, our martial artists will fight against the foreigners on the same stage to prove our martial arts reputation. I also want to give it a try and see if I can defeat a few damn foreigners." Li Yueming sized her up and said disdainfully, "With your little arms and legs, don't get killed by a single punch." Yananyuan's face darkened and she said angrily, "Although this lady is not strong, her combat strength is still very good. I warn you not to look down on others." He thought about it. Li Yueming really looked down on him. This little girl was from the village and did not have much knowledge. She probably thought that the Westerner's punching bag was a joke. Seeing that he did not make way, Yananyuan's face turned even uglier. "I don't need your concern. You just hate me and want to chase me away. Hiding in the house for a year or two without coming out, I'll pack my things and leave now. You don't have to hide from me anymore." As he spoke, she pushed Li Yueming. However, Li Yueming didn't move at all, and she almost fell on her butt. Yananyuan gritted her teeth in exasperation. He could only walk around Li Yueming. He went back to pack his things. Regarding this, Li Yueming just watched silently. He didn't say anything or stop her. Yananyuan thought that he was hiding in the house to avoid her, but in fact, Li Yueming was just cultivating. Therefore, many things were difficult to explain. Li Yueming liked to be a lone ranger in the reincarnation world. That was the reason. It was difficult to cut off the ties with some people when they were too deep. However, his identity as a reincarnator meant that every acquaintance would eventually become a one-sided parting. Wasn't every parting a great cruelty to him? If I had known it would be so difficult, why didn't I know it at the beginning? Li Yueming was the only one who knew what it was like. He could not share it with anyone else. There were 2 soldiers guarding the door. When they saw Li Yueming come out, they looked at each other and bowed. "Your Highness the Son of Heaven, Her Highness Xiaoro has instructed us to invite you to the city lord's mansion after you come out of seclusion." Li Yueming nodded and said, "All right." As he spoke, he took a few steps toward the city lord's mansion. But in the end, he still stopped. "Get a few people to help me follow her. Nothing must happen to her." The 2 soldiers bowed and accepted the order. Li Yueming flung his sleeves and left without looking back. Zhongzhou Harbor was the largest harbor in Zhongzhou, located in the northeast of the coastal area of China. The geographical conditions were excellent, and the weather conditions were also very good. There was an expert in the martial emperor realm guarding it, and it was also the only port that the foreigners did not dare to occupy. The venue of the martial arts convention this time was chosen to be in Zhongzhou port. One could imagine how lively it would be. If he had the time, Li Yueming would definitely not miss this martial arts conference. But before that, he still had to deal with some matters that had been left behind in Kingdom Port for 2 years. About 10 minutes later, Li Yueming strode into the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Fu Xiero was holding a nautical chart and discussing something with a few navy generals. He saw Li Yueming come in. All the soldiers and generals knelt on the ground. "Master, you're finally out of seclusion," Fu Xiero said excitedly. Li Yueming patted her head. In order to help her manage this huge city, the little girl had suffered a lot. Among the disciples, Fu Xiero was the one Li Yueming doted on the most. "You slauro snortia sorty why?" She seemed to be dissatisfied with Li Yueming touching her head in front of so many people. However, her body was very honest and her face revealed a happy and satisfied smile. They were intimate for a moment. Fu Xiero brought Li Yueming to the sea map and said, "Master, in the past month or 2, many foreign cargo ships and warships have appeared near the waters of Kingdom Port. Sometimes, they even chase away the fishing boats we sent out." Following the area that she had drawn with her finger, Li Yueming quickly figured out what had happened. It was not a good thing for foreign warships and cargo ships to frequently appear in the waters around Kingdom Port. At the very least, it had a huge impact on the fishing industry in Qingde Port. Fu Xiaoro feared the strength of the foreigners. Qingde Port was still in a period of rapid development. It would not do any good to have a conflict with the foreigners. Therefore, he had no choice. Fu Xiaoro did not dare to act rashly. However, turning a blind eye was obviously not a solution. In the end, he still had to come up with a reasonable countermeasure. And now, coincidentally, Li Yueming came out of seclusion. Therefore, Fu Xiaoro naturally handed this headache to Li Yueming to make the decision. Chapter 88, Martial Arts Conference, set off. After all, his master had always been extremely smart, and his solutions to problems were as unrestrained as a wild horse. In the end, he would definitely come up with a good idea. In fact, that was indeed the case. Li Yueming touched his chin and looked at the area on the sea map. After pondering for a long time, he suddenly said, "What did you say just now?" Fu Xiaoro was speechless. She was a little confused by Li Yueming's question. He finally regained his senses and answered, "The foreigners' warships and freighters." Li Yueming looked at her and shook his head. Fu Xiaoro was speechless. This time, she was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? What do you mean you didn't see it? She subconsciously looked at the group of navy generals around her, only to see that their faces were also filled with confusion. Li Yueming was the only one who stood there and spoke. If it were anyone else, they would have been chased out by now. Nonsense! The ship was on the sea and not on the map. How could he see the warships and freighters of the foreigners if he stayed in the city lord's mansion? It was not easy for him to suppress the desire to ridicule in his heart. Fu Xiaoro waited for Li Yueming to continue. In her simple view, her master would not shoot without thinking. The reason why she could not understand her master's words was definitely that she was not smart enough. He felt the puzzled gazes of the people around him. Li Yueming didn't keep him in suspense and said, "Have you seen the foreign warships and freighters?" "I only saw a group of pirates." As he spoke, in order to let everyone understand what he meant, Li Yueming picked up the sea map and pointed to the sea area around the port. "Look, this sea area was our Great Xia's territorial waters a few hundred years ago. Not only are these foreigners allowed to operate here, aren't they a group of pirates? When dealing with pirates, you have to give them the strongest truth in the world. Do you still need me to teach you what to do?" Hearing this, only then did everyone wake up from a dream. Good heavens! Although it sounded a little strange, but the logic seemed to be true. The consequences of robbing foreigners could be very serious, but if they used the name of fighting pirates, at least from a legal point of view, Qingde Port could stand firm. Even if the Westerners wanted to counterattack, they probably wouldn't dare to make too much noise. As for how to deal with the pirates, this was Qingde Port's best show of the year. Right now, there was still a large group of brothers at the port who were shouting anxiously. Naturally, they didn't need Li Yueming to teach them what to do. After figuring everything out, all the officers, including Fu Xiaoro, had strange expressions on their faces. Now that the entire Great Xia dynasty was trembling under the iron hooves of the Westerners, they did not dare to resist. Perhaps only their boss would dare to set his sights on the Westerners. Seeing that they all understood what he meant. "Have there been enough second-generation fishing boats recently?" Li Yueming asked. "They better not lose to the foreigners' warships." Seeing this, Fu Xiaoro quickly put away the messy thoughts in her mind and replied, "There are already more than 2,000 second-generation fishing boats in the sea. As long as the foreigners don't send out their warships, our Qingde Port can easily deal with them." Li Yueming nodded. "That's good. The foreigners' freighters are the most important part of our fishing plan. Try to prevent any freighters from leaving Qingde Port." Fu Xiaoro nodded. However, after hesitating for a long time, in the end, he still opened his mouth and said, "Master, Isn't it a little inappropriate for us to do this? After all, the foreigners are not ordinary, you see, powerless to resist. Under normal circumstances, Fu Xiaoro would never question Li Yueming's decision. But now, she felt a little uneasy. After all, this wasn't a small matter. If he wasn't careful, he might cause Qingde Harbor to burn itself. Hence, he asked. Regarding this, Li Yueming revealed a cold smile on his face as he said, "Don't worry, Sir Yang won't be able to care about Qingde Port for a long time." Hearing this, Fu Xiaoro finally calmed down. Although she didn't know how her master got the news, Fu Xiaoro wasn't worried about any accidents. He immediately began to make arrangements. Li Yueming stayed in the city lord's mansion for 3 days. During these 3 days, he formulated the development plan of Qingde Port for the next 3 years. Then, on a sunny afternoon, he boarded a ship heading to Zhongzhou Port. They rushed towards Zhongzhou Harbor, which was thousands of miles away. The sea route was much smoother and faster than the land route. However, this ship did not go directly to the Central Plains port. On the way, it would stop at the South Bay port for a period of time to load and unload goods. The entire journey took about a month. Only then could Li Yueming arrive at Zhongzhou port. There were many people on the boat. Sailors, helmsmen, merchants, martial artists. There were all kinds of people from all walks of life. However, they were still at peace with each other. After boarding the ship, Li Yueming knocked on the door of the cabin next door. She looked at Yuan, who was carrying many bags with tears in her eyes. Li Yueming raised his eyebrows and smiled. She looked at the frivolous man in front of her. Yuan could no longer hold back the grievance in her heart. She said with a sad face, "Lve been with you for 3 years and served you all the way. Even a dog should have feelings for you, right? In the end, you heartless person didn't even send me off when you left." Back then, he flattened the flower sect. Yuan shamelessly followed behind Li Yueming. In order not to be despised by the other party, she had been acting as a servant girl all the way. She was just short of sleeping with him. They had formed a deep relationship that Yuan believed to be true. Of course, Li Yueming had never admitted it. At this moment, he heard her muttering. Li Yueming couldn't help but tease, "I came here specially to see how you'll be killed by a foreigner with one punch." Yuan was speechless. A series of bashful iron fists landed on Li Yueming's body, making banging sounds. But in the end, she still hugged Li Yueming. Li Yueming didn't stand on ceremony and directly pressed her onto the deck of the cabin. Chapter 89, A Dramatic Martial Arts Conference. 1. Yuan grew up in the flower sect. Before he met Li Yueming, he didn't even go out of the flower sect. However, one had to know that the women of the flower sect were all very unrestrained. Therefore, he had no choice. Under such circumstances, Yuan's concept of love was simple and unrestrained. If she liked him, she would chase after him. If he couldn't catch it, he would use some clever tricks to snatch it. If she really couldn't snatch it, she would hide far away and cry so that she wouldn't be seen. Under such a view of love, that was why she was so bold that she even dared to call herself Li Yueming's future wife in front of her cheap mother. After all, that day, she had witnessed Li Yueming's one-on-one sword raising the Qing Yun sect's insufferably arrogant sword array. When he beheaded the Qing Yun sect's elder, she had already completely fallen into Li Yueming's domineering aura. When was a man the most attractive? It was nothing more than a golden spear and iron horse, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Of course, no matter what, she was just a woman with more courage. Therefore, he had no choice. 2 years after Li Yueming went into seclusion, she finally felt that she was a little too annoying. Li Yueming had never revealed any romantic intentions to her from the beginning to the end. However, she always stuck to him like a piece of sticky candy. Her shameless appearance made her look ugly and vulgar. Therefore, he had no choice. Only then did she decide to pack her things and leave. She was prepared to find a place where no one knew her and cry. But now, suddenly, she saw Li Yueming appear in the cabin. He pressed her down on the deck of the cabin. He could feel Li Yueming's burning aura. After taking a few deep breaths, Yananyuan finally began to panic. She mustered up her courage and tried to break free, but when she tried to exert her strength, she found that her entire body seemed to be paralyzed and she could not muster any strength at all. She could only blush and say shyly, That. What do you want? We're not married yet. Li Yueming didn't say anything. He stared at her silently for a long time. If my life was just a dream, wouldn't you regret it? Hearing his words. What do you mean by a dream in a future? Yananyuan asked in confusion. Li Yueming didn't answer and just repeated himself, Do you regret asking me this? As a reincarnator. This life was just a bubble in Li Yueming's dream. When she woke up from her dream, everything was over. It was like a bubble bursting under the sun. But to the person in the dream, this dream was her everything. Under such circumstances, it was too unfair for the people in the dream to become husband and wife. Li Yueming couldn't tell Yananyuan everything directly. Therefore, he could only give her a tactful reminder. Even though he didn't understand the true meaning behind her words. However, Yananyuan could feel the seriousness in Li Yueming's expression. He pondered for a long time. Yananyuan then said word by word, "Lf, it's a dream, what's the harm in getting drunk? I don't regret it, I just hope you don't regret dreaming about me." Hearing this, Li Yueming finally felt relieved. He rubbed her head and smiled. "I hope we can meet again one day." Yananyuan was still confused. However, Li Yueming did not continue to explain and left her room. His back was hidden in the outline of the sea. It seemed lonely and bleak. In the following period of time, Li Yueming spent most of his time cultivating. Yananyuan came to Li Yueming several times, but Li Yueming ignored her. Everything had its priorities. This martial arts conference was a good springboard for Li Yueming. Everything else had to wait. Only when the merchant ship docked at Nanwan harbor did Li Yueming disembark with Yananyuan to buy some daily necessities. He brought her around South Bay harbor. The merchant ship stayed at Nanwan port for 3 days. After unloading the goods, it set sail again and headed north. However, this time, Li Yueming's luck didn't seem too good. The merchant ship encountered a storm on its way. He had wasted more than half a month. As a result, when the two of them arrived at Zhongzhou port with the ship, the martial arts convention had already been held for 5 or 6 days. They got off the boat. After receiving the inspection of a few martial artist guards, he also paid a sum of dock fee. Li Yueming finally stepped onto land. This was his first time leaving Lingnan. He looked at the port in front of him. A rough estimate. Just the docks in Zhongzhou harbor alone were at least 10 times larger than those in Qingdu harbor. The number and scale of merchant ships were even more exaggerated. Thousands of bare-chested boatmen were working hard to fix the anchors of the merchant ships that were coming and going to the dock. Their unified shouts shook the sky and earth, giving people a sense of noise. There were even more porters on the shore, almost filling up the docks. The porters lined up to carry the load, unloading the goods on the merchant ship and heading to the warehouse designated by the sponsor. There was a large crowd coming and going, and the thick sweat mixed with all kinds of body odors was extremely pungent. One could imagine how prosperous Zhongzhou port was. Such a rotten and withered world. The coastal areas ruled by foreigners were even more prosperous. It was ironic. After leaving the port along the pier, only then did the crowded situation of the people of Zhongzhou city ease slightly. Li Yueming and Yananyuan looked over. The main road of Zhongzhou port was actually paved with green stone slabs. Shops lined both sides of the white and solid blue stone road, and the sound of hawkers and stalls could be heard everywhere. The only thing that didn't seem too harmonious was that Li Yueming realized that more than half of the pedestrians on this road were foreigners and martial artists. The Westerners were still dressed in suits and gold-rimmed glasses, just like before. They walked on the streets in a refined manner, looking very classy. However, they were even more arrogant than they were 2 years ago. All of them had their noses up in the air and did not look at anyone. On the contrary, the martial artists who passed by would immediately lower their heads and take a detour when they saw this group of Westerners. All of them are like snakes and scorpions. Obviously. They were all attracted by the martial arts conference. However, for some reason, he was scared out of his wits. He walked straight along the road. Soon, Li Yueming heard many martial artists whispering in a tea stall. "Have you heard? The pavilion master of the Southwest River Pavilion died this morning. The pavilion master of the Wangjiang Pavilion is a mid-level martial arts grandmaster, right? He actually died at the hands of the foreigners. Do you think I'm lying to you?" At that time, the pavilion master of the Wangjiang Pavilion was severely injured. After returning home, he did not even last half an hour before he died. This group of foreigners is too cruel. How did they train their bodies? Not only is he extremely strong, but he's actually invulnerable. Sai, you've already lost 3 matches today, right? If we continue to lose like this, Huaxia martial arts will be finished. Almost all the martial artists were discussing the martial arts conference. Li Yueming didn't even need to go out of his way to get information. As long as they strolled around on the road, they could already understand most of what had happened at the martial arts conference. 5 days ago, the martial arts conference officially began. In order to encourage Great Xia's martial artists to participate in this convention, the 5 top sects of Great Xia had put in a lot of effort. As long as a martial artist could win a battle in the arena, they could choose any ordinary cultivation method of the corresponding realm as a reward. Moreover, the 5 great sects would also reward a top-grade medical treatment kit on the spot to ensure that the martial artist would not have any hidden injuries due to injuries. 5 consecutive wins. The winner could choose 1 high-level martial arts cultivation method and 1 high-level martial arts technique from the 5 top sects as a reward. Apart from the medical kit, the 5 great sects would also reward them with treasures such as weapons and secret techniques. All in all, the more victories a martial artist had, the richer the rewards they could obtain. This reward system was very effective. On the day the news was announced, many martial artists expressed their desire to win glory for martial arts. On the other side, the foreigners were clearly serious this time. Not only did they gather all the fighters from the Gokyudo dojo in the coastal area of China, but they also gathered all the fighters who were at least level 3. He even specially sent a group of Gokyudo elites from the mainland. According to the rumors, this batch of martial artists were members of the Free State's God of Gokyudo Combat Gym. They were the elites among the elites of the Free State's Gokyudo Combat Department. After 5 days of intense competition, the martial artists in the ordinary arenas could barely fight the ordinary fighters of the Free State with a 40-60 chance. There were wins and losses between each other. After all, every martial artist who was confident enough to appear in a situation like this was an elite of the same realm. Their combat strength was not low. However, on the elite arena, facing the elite members of the Gokyudo God Combat Gym, the warriors of the same realm were in a miserable state. If he went on stage, he would only be beaten up. The pavilion master of the Wangjiang Pavilion mentioned before was a martial arts grandmaster. He was once famous in the northwestern region of China. However, they had only fought for less than 5 minutes. The elite fighter who was fighting him seized the opportunity to punch him to the ground. After enduring another 2 moves, the pavilion master of the Wangjiang Pavilion was carried down and died before the doctor could arrive. Extremely ruthless means extremely strong strength. There was an unparalleled aggressiveness in the brutality. This was the impression that those elite Gokyudo grandmasters of combat had left on the Chinese martial artists. After killing 12 famous martial artists in the elite arena, the two of them were stunned. The remaining martial artists did not dare to go up. After all, a martial artist's reputation was important, but the rewards from the 5 great sects were also coveted. However, compared to his own life, it was obvious which was more important. Hence, he decided to do it. A dramatic scene unfolded. The martial arts convention had only started for 3 days. On the 4th day, the martial artists did not even dare to go up to the elite arena. When this news spread, countless Westerners laughed out loud. He was even more disdainful of so-called martial artists. Who knew how many martial artists' faces had been slapped swollen? Li Yueming took the two of them for a spin on the road. When they heard the news, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 5 great sects had been high and mighty for hundreds of years and enjoyed countless offerings. In the end, he had to gather all the other martial artists in the world to fight in a martial arts conference. It was simply the biggest joke in the world. Actually, before the battle even started, the martial artist's face had already been completely thrown away. The reason why he still hung it on his face was because he wanted to save face and suffer. However, this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. The main reason why he had traveled thousands of miles to participate in this martial arts conference was that he had taken a fancy to the cultivation techniques and secret manuals rewarded by the 5 great sects. All along, Li Yueming's method of obtaining cultivation techniques had been very simple and crude. Either kill or rob. But now that he had reached the realm of martial arts grandmaster, he could no longer easily follow the previous set of rules. After all, the forces that he had visited in the past were equally powerful. However, its influence was limited to Lingnan. But now, it was different. It was impossible for him to destroy a first-rate sect with a martial emperor and snatch its core cultivation technique under the watchful eyes of countless people. Putting aside the fact that it was difficult for him to kill a martial royal realm expert with his current strength, he was still a martial monarch realm expert. Even if they took 10,000 steps back, they could really kill him. The chain reaction brought about by the death of a martial emperor was not something that Li Yueming could withstand. Therefore, he had no choice other than burning, killing, looting, and other illegal means. The martial arts conference in front of him was a good opportunity for Li Yueming. He could also show everyone his art of war and see if he could get what he wanted. Chapter 90, The Power of a Finger shocked the entire arena. 1. After gathering information, the two of them did not stay in Zhongzhou city for long. Soon, he walked towards the arena where the martial arts conference was held. About half an hour later, the two of them came to a huge square. There were 4 very large martial arts platforms in the middle of the square. It was specially prepared by the 5 great sects for the martial arts conference. Below the martial arts stage, thousands of martial artists and foreign grandmasters of combat were gathered. However, only 2 of the 4 martial arts stages were currently engaged in a battle. The other 2 martial arts stages didn't even have any martial artists watching, let alone sparring. Li Yueming took a glance and quickly understood the reason. Among the 4 martial arts platforms, 2 of them were for ordinary martial artists, while the other 2 were for elite martial artists. On the elite martial arts stage, the local king of wrestling from the Free State had already killed more than 10 famous great Xia martial artists. It was as if one would die if they went up. In front of the elite fighters from the Free State, many of the great Xia martial artists who were slightly famous couldn't even last 10 minutes. Therefore, he had no choice. Nowadays, no martial artist dared to go up to the elite martial arts stage and fight with those strong foreigners. He only dared to spar with some ordinary grandmasters of combat on the normal martial arts stage. The rules of this martial arts conference were very simple. Fighting at the same realm. Martial apprentice, martial master, martial king, martial grandmaster, and martial emperor respectively corresponded to the rank 2 grandmaster of combat, rank 4 Grand Master of Combat, rank 6 King of Combat, and rank 8 Emperor of Combat. He went on stage to sign the life and death order first. If one party fell to the ground or raised their hands to surrender, they would lose. Not far away, on the highest platform in the square, the three groups of people sat together. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed a little awkward. Sitting in the middle were the elders of the 5 sects. Seated to their left and right were the chief curator of Great Xia's Gokyudo Dojo and one of the 6 great priests of Western Europe. Although the elders of the 5 great sects of Great Xia were sitting at the head of the table. However, if one looked closely, one could see the nervousness and awkwardness on their faces, which was completely different from the foreigners who were talking and laughing beside them. Obviously, the Great Xia dynasty's martial artists had lost a lot of face in this martial arts conference. The Westerners stood in the elite arena. It was fine if they couldn't beat him, but there wasn't even anyone who wanted to challenge him. After the martial arts conference ended, what happened in the past few days would be spread throughout the world by ships and carriages. At that time, warriors would probably become a complete joke in the 3 great continents. The group of elders had already secretly decided that if no one dared to go to the elite arena to compete today, they could only send the most elite core disciples of their sect to the stage. The thought of core disciples dying here. The elders of the various sects felt their hearts bleeding. He observed the situation in the square. Li Yueming and Yananyuan lined up to enter the square. The surroundings were filled with Westerners and martial artists. The two of them were mixed in the crowd, appearing inconspicuous. Very quickly, Li Yueming and Yananyuan came to a young man with a long sword. The young man had an imposing appearance. Judging from his attire, he should be a disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect. However, at this moment, his expression did not seem too good. The way they looked at Li Yueming was also very cold. He glanced at the two of them. He pointed at a thick rock beside him and said, "Use all your strength to punch the rock and shake it before you can enter." This was a meeting between martial artists and grand masters of combat. If he couldn't even move a gate stone, this disciple from the 5 great sects would not let them pass. Li Yueming didn't say anything. He pointed at the foreigners who were unimpeded and said, "Why don't foreigners need to be checked when they enter, but we need to be checked when we enter?" Hearing his doubts, the young man's expression turned even uglier as he said coldly, "Who do you think you are? You dare to question me?" Li Yueming didn't say anything. After staring at the young man for a long time, he finally smiled and said, "One understand. You can't afford to offend Lord Yang, but you can afford to offend an ordinary martial artist like me, right?" As soon as he said this, the surrounding group of martial artists also revealed embarrassed expressions. He looked at the young man with anger. The young man was speechless. Suppressing the anger in his heart, he coldly glanced at Li Yueming and squeezed out his voice through gritted teeth, "This is the order of the sect's elders. If you can't even shake this boulder that was tempered by a grand master, I advise you not to enter the venue, lest you lose your lives in vain." Li Yueming didn't say anything. In fact, he was already used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, colluding with outsiders, and so on. As a result, there was no extra fluctuation in his heart at this moment. He couldn't be bothered to argue with this guy. Yananyuan, who was beside him, looked excited. In the past 2 years, she had been training her body with Li Yueming. She was very curious about how strong her body was now. The young man frowned. Yananyuan was the first to step out of the crowd. Fortunately, her face was covered with a thick white veil. Otherwise, with her outstanding looks, who knew how much trouble she would have caused? However, even so, Li Yueming could still feel a few extremely aggressive gazes. After all, even if her face was covered, Yananyuan's temperament and figure were still too outstanding. Chapter 91, The Power of a Finger shocked the entire arena. 2. 4 men. Her hazy appearance was even more beautiful. Li Yueming snorted and stomped his foot lightly. Instantly, several martial artists with ill intentions felt their hearts thump. He looked at Li Yueming with shock. At this moment, Yuan had already reached out her slender palm and gently patted the huge rock on the ground. The seemingly otherworldly attack landed. In the next second, the stone shook violently. Although it wasn't a big deal. However, it still caused the surrounding martial artists to widen their eyes. One had to know that this stone was refined from the internal strength of a martial emperor. Although it did not look very big. However, both its weight and hardness were terrifying. It was already very difficult for an ordinary martial king to shake even a third of it. This thin and weak woman in front of him actually sent him flying with a punch? From this point alone, he could tell. His physical strength was probably second to none among the martial kings. The young man was also surprised. Putting away his disdain, he bent down and made an inviting gesture. "Welcome to the martial arts conference. Please come in." Yuan was very satisfied with this result. It seemed that her 2 years of hard work had not been in vain. His physique was much stronger than before. Yuan gave Li Yueming a thumbs up and stood quietly at the side, waiting for Li Yueming to make his move. After all, she was Li Yueming's #1 fan. 2 years ago, she had already experienced the terror of this young man in front of her. Now, 2 years had passed. Even she had made sufficient progress. What level had this young man in front of him grown to? Obviously. At this moment, Yuan was undoubtedly the focus of the crowd. She looked at Li Yueming. The surrounding martial artists could not help but look at Li Yueming. There was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Obviously, he was very curious about whether Li Yueming could show his powerful strength like Yuan. He ignored their messy gazes. Li Yueming walked straight to the young man and said indifferently, "If I can smash this stone with one punch, can I directly hit the elder?" Hearing his words, the young disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect who was originally filled with hatred towards Li Yueming was stunned. All the surrounding martial artists who were queuing up could not help but quieten down. After chewing for a moment, instantly, everyone present went numb. Was this a sentence that humans could arrange? If you smashed the test stone forged by the internal chi of a martial emperor with one punch, why don't you go straight to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Not to mention that Li Yueming seemed to be underage, it was basically impossible for him to break the test stone that was suppressed by the martial emperor's internal chi with one punch. What did he mean by breaking this stone? Would he be able to skip a grade and beat an elder? He looked at Li Yueming, who had a serious expression on his face. The Heavenly Sword sect disciple's face darkened. He said angrily, "Do you know what you're saying? How dare you insult an elder of the Heavenly Sword sect? Even if you're a martial king realm expert, 10 lives won't be enough to kill you." Regarding this, Li Yueming's expression didn't change much. "If I can break this stone, bring me to your elder." Seeing that Li Yueming was still recklessly provoking him, the disciple was completely enraged. He sneered and pulled out the sword in his hand. "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Fight. If you can't break it, just wait for our Heavenly Sword sect to hunt you down." As he spoke, this disciple was already prepared to call his fellow disciples over to capture this arrogant fellow in front of him. Seeing that he had agreed, a smile appeared on Li Yueming's face. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. Li Yueming didn't waste his breath. He walked straight to the stone and flicked it lightly with a finger. Instantly, a crisp sound rang out. Under the terrified gazes of all the surrounding martial artists, the testing stone, which was regarded as a mountain by countless martial artists participating in the martial arts conference, suddenly emitted a sound that made one's scalp explode. It only lasted for a moment. The entire surroundings became so smelly that one could smell a pin drop. Even the breathing sounds of the martial artists had temporarily disappeared. Then, under everyone's furious gazes, a few seconds after the crisp sound, the testing stone made by a martial royal realm expert cracked into two halves from the middle. Li Yueming didn't say much. In the blink of an eye, the test stone was shattered into two halves. As a result, none of the martial artists present had made the slightest mental preparation. He could only stare blankly at all of this. After shutting down his brain, he couldn't turn it back on for a long time. Where did this freak come from? He looked like he was at most 18 years old. In the end, he actually shattered the test stone that was forged by the Force Emperor's internal chi with just one finger. All the martial artists suddenly felt as if they had lived their lives on pigs. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't have any extra expression on his face. Silently retracting his finger, he looked at the disciple in front of him and said again, "L broke it, so please lead the way." Hearing this, the disciple finally recovered from his daze. He sized up Li Yueming. The pupils are contracting violently. He looked at Li Yueming like he was looking at an uncivilized monkey. Now, the way he looked at Li Yueming was completely different. How should I describe this feeling? It was as if he was the uncivilized monkey. Then, she thought of his rude behavior from before. Instantly, the disciple broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Disciple failed to recognize Mount Tai. "Senior, please don't blame me." He couldn't be blamed for being cowardly. Li Yueming's punch was too terrifying. One had to be at least a high-level martial arts grandmaster to be able to break the test stone refined by a martial emperor's internal chi with one finger. Such a young high-level martial arts grandmaster. In this era where martial emperors did not appear and martial saints were on the decline, a high-level martial arts grandmaster represented supreme power. Not to mention that he was just an ordinary disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect who did not have much of a sense of existence. Even if they were core disciples, he had to be extremely careful in front of this person. Thinking of this disciple wished he could slap himself twice on the spot. Damn it! What sin had he committed to provoke such a great god? P.S. Report your results. This book had been read more than 3,000 times before it was put on the shelves, but in the end, the first order was cut in half and only had a little more than 1,600. Everyone had been F***ed up. There was still a chapter last night, but his Deo heart was unstable and he played games all night. From today onwards, the author will update at least 10,000 times a day for a month. Everyone can supervise him. Other than special circumstances such as being sick or having something to do, he will update 3 to 4 times a day. If the word count is less than 10,000, you can live stream and beat the author up. Therefore, please watch the pirated big shots. Stop whoring. Even if you want to whore, order a little. Small authors can't afford to be hurt. Chapter 92, 10 Consecutive Wins, Martial Emperor Technique. 1. At this moment, the young disciple wanted to slap himself twice. He was afraid that Li Yueming would punish him. However, it was obvious that Li Yueming would not argue with him. "Take me to see your sect master." Hearing this, the young disciple hurriedly stood up and said, "Thank you for sparing my life, senior. Please follow me. I'll bring you to see the sect master immediately." At this moment, he was afraid that he would lose 2 legs and make Li Yueming unhappy, so he quickly walked in front and led the way. The surrounding group of martial artists almost all held their breaths when they saw this scene. Even people in the square not far away heard the noise and looked over. For a moment, Li Yueming became the focus of the entire martial arts conference. One had to know that the martial arts convention had been going on for so many days. Big shots usually greeted them in advance. People like Li Yueming, who had silently emerged from the crowd, were a minority. Moreover, when they saw how young Li Yueming was, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. Compared to the martial artist's surprise, the group of foreigners seemed to be more disdainful. He glanced at Li Yueming, his eyes filled with disdain. In their eyes now, the so-called martial artists of Great Xia's Central Plains, and even the entire Chinese population of Great Xia, were all good-looking but useless. They were only slightly stronger than the uncivilized barbarians. Compared to Li Yueming, they were more interested in Ye Nanyuan, who was beside Li Yueming. Many foreigners whistled at Ye Nanyuan from afar. He even made all kinds of obscene gestures. Regarding this, Ye Nanyuan sneered. Li Yueming glanced at the group of foreigners and didn't say anything. About 5 minutes later, under the respectful guidance of the disciple, Li Yueming quickly passed through the crowd of martial artists. He went straight to the high platform in the square. At this moment, a group of elders from the 5 great sects, as well as the foreigners from Western Europe and the Free State, were all seated there. The atmosphere on the high platform was somewhat solemn. A disciple actually brought a male and female young strangers onto the stage. A white-haired old man sitting in a high position frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" The disciple who led the way glanced at the fiendish Li Yueming behind him and then at the even more fiendish master in front of him. He could not help but bite the bullet and explain, that, first elder, this senior had just shattered the test stone left behind by the grand elder with just a finger. Disciple really had no choice but to bring him over to find you. The old man was speechless. Obviously, the words of the disciple leading the way were beyond his understanding. After a long while, the old man finally came back to his senses. He jumped up from his chair and said, "What did you say?" The aura that erupted from his body made the scalp of the disciple leading the way go numb. He could only repeat what he had said with great difficulty and add more details. After listening to his speech, the old man finally confirmed what had happened. For a moment, all the elders on the stage looked at Li Yueming. At this moment, Li Yueming was the center of attention. If someone else had come under such circumstances, he would definitely feel an incomparably huge pressure. After all, none of the elders and Westerners on the stage were below the Grand Master realm. The pressure brought about by dozens of gazes sweeping over at the same time was enough to scare ordinary martial artists to pee their pants on the spot. But Li Yueming was still as calm as ever. No matter how they looked at it, I wouldn't budge. On the stage, the white-haired elder of the Heavenly Sword sect looked at Li Yueming in disbelief and said, "Ls what my disciple said just now true?" Obviously. Even though he had confirmed it twice, the old man still couldn't connect Li Yueming, a young man who hadn't even grown hair, to a super expert who shattered the test stone made by the martial royal realm grand elder of the sect. After all, even if it was him, if he wanted to shatter that testing stone, he would have to use his full strength. In other words, if the disciple's description was true, in terms of physique, this 18-year-old young man in front of him was even stronger than a 100-year-old old man. No wonder he was so shocked and repeatedly asked if it was true. Hearing his question, Li Yueming nodded and said, "Of course it's true." The elder of the Heavenly Sword sect looked at his old white hair and then looked at Li Yueming's young and handsome body. For a moment, he felt that his Dao heart was unstable. He had already become a martial arts grandmaster at the age of 20. How could he, an old man over 100 years old, deal with himself? In the surroundings, the elders of the other sects also widened their eyes. Clearly, they were also shocked. However, Li Yueming obviously didn't come here to show off his strength. He said directly, "I helped you win the elite arena. What reward are you going to give me?" The elders only came back to their senses after hearing this. He looked at Li Yueming, who was not far away, and then looked at the empty elite arena below the stands. The fact that no martial artists dared to enter the elite arena had always been a heartache for the 5 great sects. As one of the top 5 sects in China, the sect was the most powerful. He organized a martial arts competition to spar with the Westerners. In the end, after a few days of fighting, the Westerners were too powerful and ruthless. Chapter 93, 10 Consecutive Wins, Martial Emperor Technique. 2. In the end, no one even went up to compete. It could be said to be a great humiliation. Now, he heard that Li Yueming actually intended to fight against the Westerners on the elite martial arts stage. The group of elders' thoughts immediately became active. The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect asked calmly, "What reward do you want?" The other elders around also pricked up their ears. He wanted to hear what conditions Li Yueming would propose. Regarding this, Li Yueming stated the highest price he had in mind: 3 Martial Royal Realm cultivation techniques and 3 Martial Royal Realm secret manuals. Hearing this condition, instantly, all the elders gasped. Although he was mentally prepared. However, when he heard Li Yueming's demand for such a high price, however, he still couldn't help but frown. Among them, an elder of the Tianxian sect, one of the 5 great sects, stood up and said, "Young man, do you know that you are asking for an exorbitant price?" Li Yueming glanced over coldly. The killing intent and brutality frightened the elder of the Heavenly Xian sect. After looking around slowly, Li Yueming said, "Your 5 great sects monopolize the cultivation methods. The slightly stronger cultivation methods and secret manuals were all seized by you. In the end, you put them on the shelf and stopped them from being leaked out. You are the main culprits behind the fall of Great Xia's martial arts to this state, and now you dare to say that I'm asking for too much." He did not show any mercy. Even below the high platform, countless martial artists looked towards the source of the sound. They were not even in the mood to watch the battle on the martial arts stage. Obviously, everyone was curious about who dared to speak so arrogantly in front of the elders of the various sects. More than 100 years ago, martial arts flourished in the central plains of Huaxia, and the various sects clashed frequently. The current status of the 5 great sects was also due to the illustrious military achievements they had made during that period of time. At that time, the martial saints of the 5 great sects had formed an alliance. They joined forces to suppress many of the top-notch sects at that time. The entire martial world was filled with blood. Countless cultivation techniques and secret manuals that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years were lost during that period. Later on, there were always rumors in the martial world. It was said that the top-notch martial arts and secret manuals were evenly divided among the 5 great sects. In order to prevent the cultivation technique from being leaked, the 5 great sects had even used many underhanded methods to cause the extermination of those sects with high-grade cultivation techniques. It was all for the sake of maintaining his position as the ruler of the entire Huaxia martial arts world. However, the 5 great sects had done it very secretly. No one had found much evidence. Moreover, many martial artists and Jianghe forces who had investigated this matter had quietly disappeared from history. As a result, later martial artists did not dare to touch this part of history. All the bloodshed faded away with the passage of time. And now, there was actually someone who dared to speak in such a manner on such an occasion. Did he really have monstrous strength, or did he have the guts of a bear or a leopard? The group of elders turned ashen. In broad daylight, this young man who hadn't even grown his hair yet actually dared to mention that taboo history in front of them. This kind of behavior was no different from slapping them in the face. Therefore, he had no choice. After he reacted, a group of elders from the 5 great sects retorted angrily, "What do you know? Don't think that you're amazing just because you have some talent. You have to know that there's always someone better than you." Regarding this, Li Yueming sneered. He stood up and walked in front of the elders. "Whether I'm amazing or not, you can try it now. Don't tell me that there's always someone better than me. I don't buy it." As he spoke, Li Yueming smiled. He revealed his white teeth. To him, these people in front of him were just a bunch of old antiques. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation in the world hadn't reached that stage yet. Now, he wanted to kill this group of old and disrespectful wretches. being threatened by him. Immediately, an elder could not help but want to attack. But at this moment, an old man with age spots sitting in the center slowly said, "Sit down." He heard the old man's voice. The group of elders' expressions changed. However, in the end, they all sat back down obediently. The old man looked up at Li Yueming and said, "Since ancient times, heroes have been born. In this era of declining martial arts, it's not easy for a young man with such boldness to appear. How can the five great sects neglect him?" Li Yueming raised his eyebrows. This old man was quite interesting. No matter how one looked at it, he was an old antique with half a foot in the ground. However, it still gave Li Yueming an unfathomable aura. It was obviously not simple. Seeing Li Yueming's interested expression, the old man couldn't help but sigh and smile. The old me can agree to the conditions that young friend has mentioned. However, it is not so easy to obtain 6 martial monarch realm cultivation techniques. Within 15 days, you will win 10 matches in a row on the elite martial arts stage. I will personally give you the cultivation technique. Hearing this, Li Yueming finally understood what this old man was trying to do. She spoke first and praised him, praising him highly. She used some bullshit praise like heroes from youths to gain his favor. Not only did it show the magnanimity of the 5 great sects, but it also foreshadowed the future. After all, with the old man's status, ordinary martial artists would probably be proud of themselves after being praised. How could he have noticed the trap? And the final pit of this round of flattery was buried in the elite martial arts stage's 10 consecutive wins. By now, all the martial artists had already heard of how terrifying the Westerners on the elite martial arts stage were. The old man who had been watching the battle from the beginning to the end naturally knew. Therefore, he had specially asked Li Yueming to challenge him. Let's not talk about whether Li Yueming could win or not. Even if he could win, he couldn't possibly win 10 matches in a row, right? As long as they lost one match. With the ruthlessness of those foreigners, they would at least cripple Li Yueming. This way, the old man did not need to pay any cultivation techniques. He also used the hands of the foreigners to get rid of Li Yueming, the youth who had embarrassed the 5 great sects in public. This was the so-called old man's shrewdness. As for whether the Chinese martial artists would lose a battle general because of this, clearly, neither the old man nor the 5 great sects cared about this. It could even be said that they were happy to see it. The reason why the 5 great sects were holding this sparring session under the guise of the Martial Dao Convention was that they were all from the same sect. It was just a superficial excuse to clear the name of Huaxia's martial artists. In the end, the reason was that the constant expansion of the Westerners had affected the interests of the 5 major sects. The 5 great sects needed to display the strength of the so-called Chinese martial artists to negotiate with the foreigners. However, as a top sect, they did not want to waste their sect's strength. Therefore, they set up the Martial Arts Conference to gather all the martial artists in the world as bargaining chips on the negotiation table. It would be even better if they could take the opportunity to let some of the second-rate sects that could threaten their status lose a few core members. And the reason why no martial artists were willing to go up the martial arts stage at the moment was because they were not willing to do so. It was also because some people discovered that the 5 great sects had only dawdled from the beginning to the end, not even sending out a few core disciples. This was why he was unwilling to continue fighting with his life on the stage. After all, they were a group of low-level martial artists fighting to the death below the stage. For the so-called justice and glory of martial artists, they shed their blood. The truly powerful martial artists on the stage were sitting on the fishing platform. The same group of foreigners were chatting and laughing. Under such a strange scene, how could the martial arts conference become hot-blooded? However, this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. After all, his purpose of coming here was to obtain the martial royal realm cultivation techniques and secret manuals. He couldn't even be bothered to care about the *T of clearing a martial artist's name. As for whether he was being used as a gun, That would depend on who had the last laugh. Chapter 94, One Kick, Killing the King of Fighters in an Instant, 1. The so-called martial arts conference was actually a bloody feast. Under the pretense of winning glory for martial arts. In fact, a group of hot-blooded ordinary martial artists were just chips on the table of the top 5 sects in the game. It had to be said that this was an extremely dirty act. Fortunately, not all martial artists were fools. In the end, there were still people who saw through the 3 sects' plans. But even so, he looked at the smiling old man on the stage. Judging from the clothes he was wearing, he should be the Grand Elder of the Primordial Chaos Limitless Sect. Li Yueming pondered for a moment. After arranging the causes and effects and various risks one by one. Looking at the Supreme Elder of Primordial Chaos Limitless Sect who thought victory was in his hands, he revealed a row of white teeth and said, "It's settled then. You guys can go and prepare the cultivation methods now. As long as the 6 martial royal realm cultivation methods are in place, I will accept them even if there are twice as many, let alone 10 Westerners." Hearing that he actually wanted the 5 great sects to prepare the cultivation methods first. The expressions on the faces of all the elders on the stage became very interesting. Someone even slammed the table and stood up. Li Yueming was unmoved. With your shameless personalities, you might really renege on your debt. Hearing this, the group of elders on the stage immediately became angry again. In their eyes, Li Yueming was simply too arrogant. He actually dared to mercilessly taunt the 5 great sects in front of so many people. In the end, it was the Supreme Elder of the Limitless Sect who stood up and finalized everything. He took out a token and handed it to an elder beside him. Go to the sect and get 6 martial emperor level cultivation techniques. You must be satisfied. Even though the Supreme Elder of the Limitless Sect was still smiling at this moment. However, the coldness in his voice also revealed the anger and killing intent in his heart at that moment. However, there was an old saying. If you don't die when you're old, you're a demon. Under such circumstances, the Grand Elder still controlled his emotions very well. Regarding this, Li Yueming could only secretly give a few thumbs up in his heart. However, since the Hunyuan sect had already sent someone to retrieve the cultivation technique, it was impossible for them to do so. Li Yueming's sarcastic verbal attacks had achieved their goal. After all, he did not want to continue staying in this unlucky place to wait for his cultivation technique after beating up the Westerners. He withdrew his gaze from the elders of the 5 great sects. This time, Li Yueming's gaze finally landed on a group of Westerners sitting not far away. Most of the people sitting next to them were Grand Masters of Combat from the Free State, and less than 1/3 of them were Holy Fire missionaries from Western Europe. Although there were less than 20 of them. However, they were basically the most powerful higher UPS among the foreigners stationed in Great Xia in the Free State and Western Europe. At this moment, Li Yueming's gaze swept across them 1dy1. The foreign adults sized him up with great interest. Even though they were higher UPS, they basically didn't know the Great Xia language. However, there was still a translator present. Therefore, he had no choice. This group of high and mighty Westerners naturally knew what Li Yueming was going to do next. However, it was a pity. None of them cared about Li Yueming. After all, in their opinion, Huaxia martial artists always liked to talk nonsense. But in the end, reality proved time and time again that their path was correct. The so-called Huaxia dynasty. In their eyes, it was just a rotten and smelly native civilization. Regarding this, Li Yueming didn't feel much. The reason why he took a second look at this group of foreigners was so that he could eliminate the roots when he cut the weeds in the future. There was no other meaning. Below the high platform, the group of martial artists had already exploded. Many information peddlers hidden among the crowd had already spread the latest news. In less than half an hour, all the martial artists in the streets and alleys of Zhongzhou port received the news. F***ck, someone wants to challenge the elite martial arts arena again? Do you want to die? I heard that the challenger this time is very extraordinary. He actually dares to contradict the high-ranking Grand Elder of the Primordial Chaos Limitless sect in public. Really? Don't lie to me. Who cares if it's true or not? Wouldn't we know once we go over and take a look? Now, it's all over the city. If we don't hurry up, we probably won't even be able to occupy a corner. Sigh, forget it. I'm already completely disappointed in Huaxia's martial arts and the 5 great sects. I'll only lose face for no reason if I go. Don't. I heard that the challenger this time is really not ordinary. Although the 5 big sects are annoying, this martial arts convention is still the best stage for us Chinese martial artists to prove our strength. For a moment, countless news spread throughout the entire Central Plains port. In less than 2 hours, the originally deserted martial arts practice field was surrounded by tens of thousands of martial artists. In the beginning, the 5 sects were still sending people to maintain order. In the end, the situation was out of control. He simply gave up. They allowed the martial artists to occupy space everywhere to watch the battle. At this moment, if one were to look down from the sky, they would discover that the entire martial arts conference square was filled with dense figures. The eaves, beams, and even the windowsills of the residents' houses were surrounded by the figures of martial artists. What happened in the morning had already spread throughout the streets and alleys of Zhongzhou port. As a result, even many commoners had the courage to find a place to watch the show. Obviously, under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, everything about this battle would be magnified infinitely. Once the martial artist on the stage was defeated. If that was the case, half of the martial artists in Huaxia would have their bones broken. At this moment, the battle had yet to begin. The discussions of the countless martial artists in the surroundings had already drowned out all the other voices. I heard that the challenger asked the Grand Elder of the Hunyuan sect for 6 martial emperor level chi methods. So brave? You're really not afraid of death? Don't mention it. The Grand Elder of the Mixed Essence sect has already sent someone to retrieve the cultivation method, but in contrast, that challenger has to win 10 consecutive matches in the elite arena. 10 consecutive victories. Did he want that challenger to die? Who says so? The 5 great sects deserve to be punished. To agree to such harsh conditions, is the challenger crazy? The Westerners would not show mercy. If there was a slight mistake, they would really kill him. Who knows? Maybe he's going crazy thinking about cultivation technique manuals. Can I complain? I advise you to be careful with your words. Forget it, I'm going to go all out. Today, I have to say a few vulgarities to feel good. The 5 great sects are a bunch of F***ing scumbags. Tui, with the name of the highest sect in martial artists, they do all kinds of things to attack martial artists. All kinds of discussions could be heard. At this moment, the group of martial artists could feel the sinister intentions of the 5 great sects even more. How was this a martial arts convention? They were clearly using this group of martial artists as guns and toying with them like dogs. He knew that the Westerners were powerful. He actually allowed the person on the stage to win 10 matches in a row. This was clearly a rhythm that didn't want the competitors to leave the martial arts stage alive. Of course. No matter what they thought, this battle was already an arrow on the bowstring and had to be fired. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a large group of Gokyudo grandmasters of combat from the Free State went up to the resting area of the elite arena. They were all strong and muscular. His arms were so thick that he could run a horse, and his entire body was filled with incomparably tight muscles. On the other side, Li Yueming accompanied Ye Nanyuan to buy some delicious snacks on the. At this moment, he was walking unhurriedly to the other end of the martial arts field. Li Yueming and Ye Nanyuan's appearance was extremely abrupt compared to the dozens of fierce Westerners who were in the limelight. The two of them slowly made their way out of the crowd. Yananyuan was still holding 2 sticks of candied haws and a few sugar cakes. He was eating while joking with Li Yueming. Therefore, he had no choice. When the two of them strolled leisurely into the martial arts stage, almost all the martial artists were confused. What the hell? Is there a problem with me, or is there a problem with the martial arts conference? How could these two kids dare to do this in front of so many people? However, before the group of martial artists could recover from their shock, the disciple in the middle of the field spoke first. Both parties are in position. This competition is an elite arena. The level of the martial arts grandmaster is against the rank 6 fighting king. As soon as he said this, instantly, all the martial artists around the martial arts square fell silent. He looked at Li Yueming, who was about to go on stage, and was completely silent. Obviously, when they heard that someone wanted to challenge the elite, almost all the martial artists thought that the challenger would be a famous powerhouse. After all, a martial artist's blood essence and physique were at the peak stage of 30 years old. Martial artists at this age were the best at fighting. It was not good to be too young or too old. However, the baby-faced child in front of them had given them a head-on blow. F***ck. Is this kid an adult yet? He actually dared to go on the martial arts stage. And they were fighting in the elite arena of the Tier 6 King of Combat? For a moment, they didn't even know whether they were crazy or the world was crazy. Or perhaps he had brought his brain with him when he went out today. After reading out the rules of the competition, what they thought would be a tsunami was replaced by a pantomime. After all the martial artists' brains had short-circuited. It was obviously unrealistic to expect them to react at this moment. Fortunately, Li Yueming didn't care. He walked up to the martial arts stage. He looked at the muscular foreigner who was a head taller than him. Li Yueming took a deep breath and said, "Although compared to IVIO is more convenient for me, however, it's not good to win too easily, lest people accuse me of spending money to fake the match. So, I'd better queue up one by one." The Westerner obviously couldn't understand Li Yueming's words. He twisted his neck. A cruel smile appeared on his face. After all, the most important thing for a pugilist was weight, strength, and weight. However, the opponent in front of him did not have any. He looked no different from a person who had never trained before. Therefore, he had no choice. The king of fighters of the 6th step had already thought of how to kill this weakling in front of him. However, before the smile on his face could completely disappear, in the next second, he felt his vision blur for a moment, and a blurry afterimage seemed to have appeared. Before he could react, in the blink of an eye, he realized that he was already more than 10 meters in the air. As he fell, only then did the king of fighters of the 6th step feel that his body had been completely separated from his head. Bang! His head fell to the ground. It was only then that the Westerner saw everything on the ground clearly. Li Yueming had appeared 1 meter in front of him. He supported himself with his left foot and kicked diagonally with his right foot. In an instant, his head and body were separated into 2 parts. At this moment, his head fell to the ground. Only then did the body that was as majestic as a lion and tiger slowly fall. Chapter 95, 8 Combo. The Westerners were scared **+. 1. He kicked in the air. The Free State's elite king of combat's head flew up. He didn't even have time to close his eyes when he fell to the ground. Such a fierce kick! It caused the minds of all the martial artists present to short-circuit once again. The CPU burned twice in a row in just 10 seconds. What the hell? Was there really nothing wrong with this world? Why was it that his 3 views had been thrown to the ground and rubbed again and again in a day? He looked at the young man on the stage. The shock that countless martial artists felt in their hearts was comparable to the explosion of the sun. Oh my god, did I forget to bring my head with me when I went out today, or has the world really gone crazy? That kick just now was so fast that it left an afterimage, right? Was this really a physique that a young man could possess? He actually killed an elite fighting king with a single kick. How terrifying! Who knows where this young man came from? No one in the younger generation of Great Xia could match his combat strength, right? Could it be the disciples of those hidden sects who walk the world? Other than that, I can't think of any other possibility. Although the 5 great sects are strong, I've never heard of such a fierce person among their core disciples. Forget it, those reclusive sects can't wait for the martial arts to die quickly. It's not impossible to expect their disciples to come out and save the situation, but it's also very unlikely. So, no one really knows where this young man came from. After a brief silence, on the martial arts stage, the host disciple who was also stunned announced Li Yueming's victory. Only then did the group of martial artists recover from the suffocating silence. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding tens of thousands of martial artists immediately exploded. Almost all the martial artists were discussing Li Yueming's background. In their opinion, ordinary small families would definitely not be able to nurture such a young super expert. Even the 5 great sects didn't have the ability to do so. Only a few legendary secluded sects that were above the world might have a chance. Of course, their discussion was destined to be fruitless. However, in a few days, Li Yueming's identity would be dug up to the 18th generation of his ancestors. In the arena, the group of martial artists were still discussing Li Yueming's background. The surrounding ordinary people who were watching the show still cheered. Good fight. Kick this group of stinking Westerners to death. Little brother is super handsome, young, and promising. Ha ha ha, I thought that the foreigners were really lawless. I didn't expect that our Great Xia still had martial artists who could kill foreigners. Hurry up and send these damn foreigners home. They are a group of lawless bandits. The surrounding ordinary people who had heard the news did not care so much. They didn't know how strong Li Yueming was or how strong the foreigners were. Martial arts grandmasters and the king of fighting were all things in the clouds to them. Anyway, in their simple minds, as long as Li Yueming won, he would be awesome. They cheered. The surrounding martial artists heard the cheers of the ordinary people. Her ears couldn't help but turn red. To be honest, in the past, they were used to riding on the heads of ordinary people and doing whatever they wanted. He had never opened his eyes to see this group of farmers who worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. But now, they felt a rare sense of guilt. Ordinary people regarded Li Yueming as a great hero who resisted and attacked the foreigners. However, such a great hero had never stepped forward before Li Yueming. Thinking of this, many martial artists clenched their fists and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many martial artists also began to cheer for Li Yueming. No matter what, Li Yueming had won his first battle on the elite martial arts stage, and it was an undisputed instant kill. This was a huge boost to the morale of the martial artists. At least, not all martial artists were idiots. There were still powerhouses who could contend with the Gokyudo grandmasters of combat among the Westerners. On the stage, Li Yueming retracted his leg and looked at the host who was still in a daze. He asked, "This should count as my win, right?" He looked at the Westerner's corpse on the ground, which was still spurting blood. The host disciple from the 5 great sects couldn't help but swallow his saliva. To be honest, he had presided over so many battles in the elite dojo. Generally speaking, it was the Westerners who killed the martial artists. It was the first time he had seen a ruthless person like Li Yueming kick a foreigner's head off. He finally came back to his senses. The disciple hosting the martial arts arena hurriedly said, "The Great Xia martial artists have won this match." According to the procedure and rules, the disciple should have asked for the foreigner's opinion, or touched the foreigner's nose to see if he was unconscious. But now, looking at the Westerner's head that was still spurting blood, the martial arts field disciple felt that even if he skipped this step, the other party would not have any objections. Therefore, the results of the battle were announced. After the announcement, the tens of thousands of people around the training field were silent for a moment. After a while, they erupted into earth-shattering cheers. Seeing this scene, even the disciple who was reading the message felt a trace of excitement and hot blood, not to mention the other martial artists around him. All of them wished they could raise their heads to the sky and vent the anger in their hearts. On the stage, including the Grand Elder of the Hunyuan sect, a large group of elders from the 5 great sects also opened their mouths wide. Obviously, no one had expected that Li Yueming would display such terrifying strength as soon as he entered the arena. Chapter 96, 8 Combo. The Westerners were scared **+. 2. The so-called strongest foreigner. In front of him, it was like a puppet made of mud. With a single kick, it shattered into pieces. If they didn't know this foreigner, they would probably think that Li Yueming was spending money to hire actors. As for the other half, in contrast, the Western higher UPS had a gloomy expression on their faces. They thought that they had given Li Yueming enough attention. After all, a guy who arrogantly said that he wanted to take on 10 people by himself was either a lunatic who did not care about his life or an insufferably arrogant genius. Therefore, just in case, they had even sent a Tier 6 fighting king to test Li Yueming's strength and were even prepared to lose. However, he never expected that the battle ended so quickly. The result of the test was also extremely simple and crude. Li Yueming was very strong, and his strength far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. Even in the eyes of this group of high-level foreigners, he could be considered an incredible monstrous player. It was just a simple kick. It was as if it had passed through time and space and stepped on their faces, causing the faces of all the Grand Masters of combat who came to participate in the martial arts competition to turn darker than charcoal. However, it was a fair competition in front of everyone. Both sides had signed a life and death contract, so it was impossible for the foreigners to continue to cause trouble for Li Yueming in this situation. He could only remain silent with a dark expression. Around the martial arts stage, the cheers of the large group of martial artists and civilians finally stopped. The host disciple who announced the rules and results of the competition on the stage had a respectful expression on his face. He bowed to Li Yueming and said, "Respected Grand Master, you can go down and rest. Thank you for your contribution to the entire Central Plains martial artists in China." At this moment, he was filled with admiration for Li Yueming. As for the reason, other than having great strength, martial artists' thoughts were not fundamentally different from ordinary people. Now, Li Yueming could easily kill a foreigner under the gaze of tens of thousands of martial artists. Naturally, it also attracted the worship of countless martial artists. This disciple was just one of them. The greatest chivalrous man is for the country and the people. Li Yueming's current image seemed to be more in line with everyone's impression of a chivalrous man. However, Li Yueming did not move even after hearing his words. He pointed at the Westerners who were still spraying blood on the ground and said indifferently, "I'm in a hurry to go out, so there's no time like the present. I might as well win 10 consecutive victories today. Throw this guy who's still spewing blood down and invite the next one to go up." His voice was not very loud. When he first heard it, the host disciple thought that he had misheard. He was stunned for a long time before he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his ears. He asked mechanically, "Are you sure you want to continue the challenge? Was it better to come back after a day of rest?" Regarding this, Li Yueming just smiled. "I haven't even started warming up yet. Why do you think I need to rest?" Hearing this, the host disciple immediately felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him, and his entire person woke up. The surrounding martial artists could not help but be dumbstruck. That's right, if this young expert in front of him could maintain his speed and posture just now. Consecutive challenges, LT didn't seem to be a difficult thing to accept. 2 minutes later, on the martial arts stage, a new round of battle soon began, and a gloomy-faced Westerner stepped out of the crowd. Stepping on the blood of the foreigner who had not completely dried up, he clenched his fists that were as big as sandbags. The foreigner spoke in Chinese that wasn't very fluent. "Damned native of Grand Xia, I will skin you alive to avenge my junior brother." Li Yueming didn't even bat an eyelid. She was not interested in wasting a single word with him. The host disciple glanced at the two of them and confirmed that both sides were ready. Then, he announced loudly, "Both parties are in position. This competition is an elite arena. The level of the competition is martial arts grandmaster versus the 7th rank king of combat. Compared to the previous foreigner, this time, the Westerners who went on stage were of a higher level. Their strength was equivalent to a high-level martial arts grandmaster among martial artists. It could be said that the foreigners no longer dared to underestimate Li Yueming. But even so, in Li Yueming's opinion, there was no difference between the so-called 6th or 7th rank. It was nothing more than a kick that would send his head flying far away. A second ago, the host disciple had just finished reading out the rules of the competition according to the procedure. A second later, Li Yueming had already appeared in front of the Western fighter like a bolt of lightning. This king of combat of the 7th step reacted faster. He raised his hands to block Li Yueming's attack. However, he did not expect Li Yueming to appear in front of him. Instead, it was behind him. Hence, he decided to do it. It was that familiar diagonal kick again. The head of the Tier 7 fighting king was like a rubber ball, flying even further than the previous Tier 6 fighting king. He slowly took a few steps back and looked at the blood that was spraying all over the ground. "Drag him down, hurry up and move on to the next one," Li Yueming said coldly. The host disciple was speechless. The surrounding martial artists were speechless. All the Westerners and elders of the 5 sects. Kicking the head of a foreigner like a ball? Was there anything more ridiculous than this? What kind of assembly line was this? On this day, Li Yueming kicked 8 king of fighters to death. It was the 8th round of the game. A large group of extremely ferocious foreigners below the martial arts stage started to tremble like little lambs. Chapter 97, 8 Combo. The Westerners were scared shitless. 3. When Li Yueming stood on the stage and coldly said, "For a time, none of the once insufferably arrogant fighters from the Free State dared to step onto the stage. Even if there were fighters who were forcefully dragged up to fight by the Westerners' higher UPS. Before the host disciple could announce the start of the competition, he was so scared that he peed his pants. He looked at the Westerners who were crying and begging for mercy. All the martial artists present felt as if they were riding a roller coaster. From the initial depression to the excitement, and finally to the excitement that could not be controlled. When the king of combat was so scared that he peed his pants, the cheers of the entire stadium resounded through the clouds. Even the Central Plains port was shaken by this. Everyone in the entire martial arts conference square was extremely jubilant. The atmosphere was as lively as the new year. It was not worth it for many martial artists to be filled with tears and have their scalps go numb. This battle, Li Yueming had washed away the humiliating titles of cowards and pests for the martial artists. It had ruthlessly suppressed the arrogant attitude of the foreigners in the Great Xia Kingdom. Li Yueming's name was also spread everywhere along with Zhongzhou Port, the largest port in the Great Xia Kingdom. In just 1 or 2 months, in the entire Great Xia dynasty, including all the civil and military officials and the little emperor, all the well-informed people had heard of his legend. He had fought 8 matches in a row on the martial arts stage, and each battle was a clean and neat instant kill. In the end, no one dared to accept the challenge. The Westerner who was forcefully pulled onto the stage actually fell to the ground and could not even stand up under the gaze of tens of thousands of martial artists around him. The impact of this battle was unimaginable. After the news spread to all parts of the Great Xia dynasty, all the intelligence agencies in the entire Great Xia Empire began to move at the same time. He searched for information on Li Yueming. Under such circumstances, even if Li Yueming was really a disciple of a so-called hidden sect. As long as they walked through the territory of the Great Xia dynasty, the information would probably be dug out by others. Moreover, Li Yueming wasn't a disciple of some hidden sect. He did not deliberately hide his identity. Hence, he decided to do it. In just a few days, Li Yueming's identity was completely exposed. It was also under such circumstances. Only then did all the martial artists in China know about Li Yueming's earth-shattering achievements in the past. He had come out of a small family at the age of 6, and swept kingdom port at the age of 8. At the age of 13, he flattened the 12 sects of Lingnan alone. At the age of 15, he took a boat to Zhongzhou port. In the martial arts conference, the foreigners who had been suppressed by 8 consecutive slashes knelt down and begged for mercy. When this information was dug out by the sacred city of the sacred city, the number of people in the sacred city of the sacred city of the sacred city was increased. Looking at the information recorded on the dossier, many martial artists and forces gasped. As the saying goes, chaotic times produce monsters. However, Li Yueming's actions could no longer be described as monstrous. Compared to a demon, Li Yueming was more like a monster. A 15-year-old martial arts grandmaster with such terrifying combat strength. If he wasn't a monster, what was he? However, after knowing that Li Yueming was really just a commoner, the various major powers of Great Xia began to plot against him. The first to make a move was the current little emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. On the third day after Li Yueming's martial arts became famous in the world, he gave Li Yueming a commendation document. After hearing that Li Yueming seemed to be looking for martial arts secret manuals, he even specially sent him a total of 8 top martial royal realm cultivation methods and secret manuals. It should be known that these were 8 martial royal realm cultivation methods and secret manuals, not 8 useless cabbages on the street. From this, it could be seen that the royal family had really invested a lot this time. The eunuch who had come under the imperial edict was obviously trying to curry favor with him. Regarding this, Li Yueming naturally accepted them. After all, it would be a waste not to take the things they gave him. As for what the little emperor was planning, Li Yueming didn't care much. Anyway, he was not a decent person. He would eat the fat meat that was sent to his mouth first. As for what would happen in the future, couldn't they just talk about it in the future? With Li Yueming's current strength, as long as he did not provoke a martial saint, he would not be able to do so. He could go anywhere in Great Xia. Other than that, the martial emperor guarding Zhongzhou port also sent someone to give Li Yueming a secret manual of the martial emperor realm. According to the official who had received the news, the martial emperor was in seclusion, so it was inconvenient for him to meet him. He gave him a secret manual as a way to make friends. Naturally, he would not mind having a basket of such friends. Li Yueming accepted it without hesitation. In addition to the 6 cultivation technique manuals he had earned from the 5 great sects, Li Yueming had obtained a total of 15 martial royal realm cultivation methods and secret manuals. It could be said that the harvest was extremely bountiful. A few days after the martial arts conference ended, no matter where Li Yueming lived in the US, all the major forces in Central Plains Port would try their best to get close to him. If the other party didn't bring some so-called meeting gifts every time he came, Li Yueming would probably be annoyed to death. Therefore, he had no choice. After he received all the gifts from the 8 great sects and the little emperor, Li Yueming immediately prepared to board the ship and leave. But at this moment, 7 or 8 foreigners chased away the ordinary people nearby and surrounded Li Yueming. Seeing this, Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. He shielded Yan Anyuan behind him and said, "What's wrong?" He was not convinced by the sparring on the stage and wanted to spar with a real person below the stage. The 7 or 8 Westerners in front of him were all 8th rank fighting kings. In other words, they were all high-level martial arts grandmasters. Li Yueming didn't think that they were here to send him off. Both sides were in a stalemate. A Westerner wearing a suit and tie walked out from behind. "You're a powerful martial artist from Huaxia. Are you interested in coming to the Free State to develop yourself?" he asked Li Yueming. Hearing this, Li Yueming narrowed his eyes. "That's interesting. Why do you think I'll go to the Free State with you?" He knew this foreigner. He was one of the Western leaders who sat at the highest position in the martial arts conference. Although he did not know who he was, his position should not be low. He smiled. "Don't you understand?" The foreigner opened his arms. "The Great Xia Empire is just a decaying old man on the verge of death. Our Free State is the future, and our Free State has a Gokudo combat god. As a mortal, don't you want to experience the might of a god? If you join the Free State, you might become one of the disciples of the Gokudo god of combat." Li Yueming didn't say anything. He looked at him up and down and said, "Thank you for your concern, but I just want to blow up the Gokudo god of combat's head. What's the point of becoming his disciple? It's better to leave it for the Free State's combat members to digest internally." Hearing his words, the smile on the foreigner's face suddenly stiffened, and he looked at Li Yueming in disbelief. "Believe me, you will pay for what you said today." The Western leader snapped back to his senses and said angrily, "After the Free State raises the other continents to the ground, sooner or later, it will bring warships and cannons to raise the entire Great Nia." At this moment, a whistle sounded not far away. It was a second-generation fishing boat from Qingde port. Li Yueming ignored the threat of the foreigners and walked towards the fishing boat without looking back. When the two of them reached the bottom of the fishing boat, Li Yueming turned around. He bared his white teeth at the group of foreigners behind him and said, "I'll wait and see. I hope you won't disappoint me." Chapter 98, The Rapidly Developing Qingde Port, the third generation of fishing boats. 1. Li Yueming and Yan Anyuan boarded the second-generation fishing boat sent by Qingde port and set off on their return journey. This trip took about 2 months. The martial arts meet kicked the Westerners 8 times. Li Yueming directly kicked out 15 martial royal realm cultivation methods and secret manuals. It could be said that he had made a killing. The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that this time, he was completely famous. The legends of him had spread throughout the entire central plains of Huaxia. In the future, it would not be so easy to continue to keep a low profile. Moreover, he had not only offended the Westerners in this line of work, but he had also become a thorn in the side of the 5 top sects. After returning to Qingde port, he had to make more arrangements for these situations. Half a month later, Li Yueming returned to Qingde port on a direct fishing boat. This time, his trip had already turned the entire land of China upside down. Naturally, the residents of Qingde port also heard the news. Now that they heard that Li Yueming was about to return to Qingde port, all the residents of Qingde port came to the port. They welcomed the city lord of the Azure capital harbor, who had given them a brand new life. When they got off the ship, the first thing Li Yueming saw was Fu Xiero, Han Bufan, and the other disciples. There was also a large group of disciples following behind them. Most of these people were children around the age of 7 or 8. Of course, there were also martial artists who were already adults. Li Yueming's gaze slowly swept past them, and then looked at the residents of the entire Qingde port. At this moment, everyone looked at him with reverence and respect. Li Yueming looked over. The black mass of people kneeled on the ground and kowtowed. "Welcome back to the harbor, Lord Heaven's Son." For a moment, seabirds flapped their wings and flew high into the sky at the port of Qingde port. A deafening sound echoed throughout the entire land. At this moment, the excitement and fervor in the eyes of all the residents of Qingde port could not be faked. When he first heard that Li Yueming had defeated countless foreigners in Zhongzhou port, he was shocked. All the residents of Qingde port were afraid that they would lose the Son of Heaven. After all, the Son of Heaven was destined to be different from the rest. The stage of Qingde port was too small. It was simply unable to accommodate such a flood dragon-like figure. Only the major ports like Qingda Port or Nanwan Port. Or perhaps it was the capital or the southern capital that should be the place where the flood dragon soared. However, it was said that Li Yueming only stayed in Zhongzhou port for a short period of time. After receiving the reward from the imperial court, he took a boat back to Qingda Port. All the residents of Qingda Port heaved a sigh of relief. After confirming the date, a group of people spontaneously came to the port to welcome Li Yueming's return. He still remembered that before Li Yueming became the city lord, Qingda Port was controlled by the 12 sects and 8 sects of Lingnan. Every street and alley had to pay protection fees to the dojo and sects. The city lord's mansion would also collect a batch of taxes on a regular basis. Under the layers of exploitation, few people at the bottom could put a few cents in their pockets. Whether it was the laborers on the dock or the boss of the bun shop. After working hard for a year, he could barely earn enough money to support his family. The rest of the money and food were basically taken away by the high and mighty lords. However, ever since Li Yueming became the city lord of Qingda Port, the lives of all the residents of Qingda Port were changing day by day. Firstly, taxes. After Li Yueming came to power, he directly exempted the previous layers of taxes. Vice City Lord Fu Xiero coordinated with various industries to formulate a new tax law for Qingda Port. All tax rates were open, transparent, and well documented. After that, Li Yueming recruited refugees. In the beginning, the residents of the port city were filled with complaints. After all, the refugees entering the city had occupied their already limited living space. It was just that they were afraid of Li Yueming's fist at that time, so the residents in the city dared not speak out. They had thought that the newly improved public security would be dispersed by the refugees. But in the end, the officials of Qingda Port had actually settled the refugees down properly. The refugees built their own houses and found a job in shipbuilding. There were fewer and fewer troublemakers who caused trouble when they had food, clothing, and families. In addition, Han Bufan led the small martial artist team to maintain law and order day and night. The security of the entire Qingda Port had actually reached the point where the doors were not locked at night. After the large number of laborers settled down, it in turn drove the development of Qingda Port. The refugees went out to sea to fish. After earning money, they would naturally have all kinds of needs. The elderly bought cloth to make clothes for their children during the new year, the young bought pastries and desserts for their beloved girls, and the middle-aged couple occasionally bought some side dishes in town. The huge domestic demand caused the turnover of the Hong Kong shops in Qingda to increase year by year. The entire Qingda Port was thriving. This kind of life was simply unimaginable in this chaotic era. And it was this young man in front of them who had personally brought all of this into their lives. That was why there were so many residents of Qingda Port waiting in line to welcome Li Yueming back. He looked at the many pairs of eyes filled with anticipation in Qingda Port. Li Yueming was also a little excited. He recalled that he had not dared to slack off every day over the years. Perhaps 70% was for himself. After all, reincarnators would receive higher rewards if they obtained higher achievements. However, there were still 30% of the people on this land. After all, they were already here, so they had to leave something behind, right? Chapter 99, The Rapidly Developing Qingda Port, the third generation of fishing boats. 2. Now, Li Yueming's efforts finally showed some results. He sighed for a while. Li Yueming smiled and said, "I'm not the son of heaven. There's no need for you to kneel. Everyone is equal in Qingda Port." But even so, only a few people stood up. Even more people were still kneeling on the ground. Before Li Yueming could say anything, the crowd once again opened their mouths in unison. Hearing this, Li Yueming could only shake his head helplessly. At this moment, Fu Xiero, who was not far away, came up to him. Seemingly sensing Li Yueming's helplessness, he whispered, "Master, these people are starving people outside the city. They are kneeling on the ground to thank you for saving their lives." Li Yueming nodded and said, "LC. Recruit refugees." To him, it was just a simple sentence. However, when magnified, there were hundreds of thousands of lives. He saw many refugees with their families kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Li Yueming finally felt the weight. He did not say anything else. As the group of people knelt down, they left with great strides. After returning to the city lord's residence, Li Yueming looked at Fu Xiero, who was following behind him. "Those foreigners' warships and freighters, oh, no, how is the foreign pirate ship?" Hearing his question, Fu Xiero was clearly prepared for this. She immediately replied, reporting to Master, "Our 2nd Fishing Brigade in Kingdom Port fought with the foreign pirate ships for a few rounds and seized more than a dozen cargo ships. The various gold, silver, jewelry, firearms, and guns inside almost filled the entire warehouse of Kingdom Port." Li Yueming laughed. He finally managed to hold back his laughter and said seriously, "And then? Did the pirates organize a large-scale counterattack?" Fu Xiero looked excited. She clenched her small fists and said, "The Westerners were slapped hard by you at the martial arts conference this time. Now, they're causing trouble everywhere. I reckon they won't have the time to find trouble with us for a year and a half." At this point, the excitement on Fu Xiero's face faded a little. "But these pirates have learned their lesson after being robbed by us a few times. The subsequent merchant ships have all bypassed the waters near Kingdom Port. Obviously. After experiencing a few pirate strikes, Fu Xiero was completely obsessed with this kind of behavior. Fighting pirates was many times faster than farming. Unfortunately, the foreigners who sailed on the sea were too cunning. After being robbed a few times, the freighter would rather take a long detour than travel to and from the sea near Kingdom Port. Li Yueming had already expected this. After all, no matter how much wool he had, he would still have to pull it out one day. It was already beyond his expectations to be able to snatch more than 10 ships of supplies. After all, that was an ocean-going freighter. The amount of resources transported to and fro was astronomical. The supplies carried by the 11 freighters were probably enough for Kingdom Port to digest for half a year. One could imagine how heavy the foreigners' losses were. The Westerners probably never dreamed that there would be someone bold enough to snatch their things on the sea. After all, they were prisoners and pirates, and they had always been pirates and bandits on all continents. There was no navy in the entire world that could be their match. Therefore, he was used to being arrogant and despotic on the sea. There were only a few escort warships allocated to transport the goods. And the behavior of Kingdom Port. It was no different from stuffing a trouser pocket full of yellow mud into their buttocks. It was disgusting. If it was some time ago, the foreigners would have already mobilized their warships to attack. But now, Li Yueming had messed things up at the martial arts conference. The seaport and inland martial artists that had been steadily occupied by the foreigners had set off an anti-foreign tide. The group of foreigners were extremely busy. Therefore, he could only suppress his anger and disgust and change the route of the freighter. The problem of the foreign freighter was temporarily put aside. He definitely had to continue snatching. However, the current second-generation fishing boats lacked the ability to fight in the distance. They wanted to continue intercepting freighters from the Free State. Kingdom Port had to upgrade to the third generation of large-scale fishing boats. How many fishing boats are there in the second batch? Li Yueming asked after a moment of silence. Fu Xiero had obviously been asking this question a lot. Therefore, when he heard Li Yueming ask, he subconsciously blurted out, "About 2,500 ships." Li Yueming thought for a while and knocked on the table, "Stop production of the second-generation fishing boats. From now on, order all the craftsmen to research and conquer the brand-new youth version of the Voyage warship." Hearing this, "What is the youth battleship?" Fu Xiero asked curiously. Li Yueming thought about it. You can think of it as a third-generation fishing boat. Fu Xiao nodded her head, not fully understanding. Soon, he received the order and left. Previously, due to the limited resources, it was difficult to develop a more powerful warship. But now, the warehouses in Qingdu harbor were filled with all kinds of resources that they had stolen from the foreigners. They already had the ability to research higher-level warships. Of course, all the blueprints of the battleships were drawn by Li Yueming based on infinite deductions. Basically, all the parts could be polished by manpower. The efficiency might be lower. However, one should not underestimate the ability of the ancient society craftsmen. Chapter 100, The Rapidly Developing Chengdu Port, the third generation of fishing boats. 3. As long as there were blueprints, the craftsman's hand was simply playing with the screws. Perhaps the only flaw was that it was relatively slow and required a lot of craftsman's time. However, Li Yueming could guarantee it. The blueprints he gave were all jobs that could be completed by human labor. Therefore, as long as there was enough investment, third-generation warships could definitely be produced. The reason why the third generation was no longer named as a fishing boat. It was because the third-generation warships had completely broken away from the low-level interest of fishing and could go further into the ocean for whaling activities. He glanced at the current Qingdu port. After not finding any problems, he was relieved. Li Yueming returned to his courtyard. By now, many residents of Qingdu port had built new buildings around the small courtyard that Li Yueming had bought. All kinds of happy events became even more lively. For ordinary people, new houses and lavish funerals were the best proof of their wealth. After all, it was fine as long as there was a place to stay when they were hungry. Only when they had enough to eat and built a new house could they hold a lively banquet. On the road, the smiles on the faces of the people of Qingdu could not hide their happiness. However, all of this had nothing to do with Li Yueming. As a reincarnator, he was an outsider most of the time. To him, the joys and sorrows of people were like a paper cut projected on a plastic sheet. An illusion that could be broken with a poke. After returning to the courtyard, Yanan was accompanying her cheap mother to plant vegetables. The two of them, one big and one small, were working in harmony in the vegetable field. Li Yueming came in. His mother smiled and gave Yanan a look. Yanan twirled her fingers. After a moment of embarrassment, she jogged into the courtyard and took out a bag of wedding candy wrapped in red paper. She handed it to Li Yueming and said, "Here, this is the wedding candy from our neighbor, Daz Wang. He specially asked us to save it for you." She emphasized the word you. Li Yueming was stunned for a moment before he understood that it was probably De Zhuang himself. He looked at the black word XI written on the festive red oil paper in his hand. Li Yueming seemed to be touched by something in his heart. He smiled and said, "Looks like I came back late. Otherwise, I would have been able to get a table of food." At the side, his mother rolled her eyes. "If you spread the word, you won't be able to eat all the banquets in Qingdu harbor. When will you and Nan Yuan be able to hold a grand banquet? Your mother is getting old. My biggest wish now is to see you get married." Li Yueming knew that his mother would bring up this topic. "Don't worry, you're still young." His mother had given birth to him when he was 18. Now, he was almost 16 years old. His mother was already 33 years old. In terms of human age, he was still in his prime. However, in such an ancient society where the average life expectancy of ordinary people was only over 40 years old, it seemed reasonable to say that he was old. Seeing that he was perfunctory again, his mother waved her hand and said, "Aya, let's go. It's fine as long as Nan Yuan is with me. You're still annoying by staying here." He rubbed his nose. Li Yueming didn't dare to retort. She returned to her room dejectedly. In the remaining half a year, Li Yueming was hiding in his room, deducing and studying the 15 martial emperor-level cultivation methods and secret manuals. These secret manuals inspired him a lot. It could be said, if the cultivation techniques of the Southern Ridge 12 sects were trash cultivation techniques of second-rate sects. If Li Yueming's absorption of nutrients inside was equivalent to making gold out of sh*t, the martial monarch techniques that he had obtained now were thousands of times stronger than them. After all, the reason why a martial emperor was called a martial emperor was that he could be called an emperor among millions of martial artists. The probability of an expert of this level being born was very low. But once they cultivated to this state, ordinary martial artists were as insignificant as ants in front of them. Therefore, he had no choice. A cultivation method that could be cultivated by a martial emperor would not be too bad no matter how bad it was. Li Yueming had gained a lot from these martial emperor techniques. The Star Moon art had increased by at least 2 levels. His original martial arts Grandmaster realm also became unstable. It seemed like he could break through at any time. But Li Yueming knew that it was just an illusion. Ultimately, it was because his strength was increasing too quickly. As a result, many times, the body had just adapted to it, and the inner qi and energy in the body had increased by a large margin. He was like a balloon that kept expanding. However, even so, Li Yueming was only one step away from the rank of martial emperor. As long as he found an opportunity to break through, Li Yueming estimated that he would very likely become the youngest martial emperor in the history of Great Xiaozhou province. He cultivated for half a year. The new year was approaching. Li Yueming woke up from his constant deduction. Among the 15 martial royal realm cultivation methods and secret manuals, 8 of them had been sucked dry by him. He planned to keep the remaining 7 books for later. After all, one couldn't become fat in one go. One had to digest it a little before continuing to cultivate to achieve better results. He looked at the sunset outside the window. Li Yueming slowly let out a breath of turbid air and stood up to open the door. He saw a group of disciples busy putting up festive couplets. Red lanterns hung on the high eaves, reflecting the blood-red sky on the coastline. For some reason, Li Yueming felt a faint sense of desolation from it. He shook his head. He dispelled this strange thought. Li Yueming picked a ripe persimmon from the persimmon tree in the courtyard. This persimmon tree was planted by Li Yueming's mother when he first moved to Qingde Port from Qingchuan town. Li Yueming remembered that it was only a small sapling 2 years ago. Now, it was just a blink of an eye. It's already blossoming and giving to the party. He saw Li Yueming come out of the door. The disciples hurriedly bowed. Now, most of them had already grown up. He became a young man of 16 or 17 years old. The courtyard was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, and it looked very lively. Li Yueming did not have the mood to defeat them. After casually greeting them, he walked into the inner courtyard. His mother was making dumplings with Yananyuan. When Li Yueming went in, Yananyuan's eyes lit up, but she still pouted and said angrily, "Yo, I haven't seen you for half a year in the blink of an eye. Why don't I see you growing a beard? I have a feeling that I've gained something after half a year of seclusion." Li Yueming smiled. Then, he sat down and made dumplings with the 2 of them. Cheap Mother's package was always very round, and the shape and size were very neat. However, the dumplings made by Yananyuan were a little complicated. Not only was it crooked, but its size and thickness were also uneven. In order to hide the awkwardness, Yananyuan placed the dumplings together with Li Yueming's. However, Li Yueming was very disgusted by this. He had no choice. Yananyuan was so angry that she could only wrap a few large dumplings and put them aside, indicating that she would eat them alone later. This year, Li Yueming was 15 years old. The end of the year was spent in fun and fighting. It was also the same year. The 3rd generation of fishing boats at Qingde Port had been slowly refined by the craftsmen. Finally, he officially began his military service.